It being 11:04, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-383, the Transboundary Waters Protection Act, in the name of Mr. Miller.
Resuming debate, are you pleased to débat? The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. NDP is pleased to rise in this House and support this private members' bill. And I'd like to start, Mr. Speaker, by thanking all of the Canadian citizens, activists right across the country who have been pushing now for years for this type of assurance to ensure that we cannot have bulk water exports or inter-basin water transfers. This, Mr. Speaker, is something that, as you well know, many Canadians have been very concerned about right across the country. And it's been an issue that has arisen in this House, certainly since I've been here in 2004, repeatedly. There were throne speeches that were raised in 2008 and 2009 when the Conservatives were first elected, where they committed to undertake this action. They brought forward a bill, and Mr. Speaker, as you well know, even though they brought forward the bill, they didn't actually do anything to bring the bill to the House for consideration. They tabled it and did some spin and paid some lip service to treating what is an extremely serious issue. And they didn't do anything, Mr. Speaker. And I think what we're seeing now, the fact that this, though it's a private members' bill, the fact that this bill is coming forward now, I think, is indicative of the pressure that so many Canadians have put on the government over the last few years. There's been a very strong public response. Canadians saying the government should not be playing around with the water resources that we have. And as a result of that, Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say we now have the private members' bill that is before us for consideration. I would also like to pay tribute, Mr. Speaker, because that's extremely important in this House. As you know, the NDP and NDP members do a lot of the heavy lifting here. We're very proud of that. But I'd like to pay tribute to two former members of Parliament who have done a phenomenal job of raising this issue, both in the House but in the public domain as well. And that is the Honourable Bill Blakey, who is a Member of Parliament here for many, many years, who raised this issue. The member from Winnipeg Centre is quite right to applaud Bill Blakey's work. Mr. Speaker, he brought forward in 1999 the opposition motion that led to a moratorium on bulk water exports. And so Bill Blakey had a key role in putting forward what allowed us, at least at the time, both with that federal moratorium, but also, Mr. Speaker, more importantly, or as importantly, with the actions of Canadian citizens right across this country, as each of the provincial governments, from time to time, a number of them, British Columbia being one, Newfoundland, Labrador being another, as a number of provincial governments sought perhaps to move forward to bulk water exports. It's the work of activists on the ground that made a difference and actually pushed back on what was a very clear intent on behalf of those governments, not NDP governments, of course, that were promoting water exports. The other member that in this House raised the issue of bulk water exports and interbasin transfers is Catherine Bell, a former Member of Parliament for Vancouver Island North, and she as well was very eloquent on this issue of raising the concerns around bulk water exports. So, Mr. Speaker, here are two former NDP MPs that played a key role. I know that the member for Parkdale High Park and myself and a number of other NDP MPs have also played a key role in raising this issue. So now, finally, after many years of promises, though it's in the format of a private member's bill, we finally have some action from the government. And, Mr. Speaker, of course, we support that because it is a phenomenally important issue. Mr. Speaker, I think David Schindler put it best, the noted water expert from the University of Alberta, when he said that even though Canada has about 20% of the world's water resources, it's like a bank account that has a very small interest rate. Because even though we have 20% of the world's freshwater water resources, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, the interest rate on that, the renewable percentage of that fresh water is only about 5%. Mr. Speaker. So what we have is 20% of the world's water resources locked in northern Canada and the muskeg in lakes that once they are deplenished cannot be renewed. And the 5% renewable rate, which is actually the extent of renewable freshwater resources in this country, Mr. Speaker, is equivalent to the freshwater renewable rate in the United States. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know about the chronic water shortages now that are occurring in the United States. We're aware of the fact that there has to be changes made from our American friends and neighbors because ultimately, with the depletion of the aquifers, with the depletion of the fresh water that is available in the United States, they simply cannot continue to use the water, one might say misuse the water in the way that they have. And Canada, because we have a relatively the same percentage of renewable fresh water, if we ever went the route of bulk water exports or interbasin transfers, Mr. Speaker, we would find ourselves in a similar situation extremely quickly. So, Mr. Speaker, it is simply not on. It is simply not appropriate. It is simply not responsible with our water resources to envisage bulk water exports, to envisage interbasin transfers, to think that we will solve the problems that are occurring now worldwide, Mr. Speaker, by the simple act of transferring more water out of our country. It is simply not true, Mr. Speaker. So when we talk about this issue, we are talking about a fundamentally important one for the stewardship that we have over that incredible resource. Now, Mr. Speaker, this bill does fall short of what we would like to see. There's no doubt. We are looking to see amendments when this does move to committee, and there is the issue around interbasin transfers that I mentioned earlier that is included in the bill. One that is not, though, Mr. Speaker, and is something that is extremely important, and was raised both by Bill Blakey and Catherine Bell, and many NDP MPs in the House, is the issue of bottled water or bulk bottled water. The difference between bulk water exports and smaller container bulk water exports is a very thin one, Mr. Speaker. And so this issue that is, of course, one that is very relevant and very pertinent given the world water shortages that we are seeing, is something that we would expect to see amended as the bill moves forward into committee. There is no doubt that that would make a difference in completing the bill. The bill is good for us to support at second reading, there's no doubt. There are improvements that can be made. There's also the issue of the technical amendment that has been raised by the CWIC, and Mr. Speaker, of course, that is something as well that we would seek to see amended at committee. So this is a good first start, Mr. Speaker. It certainly in no way is the end of the consideration that has to be given to this bill. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, is the whole issue of how the government actually reacts to the passing of the bill, assuming that it has support from both sides of the House, and certainly we are supporting it, moving it to committee, proposing the kind of strong and reasoned amendments that we always do, Mr. Speaker, but it may not surprise you to know that sometimes our strong and reasoned and thoughtful amendments are not received by the other side. And we're certainly hoping that that will not be the case this time. Because of the work that we've done on this issue, as I've said, we've been doing all the heavy lifting. We're pleased to be joined by at least one Conservative colleague now. But that heavy lifting is something that we intend to carry right through. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is a greater issue, as you are well aware, and that is the whole issue of water in general. This is something that we've addressed, or I've addressed, in a bill that calls for a comprehensive water strategy. And I'd just like to touch on that before I conclude, that we are looking to have the government develop and present a comprehensive water policy based on the public trust, which would recognize that access to water is a fundamental right. It would recognize the UN Economic and Social Council finding in General Comment 15 on the International Covenant on Economic, Cultural and Social Rights that access to clean water is a human right. And it would prohibit those bulk water exports and implement strict restrictions on new diversions. We are also talking in this motion, Mr. Speaker, about introducing legislation on national standards for safe, clean drinking water, implementing a national investment strategy to enable all of those municipalities and First Nations communities, particularly, Mr. Speaker, to upgrade the infrastructure that they need to have around water. Those are considerations that we'll bring forward at a later date in the House, Mr. Speaker, but needless to say, the NDP will continue to work to ensure that our water resources in this country are, as a human right, made accessible to all Canadians. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We go straight to resuming debate. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a wonderful opportunity at this time for me to be able to express a number of concerns in regards to waterways and the impact not only in Canada but more specifically in the province of Manitoba. Whenever we see legislation of this nature, there's a bit of hope that is generated in the sense that there is a huge concern in the province of Manitoba, in particular in Winnipeg, with regards to our waters. A lot of it deals with the exportation. A lot of it deals with the amount of water, the sheer volumes of water that come to our province every spring, in particular from the stateside. So there's this huge expectation that the different levels of government are in fact trying to be able to deal with the whole issue of water management, which is so critically important to our country, but specifically for me, the province of Manitoba, given just the amount of water that we have, the 100,000 plus lakes and rivers, and the great deal of concern from many different stakeholders, whether they're environmental type of groups, Mr. Speaker, or just young students in classrooms. And I've had the opportunity over the years to be able to have wonderful exchanges dealing with the whole water management issue, and it comes and goes, I must say. Sometimes it really comes to a peak when the Red River starts to peak in the springtime, Mr. Speaker, when we get so much water coming into the province of Manitoba that there is literally hundreds, if not thousands, of people that will take the interest by looking at what we can do to somehow funnel that massive amount of water that comes to our province so that we can minimize the environmental damage that is there. And, Mr. Speaker, when we look at this particular bill, there's a number of concerns that we have, but at the end of the day, we suspect that it will get to committee, and there will be, in fact, a need for us to there is, in fact, Mr. Speaker, a need for us to look at the possibility of amendments. You know, the Liberals, it's important to recognize that we are one of the first to actually appoint a Liberal critic in this whole area, Mr. Speaker, because we see the value of water. And it's also important that C-383 is a reaction, I would suggest to you, from one of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, in a bill that we had explored and had discussions in regards to the whole idea of the water basin transfer and many other aspects, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, we applaud the government in the sense that they're looking at what it is that the members of the Liberal caucus have been saying, and I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that other political parties inside this chamber would do well in recognizing the need for Liberal critics and more attention given to the water file. In Manitoba, we have a huge concern that has been brought to the government's attention year after year, not only here in Canada, but also in North Dakota. It's made it to Washington. Presidents have been involved. Prime ministers have been involved. Obviously, the Premier of Manitoba has been involved, and many others. And that's related to the whole Devil's Lake project in the United States. The amount of water that flows from the States to Canada has been a great concern in terms of how it is that we can minimize, as I said earlier, the environmental damage. The idea of coming up with some sort of a screening method of being able to provide filtration to a certain degree, Mr. Speaker. The things that we can do on the farms to try to minimize the amount of manure and fertilizer that ultimately seeps into our waterways. And it's really quite profound, Mr. Speaker, when we get serious flooding that takes place. The amount of foreign fertilizers and other mixtures, Mr. Speaker, that ultimately end up in Lake Winnipeg. And Lake Winnipeg is of critical importance not only to the province but indeed to our country, Mr. Speaker. And that is the reason why when we take a look at the cutbacks for the Experimental Lakes project, that there's a good number of Manitobans that have been raising the issue that we cannot afford to lose this technology and the research that is being done through the environmental lakes, Mr. Speaker, because of the impact that it has on the quality of water, whether it's in our lakes or within our rivers, Mr. Speaker. And you'll find that there has been a very high level of interest in regards to the cutback that's taking place there, and how important it is that we ensure that that body, that research council, remain truly independent, Mr. Speaker, and that most importantly that it continue on in doing the type of research that is critical importance in terms of preserving and improving the quality of our water table, Mr. Speaker, and the health of our rivers and lakes. I've had presentations that have been presented to me where it's amazing in terms of the types of impact that it has on fish populations if we're not doing the right thing. It's truly amazing in terms of some of the work that they've done on acid rain, for example, and the other types of nutrients that ultimately end up in our lakes and our waters, and why it is so important for us to be able to understand the impact of that, Mr. Speaker. Our aquatic system is very important. Something that happens on the land does have a direct impact. Flooding plays a very important role in terms of how it is that we can control the flooding to try to minimize the negative impact. Another issue that we've talked a lot about, I can recall, inside the Manitoba legislature was the issue of exporting of water. There has been a great deal of concern in terms of how it is that we will be exporting. There's fresh water is in huge demand, and it's expected that the demand will continue to grow. And there are many industries across Canada, I would suggest to you, that are very much interested in how and what type of regulations and laws that Canada is going to be putting in place to protect our water supply, Mr. Speaker, and to ensure that you're, in essence, not just going to be shipping water down south or fresh water into other communities without some sort of controls or mechanisms, Mr. Speaker. And I think that that's one of those issues that is going to be talked about a great deal in the years ahead, Mr. Speaker, as different levels of government need to come together and come up with the agreements on to what is appropriate and what is not appropriate. So I would suggest the most important thing has got to be our water management strategy. We do need to have both interprovincial and international water strategies that put water as the first priority, or the quality of water as the first priority, and obviously the environment, the impact it has on the environment. I believe that that needs to be the first priority, Mr. Speaker. The second issue is in terms of what is it that we do with the vast amounts of water that Canada does have, fresh water that we do have. And there is going to be an increasing demand on that water. And I think citizens as a whole are concerned that the government has been neglecting that particular file, that we do need to see the government. It's interesting to note that this is a private member's bill. You know, where is the government itself on trying to develop that international, provincial, interprovincial water strategy that deals with the environment, the quality of water, and the whole issue of exportation of water, Mr. Speaker? The federal government does have a stronger role to play in that area. It needs to work with the provincial governments. Some governments have a stronger vested interest in the issue, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest that the Prime Minister do talk about issues such as the Devil's Lake and the impact of Devil's Lake, and talk about the exportation of water, and to work with the provinces, and maybe follow the Liberal caucus's lead in terms of just how important we've recognized this issue, to the degree in which we now have a Liberal water critic taking on that role. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to have the opportunity to speak today in support of Bill C-383, sponsored by my colleague from Bruce Grey Owen Sound. I know that the protection of Canadian waters is important to him, as it is for all members in the House, and to that extent all Canadians. During previous debate on the bill, I was pleased to hear that colleagues on the other side of the aisle expressed their support for this important and timely piece of legislation. Environment Canada points out that a number of important courses of action. Managing Canada's water resources, which represents about 7% of the world's renewable fresh water, or about 20% of the world's fresh water, is found in Canada, and everyone is responsible. We want to ensure that our water resources are used wisely, both economically and ecologically. And also, we want to manage the resource because various users are competing for the available supply of water, fresh water, to satisfy basic needs, to enable economic development, to sustain the natural environment, and to support recreational activities. Environment Canada is also correct in its indication that it is necessary to recognize these needs and promote the use of fresh water in a way that recognizes its social, economic, and environmental benefits. I am sure all members of this House will attest to the notion that the waters that surround and are encompassed within Canada are of the utmost importance to Canadians. They play a deep role in our country's birth and its continued success, economically, culturally, and nationally. During my tenure on the Standing Committee on International Trade, and as well as presently serving as chair of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, I've come to understand and appreciate the protections we have in place for our water supplies. The Trans-Boundary Water Protection Act will amend two acts, the International Boundary Waters Treaty Act and the International River Improvements Act. Through the amendments to the International Boundaries Water Treaty Act, C-383 will strengthen prohibitions against bulk removals of water and improve upon protections currently in place. At the federal level, a prohibition currently exists against the bulk removal of boundary waters, waters shared with the United States, such as the Great Lakes. The new amendments in C-383 add transboundary waters, those that flow across the border, to these protections. The changes found in C-383 ensure that all waters that are under a federal jurisdiction are protected from bulk water removals, and they complement provincial protections will be strengthened under the International Boundary Water Treaties Act. Violations would bring penalties ranging from up to $1 million for an individual to $6 million for a corporation. These penalties would be cumulative, meaning that every day the violation occurs is considered a separate violation. Therefore, penalties can increase rapidly. While these fines provide a strong deterrence for violations of the Act, there is also the potential for further penalties that will allow the courts to add penalties for aggravating factors such as damage to the environment or profiting from any actions. These provisions would bring this Act in line with amendments made by our government to 9 other environmental protections statutes in 2009 through the Environmental Enforcement Act. Mr. Speaker, C-383 improves on current protections by moving certain definitions and exceptions from the regulations into the Act itself. Bringing these definitions into legislation ensures that parliamentary approval will be required to make any future changes to the exceptions or definitions. Bill C-383 also makes changes to the International River Improvements Act to prevent the linking of boundary or non-boundary waters with a waterway flowing across the border for the purpose of increasing the annual flow of this waterway. This will prevent an international river, that is a river flowing from any place in Canada to any place outside of Canada, from being used as a conveyance to move water out of this country. I would like to point out that the following introduction of the government's bill C-26 during the last Parliament, the Canadian Water Issue Council wrote to the Minister of Foreign Affairs in June 2010 and, among other things, highlighted the concept and potential threat of the transfer of water from a non-transboundary basin into a transboundary river. I am happy to say that an amendment to the IRIA found in C-383 will prevent this from happening. This is a valuable addition to the bill. These changes, along with the protections that the provinces have in place, provide strong protections against bulk water removals. During the previous debate, some members raised questions about the trade of export of water. I would like to assure my colleagues that their concerns have been addressed. Bill C-383 and the International Boundaries Water Treaty Act regulate and protect water in its natural state as found within its basins. Water in its natural state is not considered a good or a product. Therefore, water in its natural state is not subject to the provisions or obligations of the trade agreement, including the North American Free Trade Agreement. Mr. Speaker, water in its natural state is like other natural resources, such as forests, trees in the forest, fish in the sea, or minerals in the ground. They can all be transformed into saleable commodities through harvesting or extraction. But until that step is taken, they remain natural resources and outside the scope of international trade agreements. Because they are natural resources, governments are free to decide whether they should extract, or if so, and under what circumstances. This point is clearly demonstrated in the fisheries industry, where governments have the discretionary power to decide whether to allow fishing, when and where fishing is allowed, and the total quality of fish that can be caught, even though the harvesting of fish and the treating of caught fish as a commodity is a long-standing practice in Canada and around the world. So, in this case, we are regulating water as a natural resource. Due to the potentially negative impacts of bulk water removals, we are prohibiting its removal in bulk. I want to assure all members that none of our trade obligations prevent us from doing this. It has been suggested that by allowing some water to be exported as a commodity, it automatically means that all water is a commodity and subject to international trade rules. I think the fisheries analogy provides a good illustration. Those familiar with the fishing industry would not suggest that because some fish are caught and sold as commodities, it would mean that Canada has lost the ability to regulate this industry from the resource management perspective, and by doing so, runs afoul of trade rules. And so it is with water. While it is in its natural state, it is considered a natural resource, therefore remains outside the trade rules. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to protecting Canada's fresh water for the communities and the ecosystems that depend upon it. We believe that Canada's sovereignty extends to our natural resources, including for our fresh water. That is why I am pleased to support my colleague's bill, which achieves these objectives. I would like to thank the members of this House for their support of the bill and for the desire to see it pass second reading and be referred to the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs and International Development. And as I have described, this bill will improve our existing bulk water protections. It would add transboundary water to the protections already in place for boundary waters. It will strengthen penalties to ensure that violations are met with the appropriate punishment. And it moves exemptions and definitions from the regulations into the body of the Act, ensuring that any future changes will be undertaken by the scrutiny or with the scrutiny of Parliament. This bill provides the protections we need to prevent the harm that could result for the permanent loss of water from Canadians' ecosystems. I am grateful that the member from Grey, Bruce, Owen Sound took a leadership role to advance this issue, and I look forward to continuing the discussion of this bill during the committee stage. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Water is certainly our most precious resource. Without water, the human being cannot survive. 75% of the surface of our planet is covered with water, which is a unique case in our solar system. This little blue ball that astronauts see from space and that they describe with emotion must be protected. Water is one of the most essential elements to its balance. But the pressure on the resource is ever stronger. Global warming has resulted in droughts and flooding, and the rise in temperatures is evaporating a greater quantity of water and diminishing the levels of lakes and rivers, as we've already seen this summer in the St. Lawrence and the Great Lakes. The increase of the global population has also had an effect on the demand for potable water. Not only is the demand increasing in terms of individual consumption, but it is also increasing for the production of goods. 4 liters of water are used to extract 1 liter of Alberta bitumen, 10 liters for an ordinary piece of paper, 30 for a cup of tea, 40 for a slice of bread, and 70 for an apple, as well as 75 for a glass of beer. We're facing a difficult situation, whereas fresh water is in more and more demand. It is also more and more threatened by human, climatic, and industrial pressures. Some people think we're heading for a water wars. I hope not. But we have to say that water has become the blue gold of the 21st century. Canada will therefore have a critical role to play over the next few years because our country holds 7% of the planet's fresh water. For several years, the United States has seen our water and looked at it particularly during periods of drought. Many southern states are seeing serious water shortages and have had to turn to imports. We could think that other emerging countries like China and India will also need greater quantities of water over the next decades. The states that are short of water will turn to those that have it in abundance. Regularly, we hear about fresh water export systems through tankers. The worries here take us back to the NAFTA negotiations of '94. There were some clauses on water on the export that could be reopened. Bill C-383, tabled by the member from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, is intended to strengthen the ban on those kinds of bulk water exports. It corrects some of the shortcomings of C-26 that was tabled in 2010 by the government, but that died on the order paper. That bill was intended to ban certain removal of water that was transboundary and boundary waters, but this didn't take into account the transfer between watersheds. The bill that we are looking at today would ban the issuing of permits for water that is connected to non-boundary waters, rather connecting it to international waterways. So it would ban the construction of a canal or a pipeline, such as with the Red River, for example. This is a step in the right direction to protect our water. However, the official opposition doesn't consider that Bill C-383 will entirely resolve the issue of water management in Canada. This private member's bill does not ban all bulk water exports. We would also have to protect surface water, regulate the potential exports by tanker, and also deal with the threats that NAFTA represents, and particularly ban bottled drinking water. Last year, my colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster, tabled a motion in favor of a national water strategy. We feel that access to water is a fundamental right and that we have to ban all exports for commercial purposes, that we should not privatize water supply services. Why? Because water is not a product, but a common good. It is essential to the survival of our species and all others as well. The General Assembly of the United Nations recognized access to clean water as a fundamental right in 2010. Unfortunately, Canada abstained from the vote through the Conservatives and affirmed that the right to the access to water was not codified in international law. It is time for Canada to play a leading role in as far as access to water is concerned. Some business people say that we have to export our water towards countries that are terribly short. But this commercialization of water won't solve the problem. First of all, the poorest citizens won't have the means to buy this imported and bottled water. Also, it's not just an issue of supply, but also of distribution. Great quantities of water are wasted by a minority of the world's population, the wealthiest, and this is on the backs of the poorest. In countries that are developing countries, water needs are assessed at 20 to 30 liters a day, and some very poor people only have 3 to 4 liters. In Canada, a citizen on average consumes 300 liters a day, which is the equivalent of 3 full bathtubs. That is twice as much as what is consumed by a European. We are the second biggest wasters of clean water on the planet after the U.S. Before talking about exports, we'll have to talk about conservation. Our overconsumption of manufactured products, the exploitation of natural resources in conditions that don't respect the environment, and waste have a disastrous impact on our water management. We also must recall that the old water work systems, the distribution systems, need to be repaired and result in huge amount of waste. We have to repair those filtration systems as well that are currently under municipalities' jurisdictions. In order to fix this, they will have to have more money. However, water is a health issue and is one of public safety, and it should be managed by the public. When businesses, for-profit businesses, control clean water, the quality decreases and costs go up. The federal government has to help the municipalities to give themselves the infrastructure they need to have supply. The Conservatives have announced new regulations in terms of wastewater treatment, but they haven't given municipalities the budget they need to allow them to renovate their infrastructure.
We should also realize how important it is to preserve the quality of our water. The cutbacks in environmental monitoring and amendments to the Fisheries Act will have a catastrophic impact on our waters. Fish habitat will no longer be protected. The number of environmental assessments for industrial projects has already gone down this summer, and the public will no longer be consulted as it was in the past. That's the result of Bill C-38 that we voted on last June. In addition to weakening our environmental laws, this government cuts back in water research and monitoring programs. It cuts the survey on drinking water and wastewater in municipalities, which collected data on the treatment of wastewater and the use of sources of water. It also abolished the follow-up survey, a scientific tool that allows us to detect changes in aquatic ecosystems affected by effluents. All these cutbacks will have consequences for the quality of our water. Must I remind you that in 2000, 7 people died in Walkerton, Ontario, when drinking water was contaminated by E. coli. Do we want more such tragedies because of poor water management? Who wants to import Canadian water when there are doubts about its quality and safety? In closing, I'd like to say that it's not true to believe that Canada is somehow protected from shortages of water. 1/4 of Canadian municipalities have already faced shortages, and 1/3 depend on underground water to meet their current needs. It's essential that we get a Canadian water strategy, as my colleague from Burnaby New Westminster had proposed. The bill by the member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound is a step in the right direction, but it is clearly insufficient. The environmental crisis that we're experiencing right now requires fundamental changes in our lifestyle and our resource development policy. We have to set aside ideology and partisanship and be pragmatic and have some initiative and leadership nationally and internationally. We must not give our children and grandchildren a social and environmental debt. The time to act is now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to lend my support to Bill C-383, the Transboundary Waters Protection Act. This bill, introduced by my colleague from Bruce Grey Owen Sound, would prohibit the bulk removal of water from transboundary waters, water that flow across the border, and this would strengthen the protections against bulk water removals from boundary waters, waters shared with the United States, such as the Great Lakes. As you know, Mr. Speaker, in May 2010, our government introduced Bill C-26. That bill, like the one we're debating today, amended the International Boundary Waters Treaty Act. At the time we introduced that important legislation, after reviewing options for improving and strengthening protections for the purpose of preventing bulk water removals. Unfortunately, C-26 died on the order paper when Parliament was dissolved. Now, this issue did not go away with the election call, and as we all know, protection of our waters is an issue of critical importance to all Canadians. I'm confident, Mr. Speaker, that it is something everyone in this House, no matter on which side they sit of the aisle, they will agree with this. And why is this the case? Because it's clear from an environmental standpoint that the bulk removal of water is both environmentally and ecologically damaging. It removes water from the basins that depend on it. It deprives those living in the basin and the ecosystem itself of a critical resource. It also increases the risk of invasive species transfer if previously separated water basins are connected. And it is an environmental component that is critical. The potential harm this could cause to the environment led our government to introduce C-26, and I'm happy to see the member from Bruce Grey Owen Sound has taken up the cause and introduced this legislation, which I'd like to call C-26+. Mr. Speaker, in a few minutes I'll explain what I mean by C-26+, but right now I'd like to discuss why the approach found in C-383 is the appropriate way and the best path forward. In previous parliaments, we've seen multiple bills aimed at preventing bulk water removals. These bills may take different approaches to addressing the issue, but the goal is the same: prohibiting the bulk removal of Canada's water and protecting Canada's fresh water for the communities, ecosystems that depend on it. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we've recently debated another bulk water bill, C-267, introduced by my Liberal colleague from Lac St. Louis. That bill takes the approach of banning all interbasin transfers. C-383 takes a similar approach, but focuses on water within federal jurisdiction. Right. This difference recognizes that the provinces have a key role to play in the protection of Canada's water. Water is a natural resource, and as such, we must recognize that the provinces have their constitutional jurisdiction, and they take this role seriously. They have protections in place to prevent bulk removal of waters in their territories and from their territories. They have the same commitment to the protection as the federal government and that of Canadians in general. Our government intends to keep working with the provinces to ensure that these protections remain robust and that each jurisdiction takes care of waters under their purview. As we all know, there are already strong protections in place at the federal level to prevent bulk removals from boundary waters. As I mentioned earlier, those that straddle the international boundary. This obviously includes the Great Lakes, but transboundary water, which are those that flow across the border, are not protected federally. C-383 aims at bringing these same prohibitions to transboundary waters, which are also under a federal jurisdiction. This would bring a much-needed consistency and ensure that all of these types of waters are protected. In looking at the approach taken in C-383 to prohibit bulk removals, I should emphasize that this legislation focuses on water in its natural state in lakes and rivers. Mr. Speaker, we view that this is the best way to protect water. Other approaches that are mentioned from time to time, such as export bans, would not provide the same level of protection as dealing with water in its natural state. We believe that taking an approach that focuses on the sustainable management of water in its basin as a natural resource is the best way to ensure that it remains there. While on the subject, I'd like to take this opportunity to clarify the issue of NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, and water. Water in its natural state, such as a river or lake, is not a commodity and has never been subject to any trade agreement. Although this has been stated from time to time again, given the confusion over the issue, it's worth repeating. Nothing in NAFTA, or for that matter in any of our trade agreements, prevents us from protecting our water. These agreements do not create obligations to use water, nor do they limit our ability to adopt laws for managing our water resources. The status of fresh water under NAFTA was reaffirmed in 1993 when Canada, the United States, and Mexico declared that the agreement creates no rights to the natural resources of any party to the agreement, and that unless water has entered into commerce and becomes a good or product, it is not covered by the provisions of any trade agreement. Further, it was agreed that nothing in NAFTA obliges any party to exploit its water for commercial use or to begin exporting water in any form. Finally, it was declared that water in its natural state is not a good or product. It is not traded, and therefore it is not and never has been subject to the terms of any trade agreement. As we've said, C-383 is similar to C-26 in terms of the added protections provided to water under federal jurisdiction. But as I said earlier, it's C-26 plus. Here's why. As mentioned by previous speakers, this bill contains an amendment to the International River Improvements Act, which will ensure that the waterways flowing from Canada across international boundary cannot be used to deliver water coming from other sources out of the country. For example, there would be a prohibition to linking non-transboundary waters to an international river for the purpose of increasing the annual flow of that river. An international river is one that flows from any place in Canada to any place outside of Canada. This increase in annual flow would be bulk water transfer and would be forbidden. When our government introduced C-26 last Parliament, some groups stated that we did not do as much as we could in protecting our waters. What my colleague from Bruce Grey Owen Sound has done in this bill is add an additional protection by including this amendment to the International River Improvements Act. By prohibiting this use of an international river to transport water originating from outside its watershed, this legislation prevents what could be a potentially efficient way to transport water long distances from being used for bulk removals. This small change from C-26 is a significant protection, and I hope that groups in this country would have been long-time proponents on behalf of protecting Canada's water will recognize that C-383 is a bill worthy of their support. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to briefly touch on the penalty and enforcement provisions included in Bill C-383. These provisions are in line with those found in the other environmental statutes, which are amended through the Environment Enforcement Act of 2009. This includes an enforcement regime that would allow the Minister of Foreign Affairs to designate enforcement officials for the purpose of verifying compliance with the Act. The penalties for violations are steep, such as up to $1 million for an individual and $6 million for a corporation. And remember, Mr. Speaker, the penalties are cumulative, meaning that each day the violation occurs would be considered a separate violation. In addition, courts would be able to impose additional fines on offenders where there are aggravating factors, including environmental damage. Closing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like once again to thank my colleague from Grey Bruce Owen Sound for introducing this bill. He comes from an area surrounded by the Great Lakes, the rugged shores of the Bruce Peninsula, sandy beaches like Sable Beach and Oliphant, and recognizes not only recreationally but economically what water can be for Canada. Coming from riding on the Great Lakes myself, I commend him for what he's done. I believe that the approach taken in C-383 will ensure that Canada's waters are protected, that bulk removals of water from Canada will never take place. This legislation covers waters under federal jurisdiction and recognizes the good work that the provinces have undertaken over the years to prohibit bulk removals of waters from their territories. Both federal and provincial governments understand the potential harm that bulk removal could have on the environment, and our government is committed to doing its part to protect our waters. I encourage all the members of this House to support the member from Bruce Grey Owen Sound on C-383.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for giving me the floor today to bring my point of view about the bill before us, that is Bill C-383 from the member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound. This bill examines a question of our water, and as a member of the Environment Committee, I'm particularly interested in this subject, so I'm very pleased to put my 2 cents in here. With few exceptions, Bill C-383 is almost identical to C-26 tabled by the government in 2010 after it made a promise to table legislative measures to prevent the massive transfer of water or exports from our hydrographic basins. From a positive standpoint, the bill before us today fills a major gap in the previous law, which had been addressed by the Canadian Water Issues Council. That is, that C-26 never attacked the most probable threat to Canadian water, that is, transfer between watersheds which are neither boundary nor transboundary from Canada to the U.S. The bill seeks to amend the International River Improvements Act so as to prohibit the delivery of permits for projects that link non-boundary waters to international rivers. And the project would be to increase the annual flow to the U.S. This major amendment, therefore, prohibits any permit to build, operate, or maintain a canal or pipeline transporting Canadian waters to an international river. Although Bill C-383 has positive aspects and is a step in the right direction, quite clearly it does not prohibit all bulk water exports. Since it considers water a product, NAFTA has long been a threat to Canada's sovereignty when it comes to water resources. In light of this threat, in June 2007, the NDP, through the great member for Burnaby New Westminster, had tabled a motion asking the government to start talks with its American and Mexican counterparts so that water can be excluded from NAFTA. This had been brought to the House, but the government did not have any serious discussion with about this with these countries since then. In 2011, the member for Burnaby Douglas came back and tabled a new motion, but it didn't go beyond first reading. In 2011, tabled yet another motion on a national water strategy. Mr. Speaker, I only have 1 minute left. I just would like to say that I hope that C-383 will not end up like C-26 and the motion by the member for New Westminster and just be shelved. I hope this bill will mean the government is serious and will really apply it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Invite the honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound for his 5-minute right of reply. The honourable member.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to finally get to second reading on my private member's bill. And my riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound, like yours, Mr. Speaker, your riding is borders on Georgian Bay, beautiful Georgian Bay, and mine as well with Georgian Bay and Lake Huron on the west. So it's very important to myself, and I know a lot of other members in this House, including yourself. I want to thank my colleagues today that have all stood up and spoke on this, including the opposition. This is an issue that carries on, has been pointed out many times on Bill C-26 that was tabled by the government in 2010. And in a throne speech of 2008, this government made a commitment to address this issue. And now we ended up going to an election. I want to thank the opposition for that, because probably I wouldn't have a chance here today to bring this bill forward. And one thing that needs to be pointed out, and has been by a couple members today, is the fact that this bill is again stronger than C-26. There was some issues raised in there by some different groups and organizations at the time, and in the work and showing that we want to get along, address all the issues, that amendment has been addressed. And I know that the comments from those groups have been very positive and thankful for that. The Prime Minister has said many times that our water is not for sale. And I don't know how many times he has to say that, but before people get it. But this bill really fortifies that, Mr. Speaker. Yes, water is a commodity, but it's not a commodity like oil or minerals or trees or lumber. It's something that has to be treated different. It can't just be sold on the market in the same way. It has to be protected, as pointed out by my colleague across the way. Now, that same colleague pointed out, wanted to know if the government was going to treat this one different than C-26. Mr. Speaker, I think it's very clear to anybody that's got a clear mind on this. The C-26 would have been through government if the opposition hadn't been intent on an election. So we got to shove that one aside. Now, the member from Burnaby, New Westminster, I was glad to hear him get up and speak in favor of this bill. But something that I hope, I haven't had any recent reason to doubt him in any way, but his leader is on record as being in favor of the sale of bulk water. Now, I'm going to take his word for it that on Wednesday night, when the vote comes up for this, that his leader's going to be here and vote in favor of this bill. And I guess until that night comes, I won't know for sure. But Bill C-33 stays out of provincial jurisdiction, Mr. Speaker. I know that was something that was commented on here, why it didn't go further. Mr. Speaker, there's provinces like Alberta, Quebec, and others over the years. They don't like it when we step into their jurisdiction, and with good reason. And this bill is deliberately designed to stay out of there. We're looking after our jurisdiction. We know they're going to look after theirs. So that's another thing that needs to be pointed out. I want to personally thank my colleagues from Elgin, Middlesex, London, and Niagara, West Glenbrook for their support on this. They both have ridings that border on the Great Lakes, and I certainly appreciate their support. So, Mr. Speaker, with no further ado, it appears like I'm going to have widespread support in this House in this bill, as I should, and it's a bill that is not partisan in any way. I think it looks after a product, or not a product is the wrong word, Mr. Speaker, but an item here, water, that is vital to all of us for life. And I certainly support or thank them for their support on Wednesday night and as this bill carries on to third and final reading. Thank you very much.
The time provided for debate has now expired, and accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Miller, seconded by Mrs. Ambler, moved that Bill C-383, an act to amend the International Boundary Waters Treaty Act and the International River Improvements Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 3rd, 2012, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, débat sur une motion de l'opposition au nom de Mme. Debate on the motion by Ms. Day.
Madame Day.
Ms. Day, seconded by Ms. Charlton, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the new Working While on Claim pilot project is A, not benefiting the vast majority of EI recipients who are able to find employment,
B, creating a disincentive to take part-time work, and C, leaving low-income Canadians worse off than before, and that the House call on the government to take steps to fix working while on claim immediately. Débat. L'honorable député de Charlebourg, Haut-Saint.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haut-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour of sharing my time today with the member for Hamilton Mountain. Mr. Speaker, since Parliament came back, the opposition has attempted in vain to reason with the government on the shortcomings of the EI reform, and more specifically, the Working While on Claim project. It has been shown more than once here in the House that the new method used to enable the unemployed, those who are working part-time, time to find a full-time job, is disadvantageous to the worst off. That's why, on behalf of my NDP colleagues who have to deal with thousands of people in their ridings who are concerned about their situation and frustrated that the government is sticking its hand into their pockets yet again, I would like to table this motion that, in the opinion of the House, the new Working While on Claim pilot project is not benefiting the vast majority of EI recipients who are able to find employment. And if they find a job, it penalizes low-income Canadians even more, and calls on the government to take steps to fix Working While on Claim immediately. Over the course of today, Mr. Speaker, you will certainly hear from many of my colleagues. You'll hear sad stories, but above all, true stories about workers, unemployed people, and people who are completely discouraged by the lack of concern from this government about their economic situation. From the seasonal worker in Gaspé, to the tourism worker in New Brunswick, to the construction worker in BC, the farmer in the prairies, and specialized seasonal workers, thousands of people are upset about this government, which won't get off their backs and prevents them from making ends meet and from feeding their families. I'd like to hope that when it comes to the vote, after clearly demonstrating that this pilot project is disadvantageous for thousands of claimants, that the governments will go back to the drawing board and amend this ill-advised reform. Before going into further detail about the problems that this new pilot project causes, let's just recall that the EI Act initially provided that a claimant working during a claim period could receive up to $50 a week or 25% of their weekly benefits without that affecting the amount of their benefits. Under the pilot project, those amounts were raised to $75 weekly or 40% of the weekly benefits. And in the government's omnibus budget bill, the government announced that the pilot project would end in August 2012 and be replaced by a new national pilot project, which would provide that a claimant could keep up to 50% of their weekly earnings. By comparing these differences in weekly wages and benefits under the old and the new project, we've discovered that only people earning a high wage, $400 or more, will benefit from this new way of doing things. Everyone else will lose money when they have a low-wage job. They did better under the old project. As I said, many of us will highlight these problems under the new pilot project, these problems that our constituents are experiencing. But let me talk about Joanne, a person in my riding who clearly shows how the new conservative calculations make no sense for Canadians. Joanne is a single mom. She works in the seasonal tourism industry. She receives benefits of $250 per week, and in order to make ends meet, she found a part-time job as a receptionist, earning $120 a week. Under the 40% rule, under the old system, she could earn up to $100 without her benefits being cut back. So Joanne was losing $20 in benefits. Under the new method, she gets her benefits cut back to the tune of half of her wages, i.e. $60. So she'll get $190 in EI benefits, so she'll be losing $40. This is hardly the only case of the kind. When you combine the numbers, you'll find that many people do not benefit from the new system, and in fact they're penalized by it. We recognize that the new pilot project is benefiting some workers, particularly those with slightly higher wages during their benefit period. However, it has to be recognized that this model does penalize low-wage earners, seasonal workers, and part-time workers who are often women, people in precarious situations, and young people with a high unemployment rate. Things are very simple to the Conservatives. The poorer you are, the more you will remain so. That seems to be their way of looking at things. Why is this government continuing to attack women, seasonal workers, and youth? I'd like to take this time to correct a certain number of allegations made by my colleagues opposite. Recently, the Minister of Human Resources said repeatedly that the vast majority of EI claimants who work while receiving benefits will benefit from this new pilot project. When asked about this vast majority, we were not given any answers. We're still waiting for numbers. In May, the EI Commission submitted a report to the government about the changes and estimated that 403,000 Canadians would benefit, 240,000 would not benefit, would actually be worse off. What does the minister have to say to those 240,000 people? Furthermore, we know that the money to fund the new pilot project indicates clearly, the budgeting for this, the costing, clearly shows that the Conservatives know the new system is less generous on the whole. In 2009-2010, the program cost $141 million and $132 million, respectively. In 2011, the government extended the pilot project with an annual budget of $130 million. But the new program will cost a bit more than $74 million over 2 years under Budget 2012. How can the minister explain the significant drop in the costing for this program without admitting that the Conservatives are perfectly well aware that thousands of people will be receiving less in benefits? Instead of deliberately misleading Canadians, as this government habitually does, it's high time that the minister announce changes to the pilot project so that it doesn't penalize the 240,000 part-time or low-wage earning workers who are receiving benefits. We have said loud and clear that EI does not belong to the government. The program is funded by workers and employers. Canadians pay their premiums in good faith because they think the social safety net will be there for them when they need it. This crazy interference, which goes back to the Liberals, who didn't hesitate to dip into the fund to the tune of $54 billion, this interference, government interference, has to stop immediately. The government simply has no legitimate reason for dipping in to this fund, which belongs to workers and employers. 4 out of 10 unemployed people currently do not qualify for EI, even though they paid into the plan. This government has done nothing to improve access, which is at its lowest level ever. Instead, the government prefers to suggest that when a person's unemployed, it's their own fault. Under the Conservatives, social problems like unemployment get less and less analysis from a perspective of collective responsibility, and it's more and more about blaming the individual. There's no social or collective perspective here, as if losing a job was simply an individual situation and had no social consequences for society. In light of this, one thing's clear: the NDP is the only party that can be counted on when it comes to EI. We are the only party to come up with policies to improve access to EI benefits and not to further restrict access. I hope the minister will finally hear the thousands of cries from all across Canada, which we are repeating here in the House today. That's why I would call on the government to support this motion and take all steps necessary to improve the Working While on Claim project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot to be said about the Opposition Day motion. The member concluded her remarks by saying that the NDP are the only party that can be counted on in terms of employment insurance. It's amazing that, in fact, it took them so long to realize the changes. The member from Cape Breton Council has been talking about it for well over a week before the NDP kind of even tuned in on the issue. It was the Liberal Party that, in essence, created employment insurance benefit programs. The Liberal Party brought in an Opposition Day last week to try to deal with this. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we recognize how critically important it is that we get the minister to change the policy. We need to recognize the importance of this minister to stand up and reverse the decisions that my colleagues from within the Liberal Party and the Johnny-come-lately New Democratic Party members in recognizing the need for change. And I'm wondering if the member would join with all opposition members in acknowledging that this minister is not doing a service to the unemployed by continuing to ignore the calls for change, whether it's coming from the Liberals or from the NDP.
Just remind honourable members with 5 minutes questions and comments. We do try to, if there are other members who are certainly standing for questions, we try and keep our questions and responses to about a minute where we can. Honourable Député.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think the Liberals can deny that it's the NDP who have never dipped into the EI fund. We're the only party who's never dipped into the EI fund. That's a fact, which is clearly established. Now, when it comes to the Conservatives, we know that increasingly they're dipping into all aspects of EI in every way they can. Now it's seasonal workers, but it's the same across the board. There's a reason why the budget has dropped from the old method to the new method. They're clearly trying to restrict access to EI, and this is harmful for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The
honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, for her work on this file. I'd like to hear more examples about the impact of this pilot project on seasonal workers in particular. I'd like to hear about the impact on seasonal workers, forestry workers, and farmers, and so on, and tourism workers. What is her party going to do different from what's being proposed here? The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, today's motion, of course, has to do with what the unemployed will lose in their benefit period, their claim period, but this has a huge impact on seasonal work. In regional areas, this is a reality. It's a very different situation. A lot of people work in seasonal work. You can't compare rural to urban. And there's the distance that people are being expected to travel to look for work. There's the commute. There's all these problems that there's no way to get around. So people are going to have to take jobs for lower pay, so they're going to get poorer. The regions will get poorer under this.
A commentaire. The honourable member for Cape Breton Cancel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be very precise. This is a good motion. People are hurting. Let's fix it. Let's focus the debate on that today. If we can do that, we're doing our job as members of Parliament. Does my colleague agree the essence, the biggest hurt in the change is taking out the provision for allowable earnings? Very specific. When they dropped the provision for allowable earnings, that's when people got hurt with this change.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. That is one of the things that's hurting the unemployed. When the 5 extra weeks was done away with to help people get through the black hole, that was another thing. There have been a number of things that have affected lower wage earners waiting for the next tourism season or the next fisheries season or the next forestry season. So this is yet another thing that's being done to undermine the program.
For Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm delighted to be able to participate in today's full-day debate on the government's recent changes to the working while on claim component of the employment insurance system. I'm not sure that the government is equally delighted, though. And that's the beauty of the days that are set aside by the rules of the House for the opposition to choose the topics of debate. They represent a relatively rare opportunity to hold the government to account on issues that the Conservatives would just as soon not have exposed. And no issue is more on point in this regard than the government's recent changes to the employment insurance system. That's why my NDP colleagues and I decided to make the working while on claim component of EI the topic of today's debate and to put the government's record to a vote. For those people who may be watching this at home, let me just remind everyone what the motion before us entails. It says that in the opinion of this House, the new working while on claim pilot project is A, not benefiting the vast majority of EI recipients who are able to find employment, B, creating a disincentive to take part-time work, and C, leaving low-income Canadians worse off than before, and that this House call on the government to take steps to fix working while on claim immediately. Anyone who's given this issue even a cursory thought would know that all 3 claims in this motion are absolutely correct. Contrary to the Minister's claim, the changes do not benefit the vast majority of EI recipients. They do create a disincentive for accepting part-time work while on claim, and it is the lowest income earners who are hardest hit. If this were any other place, and people were to cast their ballots purely based on facts, then this motion would pass unanimously. But there's a reason why some have called this place Disney on the Rideau. There's often a suspension of belief that renders surreal results. To prove my point, just watch the vote tomorrow night. In the meantime, though, let me first prove the facts. In their 2012 budget, the Conservatives announced their intention to make changes to the working while on claim pilot project. Previously, EI recipients who accepted work were allowed to receive the greater of $75 or 40% of their weekly benefits without any money being clawed back. Above those thresholds, earnings were clawed back dollar for dollar. Under the new national pilot project, workers are allowed to keep 50% of every dollar they earn up to 90% of their insurable earnings. But importantly, they lose 50% right from the first dollar earned. Nonetheless, it was the intention of the new Working While on Claim program to encourage work by not clawing back 100% of earnings above the threshold of 1 or 2 days of work. Of course, we all know where roads paved with good intentions end up, and this pilot project is no exception. As has become clear in the month and a half since the new pilot project was announced, the new program has had the effect of targeting the most vulnerable workers. It reduces the earnings of those who can only find 1 day of work a week, as well as those who receive Canada Pension Plan benefits or other income while on EI. MP offices have been flooded with complaints, and even employers are complaining because they're unable to find people to take piecework now because 1 day of work per week no longer pays. But the minister responsible stubbornly maintains that there are no problems that require her attention. The Conservatives claimed that the new pilot program would incentivize all EI recipients to accept new work. EI claimants always According to Budget 2012, this new pilot will ensure that EI claimants always benefit from accepting work by allowing them to keep more of what they earn while on EI and supporting their search for permanent employment. That's a direct quote from the budget. Similarly, the Parliamentary Secretary claimed in the House on September 24th that, quote, those who work more will be able to keep more when it comes to their employment insurance. Unfortunately, the cold reality belies the Conservative rhetoric. When compared to the expired program, the new pilot program discourages part-time work or low-paid work for many EI recipients because they will be allowed to keep less than they were under the old system. I know that mathematical equations don't make for a riveting speech, Mr. Speaker, but they are essential to proving the point, so bear with me just for a moment. Let's take the average earning EI recipient. In 2010-2011, the average weekly EI regular benefit was $370 a week. This means previous earnings for the average EI recipient were about $670 per week. Under the new system, the average EI recipient will have no incentive to accept new work unless they earn over $300 a week. For example, if this person accepted work earning them $150 per week, they would essentially lose $70 under the new system when compared to the old. Now, I know that all sounds a bit confusing, but it's easier to understand if we look at EI recipients at both the maximum earnings and those at lower earnings. Let's start with maximum earnings. In 2011, the maximum EI regular benefit was $468 a week. This means previous earnings for the maximum EI recipient were at least $850 per week. Under the new system, the maximum level EI recipient will have no incentive to accept new work unless they earn over $350 per week. For example, if this person accepted work earning them $200 per week, they would essentially lose $90 under the new system as compared to what they would have kept under the old system. Now let's look at EI recipients with lower earnings. If an EI recipient previously earned $300 per week, they would get $165 per week on EI. Under the new system, this recipient will have no incentive to accept new work unless they earn over $125 per week. For example, if this person accepted work earning them $75 per week, they would essentially lose $30 under the new system. And that doesn't even consider work-related expenses, such as transportation and childcare. If those additional expenses are factored in, very few EI recipients would benefit from accepting work while on claim. Despite all of that evidence, the minister continues to claim that, quote, the vast majority of EI recipients working while on claim will benefit from her new pilot project. Interestingly, though, when pressed, she was unable to give any figures to back up her claim. In fact, the amount of money committed to the program clearly indicates that the Conservatives know that the new system is less generous than the older one. In 2010, working while on claim cost the government $132 million. In 2011, the government extended the pilot for 1 year with a budget of $130 million. But Budget 2012 set aside only $74 million for the new pilot project, and that was to cover 2 years, not one. Roughly half the money, over twice the time, or a 75% cut. That hardly supports the Conservatives' contention that EI recipients will now be better off. But if you don't trust the government's own figures in that regard, and who could blame you, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to refer you to a report by the Canada Employment Insurance Commission, which estimated that while 403,000 Canadians would benefit from the program, 240,000 would be negatively impacted. That means nearly 4 in 10 EI recipients are worse off as a result of these changes, stretching any possible definition the minister might offer for vast majority beyond credulity. Mr. Speaker, employment insurance is not a government benefit. It is paid for by workers and employers. Canadians pay EI premiums in good faith that EI will be there for them in times of unemployment. The reason my NDP colleagues and I brought forward today's motion is to protect that sacred trust from the government's repeated meddling in the EI system without so much as consulting the very workers who paid for the system. It's time for the Conservatives to stop attacking unemployed Canadians, blaming them for their own unemployment, and to get serious about developing a job creation strategy and to invest adequately in skills training. I'll be interested in finding out how they vote tomorrow night. They can no longer claim that they were unaware of how their program changes impacted the lowest earning EI recipients. It's time to own up to the mistake and fix it. Mr. Speaker, There is no shame in making a mistake. The shame lies only in the refusal to acknowledge it and to correct it. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments, and I have always enjoyed working with my colleague on the Standing Committee for Human Resources Skills Development, Persons with Disabilities. Mr. Speaker, when this change came about, and I'm sure she'll be quick to remind everybody that I said at the time I thought it was a good change. I had said at the time that the government was doing the right thing because the government had indicated at the time they were going to increase the amount that people were allowed to earn from 40% to 50%. It made sense to me. I thought it would just increase the incentive to go back and take work. But what I guess I should have known at that time, and maybe my colleague was somewhat wiser, was that the devil is always in the details. And at that time, there was no mention of the dropping of the allowable earnings component to this particular program. Would my colleague not agree? That allowable earnings, that's what's really having a huge impact on the low-income earners and the poorest of the poor. We're trying to fix something here today. Hopefully that's what we can accomplish with this motion. Would she agree with me that if we can get back to looking at the allowable earnings portion, that would go a far ways in helping people?
For Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his comments, and he's absolutely right. If we looked at that portion of the new changes under the new working while on claim provisions, we could certainly start to restore some of the balance. What has gone missing in the government's approach to this program is that, yes, they have indeed helped those who earn most, but they've completely abdicated any responsibility to those who are at the lower income earning scale. And that, Mr. Speaker, is absolutely shameful. If we're going to fix EI, by all means, let's do it in such a way that we help the most vulnerable who need help the most. And like the member opposite, yes, indeed, I would say the devil always is in the details with this government. We certainly didn't anticipate a 75% cut in the budget to working while on claim when the minister announced that she had good news for unemployed Canadians. I think if the government were serious and wanted to improve and assist those who are on EI currently, it would do its damnedest to fix the program now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Hamilton Mountain. I fully support the Opposition Day motion that's been put forward by the New Democratic Party, and I wonder if when we're addressing the mistakes that are being made to the employment insurance program, if we can't reach back just to the spring and include the egregious changes that were made in C38 that will make it increasingly difficult for Canadians who are dependent on seasonal industries, whether fishing, tourism, forestry, to be able to continue in those industries. It's a real threat to their employers as well.
Honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I absolutely agree with the leader of the Green Party. The changes that were made in C38 to the provisions impacting those who are seasonally employed are absolutely outrageous. The reason that our motion focused on this particular part of the EI system for today's motion is A, that it's a standalone discrete item, but B, that, we in the NDP kind of want to give the minister the benefit of doubt. Perhaps she didn't understand her own program. So we want to give her the opportunity in this one very specific way to say, you know what, you're right, there is a mistake in the program design. I recognize it now, and I'm prepared to fix it, and that's why we cast the motion as narrowly as we did. But the member is absolutely right. My goodness, we could spend the entire rest of this Parliament talking about things that need to be fixed with Canada's employment insurance system.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I enjoyed, as I always do, the speech from the member from Hamilton Mountain. She's a very passionate advocate for ordinary Canadian families. And, of course, she pointed out that this is nothing less than a punch in the gut to families, seasonal workers, families who are just trying to get by, make sure they have food on the table and that they pay for their kids' education. I mean, there's a whole bunch of consequences to ordinary families that stem from this very mean-spirited action by the government. I'd like the member from Hamilton Mountain to comment on what this means for whole communities. As families are getting this punch in the gut from Conservatives, what does that mean for small businesses in the communities that are impacted by it? What does it mean in terms of economic development? To what extent does this lead to a domino impact that is going to hit whole regions in this country? Could she comment on that, please?
Well, member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's a terrific question because all too often, we focus on the forest instead of the trees in this House. But he's absolutely right. The changes that were before us have a profoundly negative impact, not just on the individual families, but on communities as a whole, and that, of course, includes small business. You'll remember, Mr. Speaker, that when we were debating here in this House how we would deal with the incredible economic downturn in 2008, 2009, economists were saying to us, one of the things that we need to do, one of the tools that we have at our disposal, is to strengthen employment insurance. Because if people have more money in their pockets, they will spend it in their own local communities. They'll spend it in the stores, in the mom-and-pop stores in their communities. They're not going to put that money into some savings account. There's no dead money in the homes of people on EI. That money will go to support communities, and that's one of the reasons why EI is so important, not just to Canadian families, but indeed to the whole community in which they live.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Mississauga East Cooksville. I'm pleased to speak about the important changes we're making to employment insurance, the employment insurance program, and how these changes will ensure that Canadians are better off working than not. Mr. Speaker, this motion is based on faulty assumptions and is simply wrong and represents yet another attempt by the NDP to roll back a measure that will help improve our economy. As a result, the government will be voting against this motion. As I've said many times in this place before, we believe Canadians are better off working than not, because Canadians, when they have a job, they're able to provide for their families. This is a pilot project to encourage EI claimants to pursue and accept all opportunities to work, and we are always working to ensure our programs fulfill our goals. This pilot project cannot, however, be focused on in isolation. In Economic Action Plan 2012, we announced several changes to the EI program and will improve incentives to work, allow EI claimants to accept all available work, and ultimately connect them to jobs more effectively to ensure and enable them to return to work more quickly. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you and all honourable members in this place that under this new program, the majority of people who work while they are on claim will benefit and will be better off. However, Mr. Speaker, I can also assure you the NDP's reckless $21 billion carbon tax, when it comes into effect, will have a huge impact on low-income families and leave them worse off. As someone who has lived for several years in Atlantic Canada, I know from personal experience the detrimental impact a $21 billion carbon tax would have on Atlantic Canadians, let alone those individuals who live in my riding of Simcoe Grey in rural Ontario. This tax would not only increase the cost of every daily essential from groceries to clothes, the significance of home heating oils, expense going up in gasoline. Sadly, this tax would punish rural Canadians like those in my riding of Simcoe Grey far worse than those in urban Canada. With tens of thousands of good-paying jobs relying on the continued development of Hibernia and other offshore oil fields in Atlantic Canada, or the thousands of energy-related jobs at Irving Oil, Atlantic Canadians would be particularly hard hit by this carbon tax. I find it disingenuous of the NDP to be talking about supporting low-income Canadians when their policies are detrimental and hurting so many Canadian families. Monsieur le Président, nos priorités absolues sont...
Mr. Speaker, our top priority is job creation, economic growth, and long-term prosperity for Canadians.
To be strong in 2012. Since July of 2009, more than 770,000 new jobs have been created, resulting in the strongest employment growth by far in the G7. We know there are jobs out there and available across the country. According to Statistics Canada, in June, there were 263,000 job vacancies across Canada that went unfilled. We believe that Canada's EI program must encourage and not discourage unemployed Canadians from filling these jobs. Nous voulons jumeler les Canadiens aux emplois.
We want to connect Canadians with jobs to help them return to work quickly.
And making it easier for Canadians who are out of work to identify new opportunities in their communities. We will do this through increasing job alerts to inform EI recipients of local opportunities. We are also linking the Temporary Foreign Worker Program to the EI program to ensure Canadians are always available and always have the first chance to fill a local job before employers are allowed to bring in temporary foreign workers. We also introduced a new national Best Variable Weeks program that will be used for will use the local unemployment rate to determine the number of best weeks a claimant can select to calculate their average salary. The higher the unemployment rate, the fewer the weeks a claimant can use to set their average salary. This will ensure that seasonal workers with few alternatives in the off-season are not punished for accepting partial weeks of work or employment, or lower paying work when it comes to calculating their EI benefits. Another change that we're making when we talk about changes to employment insurance is the Working Well on Claim pilot project. Beginning in 2005 under the Liberals, the previous version of Working Well on Claim pilot tested to see if allowing claimants to earn more while receiving EI benefits would encourage people to accept all available work. Under the previous pilot project, EI recipients who had part-time or occasional work had their benefits reduced dollar for dollar once they earned $75 or 40% of their weekly benefit amounts, whichever was greater. To put it another way, once they hit the cap for their wages, they were clawed back 100% from their benefits. This discouraged many of them from accepting work beyond the 40% threshold. We are working on what we've learned from that pilot and are making further improvements to work incentives through this more moderate clawback rate over a greater range of earnings. Mr. Speaker, under the new pilot project, EI claimants can keep more of what they earn, as benefits are only reduced 50% of total earnings from working. There are some members of the opposition who have retracted their support for this pilot project, claiming they misunderstood exactly what the pilot project was going to do. So let me quote from Economic Action Plan 2012 on page 147, where it says, "This new pilot project will cut the current clawback rate in half and apply it to all earnings which are made while on claim." Mr. Speaker, knowing that the previous clawback was 100% and that this reduced clawback was going to be applied to all earnings, we were clear from the beginning that this new pilot would apply a 50% clawback from the first dollar earned. Let me provide an example of how this works for the members across the aisle. Teresa is currently making $264 a week on EI. She finds work for 3 days in a week at $12 an hour, which is slightly above the minimum wage of $10.14 in Nova Scotia. Under the previous pilot, Teresa would have kept $106 of what she made. Now she'll be able to keep $144, which is $38 more per week in her pocket. This new pilot project is making sure that more people who work while on claim will be able to receive more of the money they earn without an artificial cap getting in the way. We recognize that Canadians want to get back to work.
We know that people who remain active in the labor market are more likely to find a permanent job quicker.
Who remain active in the labor market are more likely to find permanent jobs quicker. Having a part-time job allows people to keep and nurture networks with employers and others who can help them find more permanent full-time employment. It allows people to keep their work skills sharp and develop new skills.
These changes are about empowering unemployed workers, helping them get back into the workforce, and focusing resources where they are needed most.
Our government is committed to making targeted, common-sense changes that encourage Canadians to stay active in the marketplace and remove disincentives to work. As we face unprecedented labour and skills shortages, it's important that we ensure EI is working effectively. The most recent change made it possible for EI recipients to make more money while working than they would on EI alone. Is a good example of how we're trying to make things better. Let me be precise. This is a pilot project and not a permanent measure. We will continue to work so that it will always be of advantage for Canadian workers. After all, helping Canadians getting back to work is better for them, better for their families, better for their communities. Mr. Speaker, this motion is flawed and misleading, and that is why we will be voting against this motion, and we urge all honourable members to support our government in doing so and voting against my apologies, against this motion. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to point out that successive federal governments have abused the EI system to such an extent that the NDP felt compelled to put forward an Opposition Day motion today to try and restore some semblance of order to at least some aspects of the EI fund. When the Liberals were in power, they used the EI fund like some cash cow. $58 billion worth of excess revenue were put in. They changed the rules. They changed the rules so that nobody qualified anymore, and that employers and employees dutifully paid in to an insurance program that ceased to be an insurance program. It became another payroll tax that they used to give tax breaks to their friends and to squander it on all kinds of purposes, anything but income maintenance. So that was an outrage. That had to stop. That had to stop. But the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, and I say this as framing my question to my colleague, as I'd ask her to defend their inaction to correct what the Liberals have done. In actual fact, even less people are eligible for EI now and less benefits. I'm asking her, is this some kind of a tough love social engineering program on their part to try and use the EI system to starve people into accepting jobs that aren't suitable for them or that force them into moving across the country when the temporary workers are needed right where they live?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, this government actually has a track record of job creation. We've created 770,000 net new jobs since the downturn in the recession in July of 2009. And we've put in place a number of initiatives in order to allow individuals that are unemployed to have employment. So what are those? Helmets to hard hats, a targeted initiative for older workers, a youth employment strategy, in fact, $300 million topped up another $50 million over 2 years in this year's budget in order to allow those individuals who may not be connected to employment to have an opportunity to have a job, to improve the quality of life of their families. I know with respect to the individuals who live in my riding, in Simcoe Grey, whether they live in Collingwood or Thornbury, they live in Alliston or Stayner, they all embrace these changes because they see opportunities for themselves, their children, and their families. This government is about being focused on making sure that we're creating jobs and economic growth. I encourage the opposition members to please get on board. We want as many Canadians to have a job as possible.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes questions are asked in this House that, the answer can be given or can be spoken around. So I'll ask a question that there is an answer to. And the question is drawn from the terrible job the minister has done handling these files. I mean, she's just, 2 feet in front of NFL replacement officials with the bungling of these files. And, she continues to say, she said twice last week, that the maximum you could make under the old program was $75. That is the minimum that you can make. You can make 40% of your EI benefits. So here's the question, okay? And if somebody has a calculator over there, you could help out the parliamentary secretary. If you're drawing maximum benefits, which is $485 a week, you're allowed to earn 40% of that. Now, on my calculator, it says $193. You're allowed to earn $193 before there's any clawback at all. Would the parliamentary secretary affirm that that's either right or wrong? It's not $75 maximum. You can make up to $193 if you're on maximum benefits.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much. And I thank my colleague opposite for his question. I greatly enjoy his presence on the Human Resources, the HUMA Committee. Let's be frank. This is about making sure that the employment insurance program is working better for Canadians. It's about making sure that we better connect Canadians to available jobs. And so we're putting in place a whole number of changes. And what are those changes doing? They're making sure that individuals receive job alerts on a regular basis. We're introducing the National Best Weeks program. So instead of a certain subset of regions in the country benefiting from a great program, the entire country will benefit from that great national program through EI. We put in place a new small business EI tax credit so that we can encourage small businesses to increase the number of individuals they're employing. These are all changes taken together, as I mentioned in my speech, together as changes for the employment insurance program. We think they'll better connect Canadians to jobs, and that's what we need.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by indicating that the government will not be supporting this motion today. We believe Canadians are always better off working than not. And this pilot project increases the incentives for claimants to accept all available work while on employment insurance. I can assure honourable members that under this new program, the majority of people who work while they are on claim will benefit and will be better off. That being said, this is a pilot project to encourage EI claimants to pursue and accept all opportunities to work, and we are always working to ensure our programs fulfill our goals. However, I find it passing strange that the NDP brings forward a motion concerned about the well-being of low-income Canadians. As we debated at length last Tuesday, poverty in Canada is at historic lows under our government. In 2010, 3 million Canadians, or only 9% of Canada's population, lived in poverty. While this number is still too high, we are continuing to act to reduce it. This number represents the lowest percentage in Canada's history. To put it in context, this is 1.3 million Canadians who, under our Conservative government, were lifted out of poverty. Whether it is adult, children, or seniors' poverty, Canadians have never been better off than under our strong, stable national Conservative government. However, I can assure this House that a $21 billion job-killing carbon tax will not help Canada's low-income families. In fact, given the reliance on home heating oil as a source of warmth through the winter months, the NDP's proposed $21 billion tax grab would disproportionately hurt Atlantic Canadians. I wonder what the NDP would say to employees of Irving Enterprises or to the many families who rely on the continued development of Hiberia oil field when they hear their jobs are on the line because of the NDP's risky tax policy. The NDP talks about supporting working families, but their policies threaten the good-paying jobs they rely upon. Mr. Speaker, our government is introducing changes to the employment insurance program to ensure that it is fair, flexible, and responsive to local labour market conditions. Canadians gave us a strong majority mandate in the last election because of the strong economic record of our Conservative government. They know that a healthy economy is the prerequisite for a high quality of life. Simply put, they trust the Prime Minister's low-tax plan for jobs and economic growth over the risky schemes of the opposition. Thanks to the strong leadership of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, Canada has created over 770,000 new jobs since the depth of recession. Over 90% of these jobs are full-time positions. In fact, Canada has over 350,000 more jobs today than at any highest time pre-recession. It is an inconvenient truth for the opposition parties that right now there are more Canadians working than at any previous point in our history. Unlike other G7 countries, we are actually facing labour and skill shortages in many regions and industries. This has been caused by both our ageing population as well as continued economic growth. The effects are already being felt in the labour market and will accentuate labour and skill shortages, which are already serious in some sectors. In fact, Statistics Canada revealed that there were 250,000 jobs in our country that remained unfilled this spring. These are not even in top-of-mind locations such as Alberta. In Labrador City, there is such a shortage of workers to work in their new mining projects that restaurants cannot stay open and the municipality cannot find enough people to maintain the roads. However, many Canadians are not aware of local opportunities to work within the region. We can do better at connecting Canadians with available jobs. This is why, as announced in Economic Action Plan 2012, we are making improvements to the EI program to help Canadians connect, maintain, and reconnect with the labour market. Improvements which the NDP voted against. Here is what we proposed. Canadians receiving EI regular benefits will not be able to receive comprehensive job postings on a daily basis from multiple sources. This will ensure that they are made aware of jobs available in the local area. In addition, measures are being taken to enhance the connection between EI and temporary foreign workers program. This link will ensure that Canadians always have the first chance to apply for local jobs before employers are approved to hire temporary foreign workers. The new variable best week initiative will use the local unemployment rate to determine the number of best weeks used to set the average salary for calculating EI benefits. The higher the unemployment rate, the fewer weeks used to determine this average. This will mean that working more partial weeks or more jobs at a lower wage will have less of an impact on EI benefits for seasonal workers. On the topic of today's motion, as of August 5th, 2012, the new Working While Unclaimed pilot project came into effect. This new pilot project removes the cap on earnings from EI claimants so that Canadians who accept more work can now earn more while on employment insurance. Let me explain this measure a little bit more. Under the new pilot project, a person receiving EI benefits will have those benefits reduced by 50% of their earnings from the first dollar earned. The new pilot project aims to encourage claimants to increase their work effort while on claim, since this has been proven to be one of the better ways to move towards permanent employment. It's been found in study after study that you can find a permanent job more rapidly if you continue to be active in the labour market by looking for work or by working even part-time or casually. The Working While Unclaimed pilot promotes workforce attachment by encouraging claimants to accept available work while receiving EI benefits and earning some additional income while unclaimed. This applies to those who receive regular fishing, parental, or compassionate care benefits. Let me remind you also that this is a pilot project, so this is not a permanent change, but an opportunity to test whether we can encourage unemployed Canadians to work more while on claim. Mr. Speaker, the employment insurance program must evolve to the needs of Canadians. It must be efficient, flexible, and fair for all, but it must also ensure it helps Canadians find work more quickly as the economy continues to recover. This is not only an objective we have set for ourselves, but it is a commitment we've made to Canadian people. The changes to the Working While Unclaimed pilot cannot be focused on isolation, as they do not take into consideration the many other changes that we made to the EI program this year. This package of EI measures is meant to connect Canadians with local jobs and to return them to work more quickly. Canadians are always better off working than not. Sadly, the NDP has voted against countless initiatives we have put in place to help get Canadians back to work. Unfortunately, the NDP continues to be interested in playing politics instead of supporting our Economic Action Plan, a plan that has reduced poverty to a historic low while increasing the number of Canadians working to a historic high. Instead of proposing a risky carbon tax that will raise the cost of everything from low-income families, and threaten the jobs that so many middle-class families rely on, I ask the NDP to support measures that will actually help Canadian families and vote against this motion. Thank you. Merci.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Jean-Lebert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his statement, although it was chock full of propaganda, for lack of a better way of putting it. But I would like to go back to the point that he, or the mention that he made of seasonal workers. How can he justify the effect on seasonal workers that these changes make? It's easy to say that seasonal workers can, go back to work in the middle, while they're off season. But we have to look at the employer as well. Who's going to hire somebody that's only available for a few months before they go back to their trade, be it fishing or mining or whatever it is that's seasonal for them? Is the employer encouraged to hire somebody who's only available for those months? And a person who knows nothing but fishing, for example, how do they go and work in a completely different milieu when they're not trained to do such a thing? How does the EI changes address that?
The member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will thank my honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, when people go on employment insurance, there are incentives in new program for them to go and find work if it's available in the region. And many people do. Many people are not aware of the fact that there is a work there. But if there is no work, the situation doesn't change. This program does not change. The benefits that are proposed by the program are still there for those that will be out of work. Therefore, I don't fully understand why there would be a concern. This program puts incentives for Canadians to go look for work, find work, and earn money while they are on EI benefits.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the member for Mississauga East Cooksville. We debated this issue once last week, Mr. Speaker. And still the members from the government side still do not understand the system, nor do they understand how serious the pilot project affects those while working on claim. The member from Mississauga East Cooksville is absolutely incorrect when he says they can now earn more while working on claim. It's not the case in most of the cases. And I see the Parliamentary Secretary to Human Resources Development whispering in his ear, Mr. Speaker, but she doesn't know the facts either. And so in order to lay out the facts, Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous consent again to table the Library of Parliament paper which explains that to them so they understand it, so that we can fix the problem in this House. It's an easy fix. For heaven's sakes, their colleagues down in the Senate agreed to allow it to be tabled. They're not scared of the facts down at the Senate end. Why are the ones in the House of Commons on the government side so scared of the facts so they can see them and fix the problem? And so I ask for unanimous consent to table that report, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable, does the honourable member for Malpeque have the unanimous consent of the House to table the documents as proposed? No. There is no consent. Under questions or comments, the honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't really heard a direct question from the honourable member. I thank him for his comments. Mr. Speaker, I will give you an example from the riding I'm proud to represent here, Mississauga East Cooksville. There are actually, at this moment, employers that are looking for workers, giving $16 to start for the jobs that do not require any real skills. And believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, They're not no takers. They have hard time finding workers. Therefore, there is work there. Therefore, the notion that somehow people are better off staying on employment insurance than working, it's really very bizarre to me. And I will mention one more thing, Mr. Speaker. There are other initiatives that we put forward. Youth employment strategy, EI hiring credit, apprenticeship incentive grant, targeted initiative for older workers, tool tax credits, Pan-Canadian framework for foreign credential recognition, foreign credential recognition macro loans program. All these initiatives, opposition voted against. Why?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to join in this debate today. A little disappointed with the government's start on this debate. I would hope that we would use this day in the House to help a real situation for many Canadians that are finding themselves with fewer dollars coming into their household as a result of the changes that have been made in EI. And I'm going to sort of send out a cautionary note here. This is only the beginning. There are some industries that have wound down, like the fishery. Agricultural industries are still busy. Those people in those seasonal industries are still busy. Some tourism operators are just winding down. And when they go to look for some part-time work for fall events or, to grade harvests, whatever it might be, they're going to find a similar situation. So we're closer to the beginning of the problem than we are to the end. So let's hope that we can focus as members of Parliament today to try to help all Canadians, and especially this group of Canadians that are very much being placed in harm's way by losing this amount of money from their daily or their weekly pay packets. As I said, I'm not really encouraged by the comments that we've gotten from the two government members that have spoke so far on the issue. Canadians are always better off working. Well, yes, Canadians are always better off working. Canadians are better off making a higher wage than a lower wage. Canadians are better off being healthy than not being healthy. But when they're not healthy, just because they're better off being healthy, we don't close off health services and shut down hospitals. This is about, the argument about Canadians are always better off working. Yes, they are. And if that's what you're going to state, you're implying that Canadians that receive EI benefits do so because they're lazy. Because the people that I know, well, let's deal with this motion. I'm hearing from the Conservatives across the way that that's not it. Let's deal with the motion and let's fix the problem today. Because people are being hurt. Of course people are better off when they're working, but this is when they have no work or they're only able to get small amounts of work. When they made this first change, Mr. Speaker, and I remember to much fanfare, there were a number of different aspects that came out in the omnibus bill, and there were about 5 that impacted on EI. And there were 2 specifically that were pilot projects. One was best weeks, and the second was working while on claim. And I'm very happy to say that I'm going to split my time with the member from Beausejour, who's going to enlighten you to a couple other aspects of the concerns that we're going to raise here, and I know you're all waiting forward to his comments. But, Mr. Speaker, I commend it. The 3 other aspects that they changed were of great concern to me, and I spoke against them. But these 2 particular changes, I spoke in favor of. I said I wanted to commend the government on those. And the working while the best weeks, they actually got that one right. We think so far they actually got that one right. This one here, the working while on claim, they didn't say anything at all about taking away the allowable earnings aspect of that. They said they were going to increase the amount you could earn from 40% to 50%. A little bit more to take away a disincentive. I thought that was a great idea. But again, the devil, it's absolutely in the details. And those details, that's what's hurting Canadians, low-income earners in this country who are trying to just provide for their families and get by. So they took away the allowable earnings. What we've seen from the minister, rather than trying to fix the problem, we've seen this continual regurgitation of talking points, and it's been absolutely dishonest. The minister said twice last week that people, everything after $75, every dollar that you make after $75 while working on claim gets clawed back dollar for dollar. And that is not even close to being the truth. She was speaking as if the $75 was the maximum you could earn. $75 was the minimum you could earn. So if you were only earning $100 a week on unemployment and you worked and you made $100 a week on a part-time job, well, the maximum you could make would be 40%. So that would have been $40. But really, with the old system, the minimum you could actually keep $75 under the old system. You could keep 40%, and the minimum is $75. She's trying to make it out like it's the maximum. So it's been the misinformation that's been shared by this minister that has been totally egregious over the course of this debate. She had every opportunity to tell us, you know, when the budget discussions were on, she said nothing about taking away the allowable earnings. She had a major speech in May 24th, said nothing about it. The pilot project was announced August 2nd, said nothing about it. Oh, she said, you will always benefit from working. Okay, and what's happening now, we know she's gone from always to the majority to most, and I'm sure by Friday it'll be some benefit from working. Even the examples that are cited on the Service Canada website, they use the high-end earners. The one example they used was if a part-time worker earns $795 a week, then they'll benefit. Well, Mr. Speaker, if somebody earns $795 a week in my riding, that's about $40 grand a year. Not part-time. In my riding, that's a career. That's what it is in my riding, Mr. Speaker. They used nothing. And in her answers the other day, she used two examples, and both started with if the claimant worked for 3 days. Well, not everybody can find 3 days' work. Some can find 2. Some can find 1. Some can find 4 hours for the week. And there should not be a disincentive in taking that 4 hours for the week. But if you're making $10 an hour, and you go for that 4 hours expecting to make and keep $40, but you're only getting 20, and if you need gas in and gas back and a sandwich, maybe a babysitter, there are a lot of people that are going to find themselves in a situation where they actually lose money. So, Mr. Speaker, the motion today put forward by the opposition, it's about trying to deal with those aspects of the changes that have been made so that those people aren't hurt. Mr. Speaker, this is having, we talk about the workers, and I'm going to cite some examples shortly. But, Mr. Speaker, we're going to, what we're seeing now is with employers are becoming frustrated in trying to find workers because it's tough to get workers out for that small block of hours because they're losing so much. There was an instance this past weekend in one of my fishing communities that there was a load of herring come in. I mean, they work countless hours during lobster season, crab season, but during herring season, they just have to come out, unload a boat for 4 or 5 hours. He needed about 30 people to do the load of herring that was coming in, and he said he fought, and he got about 15 or 20 out because people, if it's going to cost you money to work, that's a disincentive. I spoke with an operator. We got an email from Kenora, and a guy that operates a small construction company. And the folks that work all year long operating front-end loaders and excavators and those, they also, at the end of the season, they work through until they can. Then over the course of the winter, they get involved in snow removal. So these guys are bidding contracts, but they don't know if they're going to be able to have the workers to be able to do the work during the winter season when the snowstorms come. Are they going to have bodies to put in the equipment because they know that the changes that have been made have created a disincentive. So, if anything this debate does today, if we could all take it seriously as members of Parliament, let's try to find a way to fix this. And as I commended the government on their changes to working while on or the best weeks aspect, and when I commended them before they took away the allowable earnings, if they fix this, I'll stand in my place and I'll commend them on doing what's necessary so that they stop, take back and take away this disincentive that's been created through the changes that they made through the working while on claim. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the time, and I'll look forward to questions.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de La Salle-et-Mar.
The honourable member for La Salle-et-Mar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, what are the effects of recent reforms over the past number of years? What are the effects on seasonal workers, to be specific? Reforms under the Liberal government and also current reform, particularly in the Maritimes and particularly with respect to seasonal workers.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from La Salle-et-Mar for the question. This is just sort of another brick on that load. There were a number of changes that were made that will certainly work against persons that work in seasonal industries. They're not seasonal workers. They work in seasonal industries. Many Canadians work in a number of different industries in order to try to piece together an annual income. And so some of the changes that they've made, the three categories that they've made, the repeat offenders legislation, that is absolutely going to hurt and impact on seasonal industries. But this, working while on claim, this is just another one that is going to further aggravate the hardship of those seasonal, persons who work in seasonal industries. We hear it all the time. There's municipal elections taking place now in Nova Scotia, and elected official or candidate after candidate, they're talking about out-migration and how we're losing population in rural communities, and certainly these changes will do nothing to help their situation and their plight in rural Canada. That's true.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my colleague from Cape Breton-Canso with interest, and I can tell him clearly that on the weekend in my riding of Malpeque, this was the issue. This was the issue. People are being seriously hurt. Employers cannot get workers as a result of it's actually costing them money to go to work. And the member in his remarks said, let's find a way to fix this. Well, Mr. Speaker, there's a simple fix, and this House should fix it. All that needs to be done is to go back to the original 40%. You can earn 40% while working on claim without any clawback. Bring in the government's new measures, 50 cents on the dollars over and above that, and then, in fact, everyone would benefit. And I would ask the member for Canso, Cape Breton, if that's the kind of fix he's talking about, and what will it take? I ask him, what will it take to implement that fix?
Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my colleague from Malpeque and that question, and that is that's the essence of it. There were two pilot projects, and both were showing benefit, and we have long advocated. My colleague from Malpeque, the Liberal caucus, I know myself, I've spoken on it on a number of occasions whenever I can, that those were two pilot programs that worked well, that took away disincentives out of the system, and they should be adopted. And so they did one, but they had this new idea with working while on claim, and it sounded really good, going from 40% to 50%, but the 50% kicks in on $1. The 50% kicks in on the first dollar that you make, rather than 40% being free and clear, you're losing money from the first dollar. And so it is a disincentive. So, you know, if there was a way to fix it, go back to the original. If you want to, you know, it was good the way it was. If you want to make it better, go from the 40% allowable to the 50% allowable. And, you know, that would be even a greater, that would be taken away even more disincentive. You know, we didn't hear any complaints about the old system as it was at 40%, but if they wanted to go to 50, I think that would even be even better. But you know, the willingness to adapt. I mean, you know, we saw it with C-38 with the omnibus bill. 800 amendments put forward, none accepted. So, Mr. Speaker, I would hope that we can get together here in this chamber today and help these people that are being hurt by these changes.
Please the débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Beauséjour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. To start off with, I'll indicate that I intend to enthusiastically support this motion from our colleague for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, and I'd also like to start off by congratulating my colleague and our human resources critic, the member for Cape Breton-Canso, for his hard work on the issue of employment insurance. Mr. Speaker, as we've heard many times in question period, in debate in this House, since the Human Resources Minister announced in August, we've heard that in actuality, the changes the minister announced at the end of the summer, without first discussing those changes with Parliament, the changes she's proposing have had the opposite effect, the opposite of what the government was claiming. My NDP and Bloc colleagues, together with us in the Liberal Party, we have all repeatedly given the government very specific examples and have explained how the proposed changes, as compared to the former pilot project, which was established by the Liberals in 2005, how the minister's changes would do damage to the unemployed, would have a counterproductive effect, and how it would affect their benefits during their claim period.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague from Cape Breton-Canso indicated, when we saw the budget document in the spring and we saw the changes described to the pilot project for working on claim, our first reaction was to congratulate the government, because they talked about increasing, about improving, in fact, the changes, and it sounded as though it would be hugely beneficial to workers in my riding in New Brunswick and elsewhere in Canada, and also help men and women to accept available work, often during a time of year where their businesses would not be open, or during a time of parental leave, for example. So we congratulated the government because we thought at the time, and obviously we realized during the month of August that we were wrong, but we had congratulated them because we thought they were going to boost the amount to 50% that a person could receive without losing any of their EI benefits, dollar for dollar. So, in the end, Mr. Speaker, the budget didn't really quite tell us the truth, because in the minister's announcement, she indeed changed the basis of the calculation of that 40%. Formerly, with the pilot project, that a person had the right to earn up to 40% of their EI benefits and not be clawed back as a result. And they said, oh, we're going to boost that to 50%. So, in reality, yes, it's 50% of the money earned will not be cut back against their EI earnings. But as we saw with so many of this government's other policies, yes, it can indeed be to the benefit of higher income earners. In some very limited number of cases, it can help those who are earning a lot of money during a time when, for example, they are receiving the maximum amount of EI benefits. But in my riding in New Brunswick, as is the case elsewhere in Canada, people aren't fortunate enough to be collecting the maximum EI benefits or to be able to work part-time and earn $600, $700, $800 a week, during which time they are also receiving the maximum benefits. The examples that the government used claimed that this was to everyone's benefit, but their examples are extremely targeted, and they really are focused on those who are receiving the highest amount of benefits and the highest amount in their part-time jobs as well. So, Mr. Speaker, I can give you an example that is very specific. In my riding, a business that is a seafood processing plant in Bouctouche. There's a woman who called my office in Shediac, and she described her situation. She was astonished by the fact that she was being punished for having accepted work that was a half shift. It was the only job available in Bouctouche, and she was punished for that as a result of these changes. So, Mr. Speaker, this woman, her annual revenue was $7,800. That was the total of her income for the entire year. You can see that she's not a high income earner. This is a person who works probably just under the minimum wage. So at that point in time, because EI, as you know, is 50% of weekly earnings, and so when she was working, she was pulling in $562 a week, so 50% of that. She was receiving $309 a week for EI for the weeks that she was obliged to go on EI. So she was asked to work for a 6-hour period. She earned $62 on that shift. Under the former system, as my colleague from Cape Breton Canso so well described, would have allowed her to earn up to 40%. So 40% of $309 is $123 and some change. So she could have worked for up to $123 without having had her EI clawed back as a result. But unfortunately, with the new system, the $62 that she was able to work for those 6 hours was cut back by $31 because 50% of her $62 was taken off of her EI check. So instead of ending the week with $371, her EI benefits plus the $62 she earned, she only received $340. So as my colleague from Malpeque said so well, the idea that a person is going to work 6 hours for $31 doesn't really make any sense. Very often, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about women. They often have to have their children babysat, so there are fees involved with that. The cost of gas is very high in my province, as is the case in many parts of Canada. So often these people will be driving for a half an hour to an hour to get to their jobs. And the government, indeed, with these changes, have discouraged this woman from going to the one job that is available in her region. And that was that perhaps 6-hour shift in a given week. So, Mr. Speaker, this is to the disadvantage of workers in my region, as well as elsewhere in the country. The idea that we are punishing only those who are receiving EI benefits is not even true, because the owners of Mill Seafood in Bouctouche are going to have a tremendous amount of difficulty finding employees, when they have work available, often just for a day and a half per week. And the same thing is true in the tourism industry, where often at home places open up for the weekends in November or December, for example, for Christmas festivities. And once again, employees are going to hesitate before they go to work because they'll be punished as a consequence of the bad changes made by this government. So, Mr. Speaker, the solution is simple. Rather than punishing a nurse who wants to work 8 or 12 hours extra in a week, on top of what she would receive for parental leave, we're asking the government to go back to the old system that encouraged people to get out and work and that helped employers to find the workers they need at times of the year where it's not easy. And with the changes that the government claims are going to be good is that they are ending up having the opposite effect that they are claiming. And they're not dealing with the real issues that small families and small businesses across the country are dealing with. So we are opposed to these changes, Mr. Speaker, and we are going to vote and support the NDP's motion with pleasure because we think the government has to do more for workers in Canada. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to my colleague is related to just how important this issue has been and how the minister has not seemed to recognize the actual impact. And what we've seen is a number of our colleagues from the opposition benches where we've raised individual cases in order to try to provide a very tangible example, so hopefully the minister would understand the ramifications of her government's decisions. And I'm wondering if the member might want to comment on why it is important at this stage for people to be approaching and suggesting to the government through examples, because the government doesn't seem, in particular this minister, does not seem to really understand what it is that she's doing on this particular file.
La députée de Beauséjour.
The member for Beauséjour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleague from Winnipeg North, he's quite right.
Time and time again, her parliamentary secretary provides an equally sad performance in continually regurgitating talking points that are written by bureaucrats in an office tower in Gatineau, Quebec. Mr. Speaker, these people don't understand the reality of everyday living in small town and rural communities across the country, or even in larger urban centres, like Winnipeg, represented so ably by my colleague from Winnipeg North, where people may be encouraged to take part-time work during a period of the year when perhaps there's no work available, during a period when they find themselves laid off because of no fault of their own, or while they're receiving parental or compassionate leave benefits. Mr. Speaker, the minister clearly doesn't understand the changes she's made. She reverts back consistently to the high-income earner examples, people receiving maximum EI benefits and working part-time for $600 and $700 an hour. That reality, Mr. Speaker, is not the reality in many communities right across this country, and the minister should do better for those people than simply regurgitate those lame talking points.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would certainly concur with the member that the minister doesn't seem to understand her own project, and just the information that we've had in the House during question period, during debate, just shows how much misinformation there is and how contradictory the government's responses has been. However, I am interested in terms of the member who just spoke. I do know that the member from Cape Breton, a Liberal member, initially in May was very positive about this working while on claim provision under EI, and in fact congratulated the minister, I believe it was in committee, on that program. So I just wonder if the member could illuminate us on what's happened since May, when I think at least one Liberal member thought it was a good program. What changes have taken place that now lead the Liberals to understand that the problems with this program and the disbenefits and the harm that's being caused for many people on EI is something that we have to deal with and hold the government to account.
La députée de Beauséjour.
The member for Beauséjour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my friend from Vancouver East for a very good question. Like my colleague from Cape Breton, Mr. Speaker, initially I thought that the changes, which were vaguely described in the budget document, were intended to increase to 50% the previous pilot project, which, as has been said many times, allowed somebody receiving EI benefits to earn $75 or 40%, the greater of the two, of their EI benefit without being clawed back dollar for dollar. So in the example I gave, when somebody made $309 a week on employment insurance in my riding, that person would have been able to work at 40% of that EI benefit for $123 without a clawback. Mr. Speaker, that example no longer exists. The government was very, very deceitful in talking about increasing to 50%. What they didn't say is they were changing the base on which that percentage was calculated. It's not based on the amount of money you earn while receiving EI benefits, or the amount of your EI benefit, rather. They changed it to the amount of income you earned separate and apart from your EI benefit. So if you change the base of the calculation and start clawing back dollar for dollar, you have a perverse effect of severely punishing low-income earners and, of course, the conservative way of benefiting the highest income earners amongst us. That's what they like, Mr. Speaker. That's not what we like on this side of the House.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and add a few of my thoughts to this debate. I want to thank my colleague, the member from Charlevoix-Gaunt, St. Charles, for introducing this motion. It's an extremely important discussion that we have today, and maybe as a result of this discussion we can begin to get to the bottom of why it is the government is on the one hand making claims that they're going to be doing such great things for unemployed Canadians, but on the other what we see is a great number, hundreds of thousands of Canadians in fact are going to be worse off as a result of this decision. I want to indicate to you, Mr. Speaker, that I will be sharing my time with the member from Churchill. Mr. Speaker, when the government first introduced these changes, when they told us that they were going to be moving forward with this pilot project, the Working While on Claim pilot project, they told us that the intent behind the program was to decrease the amount of clawback on employment insurance so that individuals who take a part-time job and are still able to claim EI are encouraged to continue to work. It's a laudable intent. It's an intent that we support. Unfortunately, as information about the pilot project came out, as it dribbled out, as we became increasingly aware was what was happening, we began to ask questions, as many Canadians did, calling my office, and I'm sure offices of the members opposite, to get the details as to exactly how this program was going to affect them. So we started to raise questions here in this chamber of the minister and of the parliamentary secretary. It was first of all, the minister said in her remarks that it was going to affect everybody. It was going to this program was going to benefit all Canadians that were on EI. We began to raise some discrepancies with what she was saying, and then she said that it was going to help the majority of EI recipients. And we started to bring some more information forward. And then she started to change her tune again, and she said the vast majority of EI recipients were going to be better off as a result of this project. And that is basically where they've gone. Now, you may recall that I brought a case just last week of a woman in my riding who was trying to make ends meet, picking up a few hours. And that before this program, while on EI, she was able to keep almost $110 per week. But now it's being clawed back to $75. Now, this was in such a, it was in such contrast to what the minister has been telling us here, and the parliamentary secretary on her behalf have been telling us here in this chambers. My staff called Service Canada, took the details directly to Service Canada to find out what the circumstances were. Not that we didn't believe our constituent who was raising the issues, but we just wanted to double check, because they flew in the face of the answer that we were getting here in the chamber. And guess what? The Service Canada employees told us that, in fact, this was correct, that this woman would be receiving $35 a week less as a result of her part-time efforts. Now, you would think that if it was the intent of the government to encourage people on EI to do part-time work, to find any employment opportunities, because as the minister has said, you know, you'll feel better if you're able to work even a few hours. It may provide an opportunity for you to make connections and find a full-time job. While I think that is an ideal situation, it's not completely untrue. It may happen, and so we are not opposed to this type of incentive, as long as it doesn't hurt people who, through no fault of their own, are unemployed and are receiving EI. But that's not the case. And seeing as how we brought all this information, all these cases to the minister's attention, all members of the opposition, if their intent was to make things better for people who were unemployed, why does the government not recognize that they've screwed up, that they've made a mistake, and that they need to go back to the drawing board and fix the problem?
Hear, hear.
They began to come forward with something that was an improvement over the old system. But rather than being to the benefit of 100% of EI claimants, it's maybe to the most 60%. There are still 40%. Most of them, the lowest income, the people that are the unemployed that are earning the least money of the lot, they're the ones that are being most disadvantaged, Mr. Speaker. And I say that it's wrong-headed for the government to be moving in this direction, and I urge them to make a change. Let me say this as I begin to wind down. This government fails to recognize that they're not just attacking the unemployed, people on employment insurance. They're attacking seasonal industries.
That's right.
And let me speak about the region from which I come, the Atlantic region. It's not unique. There are seasonal industries across this country. But in Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker, whether it be in the fishing industry, whether it be in tourism and hospitality, whether it be in forestry, there are industries that fail to operate 12 months a year. Increasingly, because of the changes in the fishing industry, now from a multi-license species licenses to single licenses, people are only able to work 4 and 5 months, maybe 6 months out of the year. And in order for them to stay around in their communities and be able to continue to work on traps, in order to be able to continue to be there the next year when it comes to lobster season, it's important that there be some way for them to pick up work that is of a part-time nature, Mr. Speaker. It's also important for those seasonal industries, for those employers, whether it be agriculture, fishing, or whatever, for them to be able to draw on those residents in their communities that are available to do the work. But under this system, and under other changes that this government is planning to make to employment insurance, they want to drive all of those people from Atlantic Canada that support seasonal industries. not just Atlantic Canada, but they want to drive them out to Fort McMurray or to other places away from our province, away from our region, where supposedly they might find year-round work. And that's all great for those employers, for those industries in those areas where they're able to provide full-time work. But what about those seasonal industries that make the world turn in places like Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker? They're not going to have the workforce to be able to draw on. So this further penalizes, I would suggest to you, it further penalizes Atlantic Canada, it further penalizes seasonal industries in our region and across the country, and that's wrong. This is not a one-industry country. This is a country that has a diverse economy, and this government has to begin to recognize that. But let me finish by saying this. I have some hope, because I've witnessed over the past couple of weeks this government, in the face of incredible opposition, in the face of the call by tens of thousands of inshore fishermen and their families and their communities, to get them to stand up and support the owner-operator fleet separation policy. The minister and the government said that they would not. They were silent. They were hesitant to support fishermen. But as a result of increasing pressure, they have now stood up tall, and they're supporting those fishermen. So I believe, Mr. Speaker, that if members in this House, people from across this country who recognize this is a problem, communicate to this government, they will do the right thing and fix the mess that they've made. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the remarks, and I agree with most of what he had to say. But I want to relate an example to him, and just so people understand how serious this is in other areas beyond just the income of individuals. In fact, I think this is the most outrageous example of hurt from a government decision that could be, you could think of nothing less than just pure stupidity in terms of its implications. I have a constituent who is on parental leave. She's a nurse. And so for scheduling at the hospital, they are bringing her in for a 4-hour shift to complete what is a normal 12-hour shift. So she's only getting 4 hours of work. But she's doing that work, and certainly it's not much income. She's really not there for the income that much, but it keeps her skills sharp. She's in the system, so when she goes back to work, she'll be up to speed. Now, what this does, really, Mr. Speaker, is she goes in for that 4-hour shift. She drives 40 minutes each way. She has to hire a babysitter, or sometimes her mother-in-law comes in and looks after the child. But the implications on the system beyond the income, so when she goes in for 4 hours work, she only gets paid for 2. The implications on the health care system are real, Mr. Speaker, in that you have a nurse now not getting into scheduling, and I wonder if the member could comment on that point, that the implications are well beyond employee and employer. They, in this case, impact on the health care system, and it could be easily fixed.
Honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much. I thank my colleague for the question. And there's no question that what this government is doing, the changes that it's making on the employment insurance system, a system, by the way, that is funded by employees and by employers, not by the government. Let's remember that. What they are doing is they are creating real problems for people that are unemployed and for employers that depend on a seasonal labor force to be available. Increasingly, there's a casualization of work as well, Mr. Speaker, whether that be at hospitals or whether that be at major employers, where employers are unloading full-time employees and they're increasingly depending on part-time employees. Well, if this government keeps moving in the direction they're going in, there's going to be less people available to fill those part-time and casual jobs, Mr. Speaker, and maybe those employers are going to have to move out to Alberta as well.
and comments. L'honorable député de Verchères-la-Pétrière.
The honourable member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. First of all, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech, but I'd like to put a question to him. The Conservatives talk about people who will benefit from these changes to EI. Does my colleague have the impression that this is the reality for the most vulnerable workers?
Cole Harbour.
Well, thanks very much for the question, and she's absolutely right that the government is making those claims, that everybody will be better off. But what we've heard in this House, what she's heard, and what I've heard in my office in Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, is that the most vulnerable, those people that are unemployed through no fault of their own, that are earning the lowest amounts of money, are the ones that are having their meager earnings clawed back even worse than others are. And, you know, it's unbelievable the lengths to which this government will go to further shift burden onto the most vulnerable in our communities. It's wrong, and it's up to us to stand up and to push this government back and to make sure that Canadians know this government is not representing them. It's representing somebody else, and we're going to be here for them. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to stand in this House and speak to our opposition, the NDP Opposition Day motion that truly serves to represent the so many Canadians that are worried about their future in so many sectors of our economy and communities across our country. Canadians that are voicing that concern, not just to us, but also to their members of Parliament and certainly members of Parliament on the governing side. But seeing a government go as far as dismantling what is a critical foundation in our country, which is part of this, as many call it, a social safety net, a foundation that serves to hold us up and to hold up the kind of quality of life that we as Canadians have fought for. I mean, the fact that Canada has been known in history as being one of the best countries in the world to live in didn't just happen. It's because women and men across this country have fought, whether it's our healthcare system, whether it's our pension system, whether it's our education system, whether it's our employment insurance system. And in one fell swoop, this government is trying to dismantle, frankly, all of these, but with a real target on employment insurance. And my colleague from Dartmouth Cold Harbour made this comment just, in his speech. The fundamental notion that we must all respect that employment insurance is our money. It's Canadians' money. It's not the government's money. It's not a corporation's money. It is all of our money. And the language, the most offensive language that this government has used to describe people that access EI, that need to go on EI, the EI fund that we've helped build, is so offensive and is frankly against the kind of ideals that we as Canadians believe in. The fact that it's there to benefit those and all of us when we fall on hard times, or when we fall through the cracks, or when we're partaking in a seasonal industry that holds up our communities, that builds our regions, in the season where that industry can't be done in the same way. And I just want to start off by speaking to the true agenda that we hear from this government, whether it's on the Working While on Claim program, or whether it's their systematic cuts to EI, both in the omnibus budget bill and overall. I want to quote a statement made by the Prime Minister in 1997, who said, "In terms of the unemployed, of which we have over 1.5 million, I don't feel particularly bad for many of these people. They don't feel bad about it themselves, as long as they're receiving generous social assistance and unemployment insurance." And that, Mr. Speaker, jogs my memory to a very recent statement that we actually heard from a gentleman running for the presidency of the U.S., a Mr. Mitt Romney, who talked about the 47% of Americans who don't feel sorry for themselves and that he can't help empower. I mean, this is the kind of language that we see Republicans espouse in the country to the south of us, a kind of exclusionary, critical eye that is really about you and I. I mean, this isn't about one group of people, but this is who we are as Canadians. We believe in these programs. We believe that these programs should exist, and we believe they should be supported. And that's why we all contribute to them. And yet, the Prime Minister of our own country has made such disparaging statements. Another quote from 2009, "We do not want to make it lucrative for them to stay home and get paid for it. Not when we still have significant skill shortages in many parts of the country." And that was a quote made by the Minister of Human Resources. One quote after another from various ministers, from the Prime Minister himself, speaks to the underlying idea that employment insurance, frankly, in their minds, shouldn't exist. But what they fail to say is what the alternative is for people in an economic cycle, and any economic cycle, that do fall out of work. And what they do fail to say is that the burden will be, number one, on the unemployed themselves, on seasonal workers, on the families that depend on this work, and number two, on the provincial welfare system, because the reality is that the provincial welfare system will be further overloaded, as it has been due to further restrictions on employment insurance in recent years, and will be struggling to be able to support people that will, as a result, fall further and further down in terms of their standard of life, their quality of living. I can speak to the region that I represent, Northern Manitoba. We started a petition this summer that was signed by thousands of people. Most of them come from communities that depend on seasonal work. And I would invite the Prime Minister and the ministers, certainly the Minister of Human Resources and the Finance Minister, to come to my riding. Now, I know the Prime Minister came to Churchill, a community that depends on seasonal work as well, but from what I understand, this issue didn't come up because there wasn't an opportunity to sit down with local people and hear what their concerns were on this very issue. And to talk about the fact, to hear about the fact that entire communities depend on seasonal work. And to hear the fear, because it is fear, that people have that when they can't access EI, what will happen to the seasonal work that maintains their communities? And these aren't make-work projects. This is things like fishing, lake fishing, which helps feed communities, which helps feed our country, which also is part of our export, certainly our export business as Canada. It's things like tourism. I mean, the community of Churchill, known as the gem of the North in terms of its polar bear tourism. The people we need to come and work there are seasonal workers. I mean, a newsflash, polar bears don't hang around northern Canada the whole time. They come in for a while, and we need people that can work when the polar bears are there for people to see them. I mean, these are simply, these are details that I'd like to say are being overlooked by chance. But there is an insipid and systematic attack on people that depend on employment insurance and depend on seasonal work. But perhaps one of the most egregious areas of seasonal work, where people are very concerned what the impacts of EI will mean to them, is forest firefighting. Every year, communities like the ones I represent and many across Canada are gripped by the fear and the risk that forest fires pose to them. Well, Mr. Speaker, the people we depend on most at the 11th hour are seasonal forest firefighters. And they can't hang around and do this job every year because most of the year is winter, and when we really need them is spring and summer. And so when you cut EI and the possibility for seasonal workers to access that employment insurance that they have paid into, you also put our communities at risk in a very real way. Public safety, the safety of our communities, the safety of entire regions. And that is not what the role of a government should be. And we hear brash statements about this government's concern for Canada's economic growth, and we also hear proud commitments to Canada's North, which I have the honour of representing at least part of it. And yet, it doesn't add up. Because when we see the attack on employment insurance, when we see the attack on seasonal workers and on communities that have helped build this country, and that are communities that are raising the next generation, communities that are helping to diversify the economy that we ought to have in Canada, This government is not only at the table, but it is sitting at the back, ready to bring down everything that we've worked against, that social safety net, that ultimate notion that we all have to be part of finding the solution in good times and also in bad. Mr. Speaker, I'm hopeful that many Canadians have an official opposition on their side to speak for them, to work with them in calling for justice on EI and in all of the areas that so many Canadians are increasingly seeing this government take the wrong path. And so I stand here proudly with my colleagues in this House on behalf of Canadians saying that we certainly hope that this motion is supported by all of our colleagues and that we will see this government once and for all stop its attack on workers in Canada and ultimately on something that we're all so proud of, the programs that we've built, the country that we've built, and the future that we all hope to be able to contribute to. Thank you.
I think we're going to get started with member statements here. The honourable member for Churchill there will be a 5-minute period for questions and comments when the House next take up this motion before the House later this afternoon. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the 35th Annual Police and Peace Officers National Memorial Service took place on Parliament Hill. I want to pay tribute to the service and sacrifice of the Canadian officers who have paid the ultimate price. Today, I stand with the families who have lost loved ones in the line of duty. With my own son being an RCMP officer, I know the sacrifice and dedication it takes to be in the force, but none know that sacrifice more personally, more profoundly, or more painfully than the families and colleagues of a fallen officer. I especially want to express my sincere condolences to the family of Constable Vincent Roy of the Bromont Police Service in Quebec, who was honoured at yesterday's ceremony after being killed on December 1st, 2011, during a routine traffic stop. Lastly, I want to thank all police officers from across our great nation for ensuring our communities and our families are safe. Through your work and dedication, you make us proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Today is National Seniors Day. The purpose of this day is to acknowledge seniors' contribution to society. And yet the Conservative government has a sorry way of honouring seniors. This year, the Prime Minister referred to the ageing population as a problem that could harm our economy. And Canadians were surprised to learn that the government had decided to raise the age for OAS from 65 to 67, in spite of the fact that, according to experts, the program was viable. The government can do better to ensure the financial security of retirees. The NDP takes issue with the government's attitude. All too often, they pit one generation against another and promote ageism. In community organizations, political associations, boards of directors, social groups, as volunteers, seasoned workers, and mentors, seniors in our society are a priceless resource for Canada. That's what I'd like to remind Canadians of on this National Seniors Day.
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today for World Habitat Day in support of Habitat for Humanity Canada. Here in Canada, Habitat for Humanity has been working with over 50,000 volunteers to build safe, affordable homes across the country since 1985. In fact, in my riding, I'm happy to report that we've just finished a home in Collingwood and we're building 2 more in Angus.
Awesome.
Supported by community-minded businesses and volunteers like the chair of its National Council, Annette Fischern, Habitat for Humanity has lifted countless low-income partner families out of poverty and into home ownership. In my riding of Simcoe Grey, it's the hard work of volunteers like Fred Spoil and Iona Tuff in Collingwood, who know I'm a terrible framer from our build last year, Susan Fitzsimmons and Paul Cormier, who worked tirelessly for Habitat for Humanity in Alliston. It's the hand-up, not hand-out approach Habitat for Humanity Canada has and its affiliates that are supporting the government's goals of empowering Canadians through the dignity and pride of home ownership. Please join me in celebrating World Habitat Day with Habitat for Humanity Canada and their partnership families. Thanks go out to all the generous volunteers for everything they do for Canadians.
The honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today is National Seniors Day.
a day intended to recognize the contributions made to society by seniors in every region of Canada. While I'm pleased to offer my thanks to the millions of seniors who work hard to help build Canada, I would prefer to show that appreciation. Canadian seniors continue to struggle. Inadequate pension rates, low-income thresholds, unfair clawback rules, and living expenses that are increasing faster than payout rates are each contributing to less and less gold in one's golden years. Seniors have ensured that the next generations of Canadians will inherit a better nation. Let's hope their example will finally nudge the government to start showing, not just saying, that seniors truly matter.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity today to congratulate the Bruce Grey Child and Family Services Foundation on a very successful fundraising event in my riding of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound. This past Friday night, Bruce Grey Child and Family Services, with the generous support of Bruce Power, were able to bring former Maple Leaf captain Wendell Clark to the riding to speak at the event. Grown men lined up like kids at a candy store to meet number 17, or Captain Crunch, as he is affectionately known to his fans. The event also showcased the talents of Johnny Guardhouse, a local comedian who also acted as the MC for the evening. Finally, an auction of sports memorabilia also helped to raise funds. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that this event raised $26,000. This money will help support children throughout Bruce and Grey counties. A November draw on Air Canada tickets will more than double that amount. To the foundation, congratulations on a job well done. I want to thank all the sponsors, volunteers, and attendees at this event. And a very special thank you to Cindy Wheeler. Without her, it would not have happened. Well done to all involved.
The honourable member for Laval-Les-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For months, more and more mayors in Canadian cities, through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, have been calling on Ottawa for a new agreement on the federal infrastructure program. I asked a question about this in the spring, but as is all too often the case, the answer from the government had nothing to do with my question. So I'll try again. In Laval and other places, which I represent here with 3 other NDP colleagues, the water treatment infrastructure needs improvement. A number of other water filtration projects are waiting for the current program funding to be renewed before they can go ahead. So I would invite the government to listen to our mayors, invest more in communities, instead of hanging them out to dry.
Carlton.
Section 2 of the Charter protects freedom of speech. Yet we are not forced to speak. The same section protects freedom of religion, yet we are not forced to be religious. Yet, Mr. Speaker, freedom of association somehow forces people to associate. In Canada, employees in unionized workplaces are forced to pay union dues even if they don't want to join. Force and freedom are opposites, but the former swallows the latter when it comes to unions. It must be so, say union leaders, otherwise, quote, freeloaders would enjoy the benefits of unions without having to pay for them. What benefits? Do federal public servants benefit when they're union-backed separatist parties that would destroy federal jobs? Does a Jewish worker benefit when his union spends money on an Israel boycott? I don't see the benefits, but it's not my choice. Workers should decide. Isn't it time we gave them a choice? Thank you.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's outdoor heritage is under attack again.
Oh, no.
Recently, the Shaw Media Global Television Network announced that it will stop airing all hunting shows on December 31st of this year. This is astonishing news given that millions of Canadians not only participate in Canada's great hunting tradition, but are known to be some of the most respected leaders in wildlife conservation.
Absolutely.
Recreational hunting in Canada contributes billions of dollars to the economy each year. Popular shows that promote the sport and educate Canadians, such as Angler and Hunter TV, Canada in the Rough, and the Canadian Tradition, have been unceremoniously pulled from the global lineup. Many large, well-funded international groups want to shut down not only hunting, but other outdoor heritage activities as well. This unfortunate decision smacks of bias against Canada's hunting and sport shooting traditions. As co-chair of the Outdoors Caucus, I encourage all Canadians who value Canada's traditional outdoor heritage sports
to speak out against this decision. Hunting is part of our cultural fabric. We must protect it.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik Ayu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege of representing one of the biggest ridings in Canada, which means I have a number of communities to visit.
Communities in Nunavut, USG, hearing their concerns firsthand. In every community I visited, one issue raised over and over again: the price of food and the cost of living in the North. Citizens of Canada's North have seen their food prices rise tremendously since this Conservative government cancelled the food mail program without any regional consultations. In response, over 20,000 people have joined the Feeding My Family Facebook page, and Northerners have held protests across the country. Malgré cela, quelle a été la réponse?
And despite that, what was the government's response? Indifference, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has visited the North, but ignored their problems, and the Minister of Health is absent on this issue.
I believe that the North cannot reach its full potential until those who live there can get access to affordable, quality food. It is time for Conservatives to take this issue seriously and act in the best interests of Northern Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
This week marks Mental Illness Awareness Week. It reminds us of the importance of positive mental health and its role in helping each of us to live longer, healthier lives. Our government understands the importance of mental health for Canadians and their families. That's why today the Minister of Health announced important new mental health research projects. The private sector will be matching federal funds, doubling the impact this investment can have. Every budget we have tabled since we formed government has invested significantly in mental health research and promotion. We established the Mental Health Commission of Canada. The Commission recently released a strategy that is a resource for all levels of government, industry, and the volunteer sector on how we can improve mental health in our country. We've invested more than $319 million in mental health research since 2006. Through research, we are addressing the inequities in Aboriginal health and developing a national network of patient-focused depression research and intervention centers. Mental Illness Awareness Week presents an opportunity to consider how each of us can promote positive mental health in our daily lives and support those of us who are affected by mental illness. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Constituents throughout my riding of Hamilton Centre have recently had the good fortune to participate in 100th anniversary celebrations, not just once, not even twice, but 3 times this past month. Early last month, I was pleased to attend the 100th anniversary of the founding of St. Stanislaus Church. St. Stan's continues to provide spiritual leadership and guidance and is a cornerstone of the Polish community in Hamilton. Last week also saw the 100th anniversary of the ArcelorMittal Dofasco Hamilton operations. Anyone who knows anything about Hamilton knows the important role that steel and ArcelorMittal Dofasco have played in the development and history of our city. And finally, this past weekend, I joined with Cathedral High School as they celebrated a century of excellence. The full weekend of events brought former staff and students back to the school and highlighted Cathedral High School's many significant achievements. I want to congratulate these 3 outstanding organizations on their historic anniversaries, and I wish them all another 100 years of success. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Yesterday was the 35th annual memorial service for Canadian police and peace officers. I'm honored to pay tribute to the lives, service, and sacrifice of these Canadian officers who've lost their lives in the line of duty. Police and peace officers play a key role in keeping our streets and communities safe.
Officers have had their names engraved on the honor roll in the Memorial Pavilion just steps away from this House. Every year, all Canadians hope that no more names will be added to this memorial. Unfortunately, this was not that year. I would like to pay tribute to Constable Vincent Roy of the Bromont, Quebec Police Service, who gave his life last December. Our thoughts are with the Roy family and the families of all those who have given their lives in the line of duty. On behalf of our government, please know that we are forever grateful for the lives, the service, and sacrifice of your loved ones. To our currently serving police and peace officers across the country and serving abroad, I would like to express my deep gratitude for your dedication to keeping our families safe and making our communities better places to live. Stay safe.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart. Raylene Rankin of the internationally acclaimed Cape Breton musical family, the Rankins, died yesterday morning after a long and courageous battle with cancer. Raylene and her siblings, Cookie, Heather, Jimmy, and the late John Morris, were at the forefront of a resurgence of an entire culture when they took Cape Breton Celtic music mainstream about 2 decades ago. But that's not her only legacy. Raylene was who we are as Cape Bretoners, and she showed that resilience with the personal strength she displayed in her fight with this incredibly cruel disease. Raylene's signature song as a vocalist was the Cape Breton anthem, Rise Again. When she sang it, she brought a lump to our throats, and she made us all stand taller as Cape Bretoners. I'm proud to call Raylene a friend, and I know there's a beautiful voice in Heaven's Choir today. On behalf of myself, Cape Bretoners everywhere, and this entire House, I offer my deepest condolences to Raylene's husband, Colin, her son, Alexander, and her entire family.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a great day. October marks Women's History Month. This year's theme, Strong Girls, Strong Canada, Leaders from the Start, focuses on the historic contribution of girls in the same month as the first annual International Day of the Girl. From Girl Guides to hockey players and from entrepreneurs to artists, girls have truly been and continue to be leaders from the start. There is also a growing recognition around the world that support for girls and their basic human right is the key for healthy communities. In other words, strong girls will help build a strong Canada that is safe, innovative, economically prosperous, and a leader around the world. During Women's History Month, we honour Canadian girls, past and present, who have done incredible work across all communities, taking on great challenges and opening doors so that others may follow. Mr. Speaker, I encourage everyone to participate in their communities. There is much to learn about the achievements of Canadian girls, past and present. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, Parliament is a very old institution with very old traditions, and we all have the responsibility of ensuring the standards of this institution. For example, it's very unparliamentary for one MP to call another MP a liar. And yet we see in the 41st Parliament how there's been a serious slide where it's become not only okay to lie in Parliament and okay to repeat the lie in Parliament, but somehow unparliamentary to call the lie for what it is. And so you end up, we have backbenchers who, instead of talking about the work they should be doing for their communities, believe that if they repeat a lie often enough, people will start to believe it. Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are smarter than this, and the New Democrats will push back against the lie because it doesn't matter how much carbon they put on it, how often they use the word tax, or how many commies they think are under their bed. The parliamentary lie is not only undemocratic, unparliamentary, but it is un-Canadian.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, let me take a few moments here to set the facts right and to remind all Canadians what the NDP members opposite have said about their plans with respect to a job-killing carbon tax. The NDP leader said, the NDP leader said, and of course I have a cap-and-trade program that will produce billions. The member for Edmonton Strathcona said, we've taken the stance that the most important thing is to put the right price on carbon. And the NDP House leader remarked, the point of the exercise is putting a price on carbon. And of course, we've all seen the NDP platform where they clearly outline their plan to raise $21 billion in revenue with their job-killing carbon tax. When it comes to their support for a job-killing carbon tax, the NDP members opposite can run from it, but they can't hide from it.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in the contaminated meat story, we have a Minister of Agriculture who stated in this House that no contaminated product was found on the shelves. And yet, people are ill because of this spoiled meat. The minister is also saying that there were no cuts in food inspection, but his own documents demonstrate the reductions in both money and in personnel. Why are the Conservatives not taking the contaminated meats issue seriously? The Honourable Minister of Defence. Mr. Speaker, Canadian consumers are always the first taken into account when this kind of issue is with us. The Minister of Agriculture is continues to ask for details from the officials to ensure that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency acts rapidly and responsibly. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. How can the minister claim that tainted meat did not get into grocery stores? That is the issue. How could he put Canadians at risk by stating the contrary of the truth? The report on plans and priorities of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency for 2012-13 is clear. Cuts of $46.6 million over 2 years, 314 employees let go. He must stop claiming that there were no cuts. There have been. Does the minister not realize the major impact that these cuts will have on the health of Canadian consumers? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the Minister of Agriculture will continue to ask for accounts from the CFIA in order to ensure that the agency is reacting quickly and effectively.
Under this government, we have actually seen an increase in inspectors. We have actually seen 700 food inspectors added to the roll since 2006, including 170 particular to the subject of meat inspection.
Wow.
The Leader of the Opposition. Why are the Conservatives continuing to claim there are no cuts when their own financial documents say just the opposite? Are their financial documents not accurate? This is the same minister who mishandled the listeriosis outbreak in 2008 and joked about death by 1,000 cold cuts. It wasn't funny then, and it's not funny now. Is this the best they've got to offer Canadians who are worried whether the food they're giving their kids is safe? The minister stands in the House and keeps making misleading statements. Will there be no accountability for this new tainted meat scandal?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure you the Minister of Agriculture is working very hard, working sincerely to ensure that this issue is dealt with appropriately, including ensuring we have more food inspectors, more meat inspectors. But it goes further than that, Mr. Speaker. We have, in fact, new legislation that has been introduced, Safe Food for Canadians, to help CFIA respond to food safety situations quickly. But what has happened, Mr. Speaker, when we have tried to do this, made new investments, brought new legislation forward to improve safety for Canadians? That leader, that party has opposed it all the way.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, it's simple. Canadians want safe food for their families, and it's the Minister of Agriculture's job to make sure they protect it. September 3rd was the first positive test for E. coli, yet it wasn't until September the 26th that the XL plant in question had its license suspended. Yet here we are, 12 beef recall notices encompassing 1.9 million pounds of suspect E. coli contaminated beef. Why didn't the Conservatives' new regulations work to protect Canadians, and will they now admit that self-regulation does not work?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must point out that this member has no credibility on this issue. Earlier last week, this member said that there were no CFIA inspectors in the plant. This was untrue. There were 46 CFIA inspectors at the XL plant. That's a 20% increase over what there was 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
Thank you.
Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. It's this government's cuts and policies of self-regulation that have failed. In this case, XL failed to protect food safety. By the time the CFIA inspectors got involved, the contamination had spun out of control. Yesterday, CFIA's Director of Meat Programs Division called this, quote, an unprecedented situation. He's right. When will this Conservative government start taking responsibility for their failed policies?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do want to reinforce that Canadian consumers are always a top priority for this government when it comes to food safety. Minister Ritz is very much on top of this file. The Minister of Agriculture is very much on top of this file, and he is holding CFIA's feet to the fire to ensure that they respond quickly and effectively. But the truth of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, this party, our government has put forward legislation to increase funding for the CFIA by $150 million over the last two budgets. That party has voted against. We have hired an additional 700 net new inspectors, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps one could ask the question, when was the Minister of Agriculture informed of the problems at the XL plant? And if the Canadian consumer is so much at the forefront of the government's concern, can the government please explain why it was that the Canadian consumer in Alberta and elsewhere was not informed for a full 2 weeks by the Government of Canada with respect to the problems at XL?
And the Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Liberal Party was in the House. He knows that the Minister has held officials accountable with respect to this issue. He's been working throughout this process, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we have more food safety capacity. We have more legislation now. We have more investment directly into the issue of having more inspectors, Mr. Speaker. We've increased the CIFA's budget by $156 million during the time in government. So, Mr. Speaker, there is more frontline workers, more safety for Canadians.
Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
And, Mr. Speaker, there are at least 9 people who've been infected by E. coli, including a young girl who had an operation because her kidney stopped working. And that's the issue that the government has to come to terms with. We have this long body of explanation from CFIA. We have the protestations by ministers, but we still have two hard realities. For a long period of time, a long period of silence, Canadian consumers were not informed, and the minister has not told us when he knew about the problem at XL. Those are the facts.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, our thoughts are certainly with anyone affected by this issue, and I know that first and foremost that is where the Minister is concerned, and that is why we have continued to put consumers first when it comes to the priority of food safety. That is why, of course, as well, we have invested more money when it comes to the subject of food safety. More money, more inspectors, more attention to detail, Mr. Speaker, and I know that the Minister will continue to have his attention on this file.
The update to Toronto Centre.
Honourable Member for Toronto Centre. Mr. Speaker, if consumers are the first priority of the government, why were consumers the last to know that there was a problem? But it is the consumers who ate the meat that was tainted. So that is the problem that we have. It is contaminated meat and a government that is not answering consumers who they are claiming to protect. The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the priority for Canada in this issue is that we must improve the system.
Investments, Mr. Speaker, during our time in government, considerable money put directly to the issue of food inspection, and that is why a recent OECD report ranked Canada as among the best performing countries in the world when it came to food safety performance. World ranking, Mr. Speaker. That is why we will continue to make these important investments to address any and all safety concerns. That's where the Minister is working. That's where he will continue to work to improve safety.
Honourable Member for Parkdale, High Park.
Mr. Speaker, rather than cutting into the reckless spending of ministers, the Conservatives preferred to cut into food inspection, aviation safety, marine and rescue centres, and border services. Their cuts are targeting essential services to the safety of Canadians, exactly the kind of thing that a responsible government normally should provide to its people. Why are the Conservatives rejecting their responsibilities to protect Canadians?
Madame the Secretary of
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Canada's Economic Action Plan 2012, we found fair, balanced, and moderate savings measures to reduce the deficit. Overall, the savings we've found represent less than 2% of program spending. These savings will be implemented over a 3-year period, so full savings will not be realized until 2014-2015. Departments continue to communicate with unions and to those that are affected. Thank you.
Member for Parkdale, High Park.
Mr. Speaker, New Democrats were proud to vote against these reckless conservative cuts. And unlike the government, we will vote to protect the services that keep Canadians safe. But Conservatives voted to cut airline safety, to cut food safety, to cut search and rescue centres, to cut the Coast Guard, to cut border services. Why are Conservatives cutting frontline services that keep our families safe? And how can they celebrate deregulation on the same day Canadians are getting sick from tainted meat?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, Economic Action Plan 2012 is our plan for jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. An important part of that plan is returning to a balanced budget through fair, balanced, and moderate savings measures. We've outlined some of those savings measures in the budget. Departments will continue to receive communications. Unions will continue to receive communications, and employees affected will also continue to receive communications.
Excellent.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, for months, we've been telling the Conservatives that food safety is not negotiable, but their answer is to pretend that there are no consequences to cuts, to pretend or to claim that the E. coli infection is not serious. Let's remember that the Conservatives sped up the food inspection process last spring. Why? To save money. So, Mr. Speaker, it's not complicated. Does the Minister of Agriculture understand the consequences of the cuts made to food safety? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we have to work with the facts, and the facts since 2006 are that we hired more than 700 food inspectors, including 170 meat inspectors. That's more than in the past, and in our last two budgets that we tabled here in the House, there is an increase for the CFI aid of $156 million. The NDP voted against those measures.
New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, the government's decision to close the Kitsilano Coast Guard station is causing great worry. But the Minister of Heritage blames those who voice concern, attacking the Mayor of Vancouver, claiming, quote, he has never phoned me, never contacted the Prime Minister. In fact, Mayor Robertson did write the Prime Minister in June. He complained about the lack of consultation and how these cuts may hurt life-saving search and rescue efforts. Instead of blaming local officials, when will somebody on that side take responsibility?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to assure this member that the top priority of our Canadian Coast Guard is the safety of mariners. And I can assure him as well that the Canadian Coast Guard will continue to provide safe and effective search and rescue services in Vancouver. We've reorganized, or planning to reorganize, the search and rescue network of resources, and when we put in place the new hovercraft and the inshore rescue boat station and strengthen partnerships with the Royal Canadian Search and Rescue, we're confident that we will have the necessary resources in place to provide the service we need.
Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Another example of ill-considered cuts is the closure of the Quebec Search and Rescue Centre. The centre responds to approximately 1,500 calls per year, and it is the only centre to offer bilingual service in Canada. In a report presented to the Official Languages Commissioner, they clearly set out that people who are calling in distress in French will not be well served if they're dealt with in Halifax or Trenton. Why endanger the safety of fishermen, sailors, and boaters by closing this centre in Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Times before, this transition, this consolidation of the sub-centre into Trenton, we're doing that very carefully, making sure that we have the necessary linguistic services. We are confident that we'll be able to do that. That's why we're going slowly, though. We've already done the other one. This one won't be until next spring to make sure that we do have the necessary services in place.
The honourable member for Curtis Spadina.
Conservatives' budget cut to airline safety are putting Canadians at risk. The Auditor General reported 1 out of 3 air safety inspections weren't being done because there weren't enough inspectors to do the job. Conservatives plan to cut another $9 million from aviation safety program in the coming years, and these cuts will increase the safety risk of Canadian air passengers. How does the minister justify these risky cuts when air traffic is increasing?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, that's false. We don't have cut in inspectors. Mr. Speaker, security safety is very important. We don't have cut any inspectors.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. In light of the relevance of the Minister's answers, let me press the question. Last spring, the Auditor General was clear there are serious flaws in the civil aviation inspection system, and Transport Canada has no plans to improve its monitoring program. These flaws risk endangering the safety of millions of travellers. What is the Conservative solution? To cut yet again into Transport Canada's budget. It's completely absurd and really quite dangerous. Can the Conservatives explain to us how more cuts and services will result in more safety for passengers? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the statements are unfounded, and it's just to frighten people, and that's their habit. That's what they try to do. Safety is very important to our government, and at ICAO and with the pilots around the world, they laud our system. We are finding solutions. That's what we do.
Instead of strengthening the border and increasing efficiency, the government has decided to cut and slash border services to Canadians. They're cutting frontline border officer jobs, including 40 intelligence officers and the detector dog programs. When you cut $143 million from border services, you get thickening of the border, longer wait times, and an open invitation for organized crime to enter and exit Canada. Why is this government risking the public safety of Canadians in border towns? And why are they watching all our jobs be lost by thickening and longer border wait times on the border?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, since coming to office, our government has increased frontline border officers by 26%. We have taken steps to make the border faster and more efficient for law-abiding Canadians. But what I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is the continuous opposition to working together with our American partners in order to ensure that criminals and other undesirables don't enter into our North American perimeters is, in fact, delaying matters. So I would ask that member to consider his own constituency instead of continually speaking against his own interests.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that in my writing, this is not at all effective. The figures that he just gave, the cuts have consequences, and ignoring them will not make the problem disappear. The border safety vision of this government is to cut $143 million at the borders. That means more criminality in border communities, more risk for our children, that they may be in touch with drugs, and more illegal guns in the streets. That will make Canada less safe. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Conservatives tell us why they have abandoned their responsibilities to protect border communities? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Since coming to our office, our government has increased frontline border officers by 26%. And you know, Mr. Speaker, when we bring in legislation to toughen up our laws in order to ensure that criminals, in fact, dangerous criminals, violent criminals, in fact, spend time behind bars, that member stands up and votes against it.
Member for Tate Breton Cancer.
Mr. Speaker, twice last week, the Human Resources Minister told this House that anybody collecting EI benefits and working while on claim would lose every cent they earn after $75, which is patently wrong. I gave her a little quiz, true or false. She didn't do that well. Today I'm going to try a multiple choice. So here we go. The minister's answers have been wrong because A, she doesn't know her files, B, she doesn't care about her files, C, her answers are tactically misleading, or D, All of the above.
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I suggest that the honourable member get with the times here. We're focused on helping connect Canadians with jobs that are out there. We have employers right across this country, even in areas of higher unemployment, who are looking for skills and labour. We're trying to connect Canadians with those jobs through advancing and multiplying our job alerts program, through broadening the job bank. I don't understand why the NDP is so focused on the past when we're trying to help Canadians build a future for them and their families.
Order. The Honourable Member for Random, Buren, St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Minister responsible for employment insurance was non-committal regarding the future of the employment insurance program for fishers. Given the frightening experience that people are having with the government's working while on a claim program, fishers are justifiably concerned that the government will gut the employment insurance program that they're having access to. Will the Minister confirm that the Conservative government has no plans to change any part of the employment insurance program that the fishers now access today or in the future?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite sure where the honourable member was last week, if she didn't hear me say that the Minister of Fisheries and I have spoken on this at length. There are no changes to the EI Fishers program. That being said, Mr. Speaker, they are beneficiaries of the EI program, which does require that in turn for the right to access EI benefits, people have a responsibility to be actively looking for work. We expect all claimants to be doing that and to accept reasonable work within their geographic area if it's offered to them while they're on claim.
Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Speaker, Prince Edward Island is the only province without a passport office. Prince Edward Island is the only province without a citizenship and immigration office. Prince Edward Island is the only province without a district office to serve veterans. Prince Edward Island is the only province with no counter-service at Revenue Canada. And Prince Edward Island will be one province severely punished by...
Order. Order. I'm having very difficult time hearing the Honourable Member for Charlottetown. Order. The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Prince Edward Island will be one province severely punished by changes to employment insurance. Would it be too much to ask for someone, anyone in the cabinet over there, to stand up to the Prime Minister and defend Prince Edward Island?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary of the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as that member should know, the island is currently being serviced by 5 locations of Service Canada where islanders can apply for passports at each one of those locations.
Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, order please. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, this morning the Minister of Foreign Affairs took advantage of his visit to New York to severely criticize the United Nations. That happened right after Canada was the last Western country to repatriate a Guantanamo Bay prisoner. Omar Khadr's return was inevitable, but the Conservatives dragged their feet, tried to make political hay out of this to the detriment of our relations with the U.S. How can attacking the UN and alienating our main ally serve the interests of Canadians? Parliamentary Secretary.
As that member should know by now, Canada's policy is no longer to please every dictator with a vote at the United Nations. We have taken a strong, principled position to promote freedom, human rights, and the rule of law, and we will continue to do so. The member may have heard the Minister of Foreign Affairs make his address to the UN General Assembly this morning, where he said, "Our commitment to the United Nations has been tested and is proven, not in spite of our commitment, but because of our commitment to this body. We cannot and will not participate in endless, fruitless, inward-looking exercises." Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, finger-wagging at the UN and alienating our closest ally is a heck of a way to get along with our closest ally, the United States.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre has the floor. Order. Order. The Parliamentary Secretary needs to come to order. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, sensitive issue, I know, for them because they're not representing our interests on the world stage. Conservatives delayed Mr. Cotter's case for years at a great cost to taxpayers. The government admitted that the U.S. pressured Canada to stop dragging its heels. Secret American documents were leaked, a serious breach of trust. Mr. Speaker, how does mishandling the Omar Cotter case and alienating the U.S. good for Canadians' interests with our U.S. friends and our reputation on the world stage?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. The Government of Canada was not in possession of a transcript of the interview that was leaked and did not create one. Access to this material was strictly controlled in Canada. I can assure this House that Canadian officials did not leak this material. What I can also say is that the transfer of Omar Cotter occurred following a process initiated by the American government and conducted in accordance with Canadian law. It did not include consideration of foreign relations.
Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chaotic diplomatic relations are only one example of the poor management of the Conservatives on the international scene. Aid to the poorest countries is another example. Now, Conservatives are cutting funding for a school in Kandahar, Afghanistan. In the past 5 years, women have risked their lives to go to their classes. And at the last minute, the United States had to intervene to save the school. Why are Conservatives letting down female students in Afghanistan? The Honourable Minister.
Canadian taxpayer investments through CETA continue to deliver real results for the people of Afghanistan most in need, and Canadians are proud to align Canada's development efforts towards the full participation of Afghan women and girls in building their country. Mr. Speaker, their last installment has not yet been fully exhausted, and as well, Mr. Speaker, all projects, a sustainability plan is top priority for CETA so that the organization may continue to deliver results independently.
Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik.
Being there for the long haul, not just paying lip service to talking points. Education.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik AU has the floor.
Education, Mr. Speaker, is a signature project in Afghanistan, but this government is reneging on it. The fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that the minister had an option. The minister had an option. He had an option to renew the funding. He chose not to. Simple question, Mr. Speaker. Why are the Conservatives abandoning what was supposed to be the Canada's legacy in Afghanistan?
The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
Mr. Speaker, simple answer is that we're focusing Canadian taxpayers' investments where they can have their greatest impact for those most in need, and we're doing that in Afghanistan.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, today we're celebrating the second National Seniors Day. Our government created this special day in order to officially recognize and celebrate all our seniors and what they accomplished to make Canada a wonderful country.
Tell this House what other actions our government has taken to help give support to these seniors that they so richly deserve.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member of Etobicoke Lakeshore for the question. Our government has been working hard to increase access to services and benefits for seniors while promoting ways to stay active, engaged, and informed. But, Mr. Speaker, there's more. We've increased funding for New Horizons, taken actions against elder abuse, increased the GIS at the highest amount in 25 years, and put OAS on a long-term sustainable path. Our government is standing up for seniors, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, for the past 2 weeks, the Minister of Human Resources has repeated that no Canadian will be penalized by her EI reforms, but we know that's untrue. Part-time workers and seasonal workers are once again victims of the Minister's ill-advised reform. This time, it's the Working While on Claim program that directly attacks the unemployed. Will the Minister finally hear the grumbling of Canadians and put an end to this vindictive reform? Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, across the country, there is a labor shortage. Employers need workers with certain skills, and we are there to help the unemployed connect with these available jobs in their regions within their range of skills. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are trying to make sure that when the unemployed work part-time while receiving EI benefits, they will be better off. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. With the Minister's changes, EI beneficiaries who find a part-time job end up with less money in their pockets. The poorest are the hardest hit. The Conservatives had announced $130 million over 1 year for a project that would, and then ended up cutting that by half and stretching it out to 2 years. They say that's not a cutback. Why do they refuse to help the unemployed and present a real job creation action plan? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, over 770,000 jobs have been created here in Canada since 2009. That is the truth. But we have a labor shortage. That's why it's extremely important for the unemployed and the employers to connect and have these unemployed people connect with available jobs in the regions. This is what we're doing with the new system, and have them connect through this system as well as the foreign workers.
Mr. Speaker, two sides of the country, two different stories from two different Conservatives. In May, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans claimed the goal of EI reforms was not to force Atlantic Canadians to move away from their home communities. But then, last week, the Parliamentary Secretary for Human Resources went to Alberta and said that the goal of the changes was to force unemployed people to relocate. Why should Canadians trust this government when their story changes according to where their audience lives?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Prime Minister has been very clear is that we are not requiring people to relocate across the country to find a job. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the past, this country was built on people moving to where the jobs were, but we're making sure that if people cannot find a job in their skill range, in their geographic area, employment insurance will be there for them, just as it always has. But we believe the best way to help the unemployed is to help them get a job. That's why we're increasing the information that they get about jobs in their skill range, in their geographic area.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to see the Minister backtrack from the comments of her Parliamentary Secretary, because there is no shame in making a mistake. The only shame is in failing to acknowledge it and to correct it. And we in the NDP have been bringing to this House for days now cases where working while on claim is detrimental to the lowest income Canadians. Exactly right. Will the Minister do the same thing again, stand up in the House today, say there was an error in the program design and correct it here today?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, our goal is to make sure that EI claimants who work while on claim are always better working than not. That's what this program does. But, Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, we're always working to make sure that our programs fulfill their goals. But what the NDP has been putting forward, not just for several days, but for several years now, is the notion that we should move to a 45-day work year. Mr. Speaker, that's unacceptable because we have skills and labour shortages right across this country, even in areas of high unemployment. We need to help Canadians get connected with the jobs that are available for them right there.
For York West.
Mr. Speaker, the government foolishly claims that chipping away the OAS, the cornerstone of our pension system, will somehow help future seniors. This regressive plan is brought to us by the same minister who says cutting EI will somehow help the unemployed. Slashing pensions to help the elderly, cutting health transfers to help the sick, is no way to pay tribute to the people who built this country. Canada's seniors are a hard-working bunch, and we all know that. But now they are worried both for their future and for the future of their children. When are these attacks on our seniors and our most vulnerable going to stop?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member does have her facts completely backward. It's our government, in fact, unlike her Liberals when they were in power, We have actually increased the health transfers to the provinces by 6% a year, Mr. Speaker. They slashed $25 billion out of the transfers to the provinces. We're the ones that are making a difference for seniors by lowering their taxes, by increasing their exemptions. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the Liberals voted against all that help for our seniors. We'll continue to provide it in spite of them.
Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have shown their true colours by removing funding for the Canadian Afghan Community Centre in Kandahar, a school for young Afghan women. Whereas last year they lauded the merits of this school, they've abandoned this initiative, which did reduce poverty and offer hope to young Afghan women. The U.S. knows better than the Conservatives and will keep the school open. How can the Conservatives abandon these young women after all the work and sacrifice of our soldiers? The Honourable Minister of International Cooperation.
The Honourable Member for his question, but the reality is Canadians want to see Afghan people succeed in their struggle to become a free and democratic society. Canadian taxpayers' investments through CEDA are achieving results. Just a couple of examples. 1,400 healthcare workers trained, 7.8 million children vaccinated against polio, and we will take the necessary steps to ensure that the sacrifice of our Canadians in Afghanistan have not been in vain, and we still remain committed to helping the Afghan people, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, today is National Seniors' Day, but unfortunately many of them will have no reason to celebrate. Why? Because the Conservatives decided to drop seniors and save money on their backs. They increased the age for OAS from 65 to 67. They will be reducing health transfers to the provinces, and so on and so forth. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us why the Conservatives are making a choice to cut services to seniors?
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to supporting seniors. We took actions which include the highest GIS increase in a quarter century. Our low-tax plan has helped remove almost 400,000 seniors from the tax rules completely. Additional funding for affordable housing for seniors, increased funding for the New Horizon, and we continue raising elder abuse awareness and have introduced legislation to ensure tough sentences for those who abuse seniors. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to encourage Canadians to visit seniors.gc.ca as a resource to help guide seniors to the services and benefits they deserve.
Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Few decisions by this government will help seniors. In addition to increasing OAS age, they have cut services. But the Minister doesn't want to talk about that today on National Seniors' Day. With regard to EI reform, that is the worst news for older workers who lose their job.
Have to accept lower pay or work far from home. Why won't Conservatives help seniors who want to keep working?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
That's exactly what we're doing. And the NDP are opposing every single step we take to make sure that that happens. They opposed increasing the guaranteed income supplement, which was the largest increase in 25 years. That was destined for the poorest of our seniors. Mr. Speaker, they opposed increasing the age exemption, not once but twice. They opposed pension income splitting for seniors. Mr. Speaker, they've opposed everything we're doing to help seniors keep more money in their pockets and to keep our labour market alive and well.
Member for New Brunswick, Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP has a plan to impose a carbon tax that would raise the price of everything and hurt the Canadian economy and job growth. The NDP's $21 billion cap and tax scheme would punish job creators, raise the price of gasoline and diesel, and essentially tax everything made in Canada. Could the Parliamentary Secretary for Fisheries please inform this House how the NDP's hidden tax agenda will punish fishing communities in Canada? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague raises a very good point. In fact, it's shameful that the NDP is targeting Canada's fishermen with its carbon tax plan. Fishermen have told our government that it's a tough business, and we agree with them, and yet the NDP wants to increase their fuel costs even more. It just doesn't make sense. What does make sense is our government's unequivocal support for fishermen. For example, under the Economic Action Plan, we contributed to jobs, growth, and economic prosperity by investing in hundreds of fishing harbors across the country. The NDP carbon tax would keep fishermen down, while our government builds them and their harbors up.
For Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, this question for the Minister of Status of Women, the Minister of Public Works, and the Acting Minister of Defence. Was she aware that in 2006 that the Air Force submitted a statement of requirements which was based on inadequate information and stilted in favour of the F-35? And further, was she aware that she was used in the 2010 photo op that the F-35 program was in deep trouble? And now that she is effectively the Acting Minister of Defence for Procurement, will she require the Air Force to resubmit its statement of requirements?
Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, the member knows that we have an ongoing process in place right now. The National Fighter Procurement Secretariat has been set up in order to ensure the level of transparency that we believe is necessary and the level of due diligence that has been asked for by the Auditor General while we make our decision to replace the CF-18s. At this point, no funding has been spent on the purchase of any new aircraft, and no money will be spent until the Secretariat independently verifies the costs necessary to replace our aging CF-18s.
The member for Hochelaga. Today, the entire day is underscoring National Habitat Day, but there's no reason to celebrate here. The CMHC imposes excessive penalties on housing co-ops that need funding to finance renovations. At Village Canadien in Winnipeg, the CMHC wanted them to spend an additional $5.5 million. Mondragon in Brampton had to pay $140,000 more. Instead of putting spokes in their wheels, why doesn't the Conservatives allow cooperatives to succeed? Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, that's what the CMHC has done, is support affordable housing co-ops across the country. We have support for over 600,000 public housing units, and co-ops will continue to work with the CMHC to succeed.
Sex London.
Mr. Speaker, small business organizations estimate that unnecessary red tape costs the Canadian economy $30 billion every year. Costs paid by small business owners that hinder their ability to grow their business and create jobs. Mr. Speaker, can the Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board tell this House what steps our government is taking so that small businesses can focus on filling orders and not filling out government forms?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for that excellent question.
Yeah.
Our government was elected with a mandate to keep Canada's economy a world leader in growth and job creation. Red tape inhibits economic growth and job creation. That is why our government is proud to launch the Red Tape Reduction Action Plan, one of the most ambitious regulatory modernizations in the world that addresses systemic reforms and some 90 specific changes that will provide common-sense solutions to bureaucratic irritants that affect everything from tax and payroll to labor, transport, and trade. While our government is reducing unnecessary burdens and expenses on small businesses, the NDP wants to impose it.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, a report from Public Safety indicates that the number of Aboriginal women behind bars has skyrocketed. Aboriginal women make up 1/3 of the prison population, despite being just 4% of the Canadian population. The report notes that these women will not receive the attention or the resources needed to address the multiple issues that they are facing. How long will Aboriginal women have to wait for the Minister to address this crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, our criminal justice system does not target anyone from any racial group. What it does is target criminals. Because to suggest, as this member has, it means that she's saying that the police are going out and targeting Aboriginal women. And that's simply shameful to say that. Our government, for example, though, is committed to taking concrete steps on some of the personal issues that our prisoners have, including the issue of mental health, both access to treatment services for inmates and training for staff, improved as a result of the leadership of this government.
The Honourable Member for Hunsik. Mr. Speaker, on September 26 at the Charbonneau Commission, all of Quebec saw a video showing construction company leaders maintaining relations with the mafia. Although the RCMP had incontrovertible evidence since 2004, these entrepreneurs were able to prosper for years without being bothered by the police. How come after Operation Colisée, the RCMP did not give its evidence to Quebec police? Is this incompetence, negligence, or political interference? Can the Minister of Public Safety answer that? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I won't comment on any particular investigation involving the RCMP, but our government does take corruption and white-collar crime very seriously. That is why we have taken strong actions like ending early parole for those convicted of white-collar crimes. I would point out the Charbonneau inquiry is within the jurisdiction of the province of Quebec, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment on any matter currently before it.
That concludes question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Judith G. Shun, Lieutenant Governor of British Columbia. The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to give the Minister of Heritage an opportunity to correct the record. I have.
Order. Oh, you're seeking. Okay, you're seeking unanimous consent to table a document. Okay, well, I'll hear that.
I have the letter from the City of Vancouver, as well as the Prime Minister's response to that letter. If I could enter that into the.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to table this document? There is no consent. Order. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 30th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding membership and committees of this House. And if the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 30th report later today.
Very good.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East, seconded by Mr. Garrison, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Human Rights Act, Genetic Characteristics. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Esquimalt, Wondifuka, for seconding this bill today. And I'd also like to thank the former Member of Parliament for Burnaby Douglas, Bill 6A, who first brought this very important issue before Parliament when he was a Member of Parliament. And I'd also like to thank the Coalition for Genetic Fairness, who've done a tremendous amount of work to bring forward this very important issue about Canadians who have genetic diseases and who often face discrimination. The bill before us today, Mr. Speaker, that's being introduced, it does a very simple thing. It would enact an amendment to the Canadian Human Rights Act to add genetic characteristics as a prohibited grounds of discrimination. And Mr. Speaker, many people may think that this isn't something that affects a lot of people, but it actually does. And there are very real cases of people who have experienced discrimination from insurance policies or different kinds of disability policies based on their genetic history. Now that we live in a day and age where you can actually get genetic testing, this becomes an even more important issue. So I do think that it's a very important and timely thing that we have a debate in this Parliament and we have discussion about this issue of genetic discrimination, and that we look to this particular amendment to the Canadian Human Rights Act as a way to give people the valuable protection that they need as we do protection for all Canadians. So I hope that when this bill comes forward for debate, that members will engage in that debate and understand the seriousness of this issue. Thank you very much.
Madame Davies, Vancouver Est, appuyé par...
Ms. Davies, seconded by Mr. Garrison, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
This bill. When should the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Consent, I move that the 30th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier today be concurred in.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House for this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Deputy Hull.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. Mr. Speaker, there were discussions among the parties, and I think that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That at the end of today's debate on the opposition motion, on behalf of the member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put, and that a deferred recorded division be requested for Tuesday, October 2nd, at the end of the time provided for government business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's good. Deputy.
Does the Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer have the unanimous consent of the House for this motion? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it? Agreed?
Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first has been signed by many constituents concerning the supply of articles for blind individuals. The second is a motion. It's a petition supporting a motion I have currently tabled before the House concerning e-petitions. So the e-petitions motion is to increase democratic participation across Canada, which is currently at an all-time low, to allow Canadians better access to the petitioning process. And of course, if 50,000 signatures are gained on electronic petition, then this would trigger an automatic debate in the House of 1 hour. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present 4 petitions. I'll move through them quickly. The first one deals with the issue of alleged election fraud in efforts through robocalls to mislead voters. The petitioners mostly come from within my riding, from the community of Main Island, and they call for a public inquiry. The second, Mr. Speaker, comes from residents in the Vancouver area calling for a legislated tanker ban to protect the coast of British Columbia from bitumen crude spills. The third, Mr. Speaker, is related to the Northern Gateway Pipeline project, coming from residents of British Columbia, Alberta, and Quebec, urging the government to drop its lopsided approach to this and actually have full hearings. And the final, Mr. Speaker, is from residents of my communities of Saanich Gulf Islands, calling for the reform of our first past the post voting system to one that will ensure that every Canadian's vote counts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure I bring forward a petition in regards to visiting visas, where individuals are asking for government to recognize the importance of weddings, graduations, birthdays, funerals, and other types of family gatherings, and that we need to do more in terms of being able to allow for family members to be able to visit with their families during these special celebrations and beyond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good job.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present signatures from hundreds of people calling upon the Government of Canada to enact a Canada public transit strategy which seeks to provide a permanent investment plan to support public transit, establish federal funding mechanisms for public transit, work together with all levels of government to provide sustainable, predictable, long-term and adequate funding, and establish accountability measures to ensure that all governments work together to increase access to public transit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'd like to present a petition from Canadians calling on the Government of Canada to recognize the importance of the experimental lakes area and calling on the government to reverse its decision to end the activities of this research station. It's a unique station with an international reputation, and it serves a crucial role in protecting soft water.
Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to present a petition from constituents of mine who believe that the current 400-year-old definition of a human being is contrary to 21st century medical evidence, and they call upon the House of Commons and Parliament to confirm that every human being is recognized by Canadian law by amending Section 223 of our Criminal Code.
Here. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Chair has notice of an application for emergency debate from the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take the floor today on an urgent question of great importance to Canada's future. I would ask for an emergency debate at this point. During the Prime Minister's visit to China in February 2012, we learned of the existence of an agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the People's Republic of China on the promotion and protection of investment. This is an agreement with huge consequences for sovereignty, security, and democracy in Canada.
In February was then signed by the Prime Minister in Vladivostok at the APEC summit September 9th, but tabled before this House, the first time any parliamentarians had the chance to see the text, September 26th. A 21-day clock is running on sitting days, which means, Mr. Speaker, we're now down to 18 sitting days before, as a matter of automatic decision-making within the Governor and Council, an agreement with far-reaching implications for the sovereignty of this country will become law. It is a treaty, Mr. Speaker, with effect of legal force for a minimum of 15 years. If any future government wishes to get out of the onerous terms of this agreement with China, which is not reciprocal but lopsided in the interest of Chinese rights to overturn and challenge Canadian laws, to seek damages from us, if any future government serves a one-year notice to get out of this agreement, that's what it would take, written notice for 1 year, any existing Chinese investments at the point of that notice would be further protected for another 15 years. This agreement is sweeping, Mr. Speaker, and I know that with 18 days remaining, one might say, where's the urgency? The urgency is the government plans, at this point, the governing party plans no debate in this House. There will be no vote in this House. I take note the official opposition has an opposition day motion tomorrow touching on one specific deal, Nexon and CNOC, and that proposed takeover. But that will not touch at all, in pith nor in substance, the far-reaching implications of a mandate for the Government of Canada to encourage Chinese investments in Canada, a mandate to the Canadian government to give national state-owned enterprises of Communist China equal treatment to any Canadian enterprises, but to give Chinese state-owned enterprises superior rights to any Canadian corporation in the case of any laws passed in this country, and to have arbitration over claims for damages that will remain secret, that the Canadian public will not know of them. Mr. Speaker, I'm shaken to my core by the depth and breadth of this motion that will come before not this House, but merely Cabinet, and bind Canadians for 15 years, municipal governments, provincial governments, and federal governments. Mr. Speaker, I beg of you to allow an emergency debate in this House.
I thank the honourable member for raising this issue and appreciate the importance with which she attaches to the issue, but I don't find that it meets the test set out for emergency debates. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, business of supply. Resuming debate on the opposition motion standing in the name of Ms. Day on employment insurance.
Before question period, there were 5 minutes left for questions and comments. For the honourable member for Churchill, questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Valley.
Mr. Speaker, and I listened to my friend from Churchill's speech before question period with great interest, because she talked about the effects that the government's policies are having not just on individuals in Canadian society who find it from time to time that they are unemployed, and this government has shown its uncaring glance in their direction, but also on the small businesses and industries that many of them in northern Canada and rural parts of Canada rely upon seasonal work, seasonal employment, and the idea that making a bad situation worse, which is what this government has now proposed under this new drafts of employment insurance for those small business owners who need to be able to have some sort of certainty that there's going to be a group of Canadians able and willing to work in their industries, in those seasonal industries, the ones that don't consistently run 12 months of the year. I'm wondering if my friend could talk about the realities for those communities and those business owners that she represents, and I think they may be representative of communities right across Canada, that economies have taken huge hits to the natural resource sector, some parts, as is true in my friend's case in Manitoba, and are now relying on a diversified economy, and what this effect the government has proposed for employment insurance will have on her and her constituents.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague's question. Indeed, both of our constituencies and much of northern and rural Canada share a real concern when it comes to this government's targeting of employment insurance. And there is an absolute domino effect. When people fear that they will not be able to access EI while doing seasonal work, some look at moving away. Others look at the provincial welfare system, which is already overloaded. I mean, let's take the case of First Nations, where you have rates of 85% unemployment. In some cases, the only work available is seasonal work. But this isn't, like I said, make work. This is about forest firefighting. This is fishing and procuring a food resource that we need and that we export. This is tourism that brings people from around the world to enjoy the beauty that we have. It's in those sectors that we need jobs. Let's look at forestry, an area that has suffered greatly. Well, we need, people working in the lumber industry often work in seasonal work. I mean, we are seeing a government systematically go after sectors of the economy that sustain communities, that sustain regions. And we've heard earlier in this House a reference to moving on to other parts of the country. Well, the reality is, the question is, what kind of Canada do we want to build? Do we want to focus on one resource at the exception of all others? I don't think so. Countries around the world that are comparable to us maintain that diversity is the way to go. We used to be good at that, but under this government, we're getting worse, and the price to be paid is going to be paid by Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, in referring to the member from Churchill's speech, talked about, quote-unquote, the hits to the natural resource economy in her constituency. I would point out to the House that Manitoba is under the dead thumb of an NDP government. And much of the difficulties of the natural resources industry in her constituency, primarily the mining industry, in fact, Manitoba's mining industry performance is among the worst in the country because of NDP policies. Can she comment on the effect of the dead hand of Manitoba provincial NDP government policies on the dismal performance of the Manitoba mining sector, and hence the effect on employment in her constituency?
The honourable member for Churchill.
Sure. I appreciate the member's great gusto to talk about the provincial government in Manitoba, but I would remind him we are in the federal House of Commons and we are discussing federal issues. So maybe we ought to use our energy to discuss that, and I'd be interested to hear from his constituents, First Nations, rural communities that also depend on seasonal work that will suffer as a result of the changes to employment insurance that his own government is bringing forward. I mean, I'd like to hear from the people from Dauphin or Swan River or the First Nations that he represents, how they feel about his government's actions. And, let's talk about wanting to pursue economic development, whether it's mining or forestry. I can safely say that the federal government is nowhere near the table when it comes to working with First Nations to work through some major challenges around resource development in our region. Nowhere are they there to talk about the commitment necessary in employment and training, the training that so many Northerners need and people in rural communities need to be able to grasp these kinds of opportunities that exist in our region. So I caution the member before he gets up in the House with great passion to redirect that passion to representing, frankly, some of the people he should be doing too.
Resuming debate, a please do débat. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I'd like to advise you that I will be splitting my time with the member for Mississauga South. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased today to speak to the motion that's been introduced by the NDP in regard to the employment insurance working while unclaimed pilot project. It'd be nice to get some facts on the record instead of just fear-mongering. Well, Mr. Speaker, while the opposition parties continue to pursue their misguided economic policies, such as a 45-day work year or a $20 billion carbon tax on everything, our government remains firmly focused on jobs, growth, and economic prosperity. That's why we're aiming to help Canadians be better off working than not with our changes to the Employment Insurance Program. Now, in Economic Action Plan 2012, we introduced a number of improvements to the EI system, which, I must remind folks, Mr. Speaker, is a temporary income support for Canadians who have lost their job through no fault of their own. Les mesures que nous avons annoncées.
The measures that we announced ensure that the employment insurance system is better adapted to the needs of Canadians. It's more supple and it is fairer. These measures also ensure that the system helps Canadians to remain active in the labor force and also to more rapidly find jobs.
Calculating EI rates will come into effect in April of next year to replace the old Best 14 Weeks pilot project, as it was known. Building and learning from that pilot project, as we always try to do, the new approach will finally mean that regions with similar employment levels will be treated similarly. Mr. Speaker, that only makes sense. We're also stepping up our efforts to better connect Canadians with jobs that are available within their range of skills in their local area and to clarify their responsibilities while on EI. In addition, we announced a new Working While Unclaimed pilot project which came into effect on August 5th of this year. As I've said all along, Mr. Speaker, this pilot project aims to increase how much Canadians can work and earn while collecting EI. After all, we truly are facing significant skills and labor shortages in this country, in every part of the country, even in areas with high unemployment, and we need all of our talent at work. We need to encourage Canadians to work, not discourage them. And we know that the previous pilot did discourage people from accepting more work because of the low-level cap that was placed on how much they could earn and still protect their EI benefits. So we made efforts to change that. And Mr. Speaker, it's been proven in study after study that people can find a permanent job much more rapidly if they continue to be active in the labor market. And that part-time work, I should point out, often leads directly to full-time work for them. So that's our intention with the Working While Unclaimed pilot, to promote workforce attachment by encouraging people to accept available work while they're on EI. That, Mr. Speaker, only makes sense. But I would remind my honourable colleagues that this pilot project provides the opportunity to test measures designed to encourage unemployed Canadians to work more while on claim. Let me explain. Selon les anciens
According to the former rules of the system, employment insurance beneficiaries who found part-time work or occasional work would see their benefits reduced by $1 for every dollar earned once they reached the equivalent of 40% of their benefits, or $75. Whichever was higher. So everything earned after that had to be remitted and given to the government. On the financial front, it was not advantageous for them to accept any work beyond that threshold.
That after 1 day of work while on claim, working additional hours or days didn't pay at all. In fact, in many cases, the worker incurred expenses such as travel for putting in that extra work effort. No wonder then that workers were reluctant to take part-time work, when this often led them to being no better off than they were before. Now, the opposition loves to use examples regarding this project, so let me use one myself. Take Tracy, a salesperson who gets laid off and receives $264 in EI benefits per week, which represents 55% of her previous salary. Tracy finds 3 shifts of work that pay her $12 an hour, around minimum wage, for a total of $288 per week. Under the old rules, Tracy could earn the equivalent of 40% of her weekly EI benefits before having her pay clawed back dollar for dollar. This means that despite having found a job that could pay $288 a week, Tracy had no incentive to earn more than $106 a week, or 40% of her weekly benefit. Why? Because her EI would be deducted dollar for dollar after that amount. So her combined income from temporary employment and EI would come to a total of $370. Under the new rules, Tracy gets to keep 50% of every dollar she earns. So using the same example, her combined weekly income would be $408. That's $38 more than under the previous regime. Mr. Speaker, if they have the choice, Canadians would rather work. And as I've said before, statistics show that those who stay connected with the labour market stand a much better chance of finding full-time permanent work than those who don't. Now, the opposition is against our efforts to help connect Canadians with jobs available in their regions. Mr. Speaker, we know that the best way to fight poverty is to ensure that people have jobs. And that's why we're proud of the 770,000 net new jobs that have been created since the end of the recession. Our overall strategy with this pilot, and indeed with all of the measures that we've announced in Budget 2012, is to strengthen the EI program as well as the economy. We will always work to ensure that our programs fulfill our goals. Now, the Working While Unclaimed pilot makes it possible for Canadians to get more money working than they would if they were to collect EI alone. Nous continuons à travailler.
We continue to work so that it remains advantageous for Canadians to be working rather than not.
Is allow the NDP to impose a job-killing carbon tax that will ensure that Canadians have to pay more for their heat, for their gas, and for their food. That will not make them and their families better off. This pilot, though, is a perfect example of how we're making things better. Better for recipients, better for their families, and better for their communities.
This measure encourages Canadians to remain active, but eliminates factors that are deterrents to looking for work.
Speaker, our government will not be supporting this flawed and misleading motion. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have something that was said by the mask movement, that they're saying that the new pilot project, while it may be of interest to some, will be, and we admitted that it's to the advantage of some, it will be a disadvantage for low-wage earners compared to the former system, which allowed people to keep 40% of their benefits. According to this measure, the poorer you are, the more so you will remain poor. So how can the Conservatives not see that aspect of the bill that they've proposed? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, the problem with the old system was that when you could find work and earn 40% of your benefits, your weekly benefits, or $75, whichever was greater. So for most people, that meant that they could work 1 day a week, and after that, they would work, or rather lose, every dollar that they earned, because their EI benefits would be decreased dollar for dollar. So that was a disincentive for people to look for work. We want to encourage work.
The honourable member for Keith Breton Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if I could ask the Minister, and I've asked a true or false, and I've asked a multiple choice, I'm going to go with an either or now. She can answer either or, and I'd be happy with if she answered either or. First one would be the measurement. What measurement did she use? Because she's gone from it's going to help all people to the vast majority to the majority. One of the guys over there said the other day that it's going to help most. So, but there has to be, in order to fix a problem, there has to be some kind of measurement that's referred to. So, to help me understand why this decision was made, if you could tell me what's the measurement that you used to determine who's going to benefit, who's not. And then the, Mr. Speaker, I got another one. I'm giving her the choice. She's used 3 examples in the House, all stemming from 3 days' work. Does she have an example for if somebody only gets 2 days?
I will have to stop the member there to accommodate some more questions and comments. The honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've said so many times to the honourable member, this country is short of workers. We have employers who are begging for skills and labour, even in areas of high unemployment. And the old system, the old pilot project, discouraged people from working more than 1 day a week. Mr. Speaker, that is not helpful. It's not helpful to those employers. It's not helpful to the communities to whom those employers are providing services. Mr. Speaker, our goal is to make sure that someone who works while on EI is always better off working than not. That's why we've changed the system. And, Mr. Speaker, when the honourable member refers to the old program, there are cases, yes, where somebody was better working on day 1, but they were totally discouraged from working days 2, 3, or 4. And we know that the employers would be better off if those people were working because they have the skills, and we want to make sure that the workers and their families are better off working those extra few days as well, because we know beyond the financial benefit that those people who are working part-time are much more likely to find full-time employment when they'll be even better off, and so will their families.
There's time for a short question. The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister very much for what I think was a very straightforward explanation about what the government has been doing and how a number of these programs work. You know, there's been a lot of fear-mongering and finger-wagging on the other side and not a lot of facts. So I'd like to give the Minister an opportunity to give us a few more examples of how the Working While on Claim program work and how it is benefiting those on claim to receive benefits as well as find jobs.
The honourable minister, short answer, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've done a number of things to help people, and some of these have been misrepresented. EI will always be there for individuals who have lost their job through no fault of their own, but with the benefit, with the privilege, and the right to EI comes a responsibility to look for work within their skill set, within their geographic region, within a reasonable job or price range, and to accept that work. That's important for them, and it's important for employers and communities that we have all the talented work that we possibly can.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today on behalf of the government to respond to the motion by the New Democratic Party in respect to Working While on Claim pilot project. Mr. Speaker, this pilot project will allow people receiving employment insurance benefits to keep 50% of what they earn while receiving benefits. We believe that this will encourage Canadians to accept more available work while on benefits, and it will ensure that Canadians are better off working than not working. This Canadian government is making improvements to employment insurance so that it will work better for all Canadians. For too long, there have been too many disincentives in the EI system that encourage Canadians who want to work, discourages Canadians who want to work from getting back to work. The purpose of this EI pilot project is to test an approach and allow the Conservative government to determine whether or not more Canadians are encouraged to accept available work while receiving benefits. This is a pilot project to encourage EI claimants to pursue and accept all opportunities to work. We are working to ensure that EI fulfills the objectives of the Conservative government. The intent of the Working While on Claim pilot project is to help EI claimants stay connected to the labour market while they are looking for permanent, full-time work. Mr. Speaker, I want to read from Economic Action Plan 2012 on page 147, and I quote, "This new pilot project will cut the current clawback rate in half and apply it to all earnings made while on claim." End quote. Under a previous pilot project, EI recipients who had part-time or occasional work saw their benefits reduced dollar for dollar once they earned $75, or 40% of their weekly benefit amount, whichever was greater. Once they hit this cap, their wages were clawed back 100% from their benefits. As a result, many workers were not interested in accepting available work beyond the 40% threshold. Canada cannot afford such disincentives to working. While on EI benefits, Canada needs people working. Canada is already facing labour and skills shortages in many regions and occupations. Overall, the Canadian population is aging. Canada has led the G7 in economic growth, and that is creating jobs that need workers. The shortage of workers isn't only in Alberta. In Labrador City, for example, there is such a shortage of workers to fill jobs in new mining projects that restaurants cannot stay open and the municipality cannot find enough people to maintain the roads. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are pleased with the Conservative government's approach. They see the modifications to working while on claim. They see that they're an improvement, and they help workers to transition back into the labour market more smoothly. We believe that this pilot project will motivate people to work more, since work will pay at the same rate no matter how much income is received. We want to encourage Canadians on EI to work because study after study shows that part-time work often leads to full-time work. Having a job to go to, even if it's only for a few hours a week, helps workers maintain their skills and keeps them in touch with developments in their field. It offers the opportunity to make contacts and to hear about other available jobs. These changes cannot be considered in isolation. This Conservative government has brought in several changes to EI recently to strengthen the initiatives to accept all available work. For example, under the Connecting Canadians with Available Jobs initiative, we are enhancing the content and frequency of job alerts and labour market information bulletins for people on EI. Sadly, the New Democrats and the Liberals voted against this much-needed and important initiative. We are also improving coordination between EI and the Temporary Foreign Workers Program so that Canadians can learn about job vacancies and be considered for the positions before employers hire foreign workers. While it's clear that this Conservative government's focus is on jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity, the NDP and their leader are fixated on a job-killing carbon tax that would raise the price of everything for Canadians, including gasoline that they need to get to work. Sadly, the people most affected by this would be lower-income Canadians. This Conservative government has worked hard to reduce taxes for all Canadians. That is why we are proud to say that we have taken over 1 million Canadians off the tax rolls. The EI program is designed to be a support on the job market, not an alternative to it. Surely my colleagues on all sides of this House will agree that Canadians would rather be working than not. Unfortunately, in some regions that are heavily reliant on seasonal economies, employment insurance is a much-needed support measure. I want to ensure Canadians in those regions that employment insurance benefits will be there for them. We've made changes to the Best Weeks program to ensure that they are not penalized for working partial weeks in the off-season, or if they take a lower-paying job just to bring in some extra income. This Conservative government has found the balance between providing adequate income to the unemployed and encouraging them to get back into the workforce. Pilot projects like Working While on Claim do just that. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are always better off working than not. We need to remove the barriers that prevent people from fully participating in the labour market. This Conservative government is committed to making targeted, common-sense changes that encourage Canadians to stay active in the job market and remove the disincentives to work. That is why, Mr. Speaker, I will not be supporting the opposition's motion put forward today. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. During her speech, my colleague emphasized the fact that a job for a few hours a week is important because it allows the worker to maintain their skills and remain active in the labor force. And I agree with her. And yet, with the EI reform as proposed by the Conservatives, it is precisely those workers who get EI and who work just a few hours a week who will be penalized. 4 out of 10 recipients will be at a disadvantage. Their income will go down by half. Is the member aware of that? And if so, how can she explain to these workers who work 1 or 2 days a week that she's supporting a bill that will reduce their income by half?
For Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what the opposition member doesn't realize is that this government, this pilot project specifically addresses that problem. And in fact, this government is working hard to connect Canadians with well-paying jobs. There is a labor shortage across this country, and we need a program like this, and we need to find out if it works, and I believe it will, which is exactly why I'm not supporting that motion. But we need to assure Canadians that we understand what the problems are with the current system as it is, and I believe that this pilot project does exactly that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Canso.
Mr. Speaker, in my colleague's comments, she'd indicated anybody, even if they only work a couple of hours a week, are much better off. I've gone through all the computations, and it doesn't work out. You know, we're comparing this, and let's take this out of the debate. If you work, that's good. You don't need the help. Okay? If you're healthy, you don't need the hospital. This is for people that are trying to, you know, feed their families when they're out of work. So under the old system, they work a couple of hours. They would benefit. She said in her statement, under this program here, even a couple of hours a week, you would benefit. Does she actually believe, if she has looked at those programs, the old one and the new one, does she believe, can she say to this House that you're better off under this program than the old program? Simple question.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
That's an interesting question, Mr. Speaker, coming from the member for Cape Breton-Canso, because on May the 4th, he said, and I quote, "I'm going to give the government kudos. What they're doing with the Best 14 and the Working While on Claim, there were two good provisions within that." So maybe he's not remembering that he said that, or that at one time he thought this was a good pilot project, but I think really it's important to remember that this it enhances, frankly, what this pilot project enhances the flexibility and fairness of the EI program, and I think he actually knows that, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for
Pont-Neuf, Jacques Cartier.
For Pont-Neuf, Jean Cartier, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very simple question. We hear many examples given by the Minister about people who can find well-paid jobs and who will be at an advantage through this new program. However, I'd like our colleague opposite to explain the situation of somebody who manages to earn $75 a week. Under the old system, that person could keep $75 before having a certain amount withdrawn from EI benefits. Under the new system, that person would immediately have 50% of their income clawed back. So how does that person benefit? I'd like her to stick to that example and not other examples that were served up to us in this House.
Mississauga South, short answer, please.
The short answer is that we need facts in this debate, Mr. Speaker, and not fear-mongering, because when you get to keep more of the money that you earn while on EI, then obviously that's an incentive to keep doing that. And so I think that the opposition should realize that this pilot project is going to work for Canadians, and that keeping more money in their pockets is what will help us, especially with regard to the labor shortage in our country, which we have to address. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Only debate, the honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Burnaby Douglas, and I'd like to answer that question. Somebody earning $75 will make less money. That's certain. I did the calculations with somebody earning $300 a week, and I think $30 less in the end. So it's obvious that the answer to that question is that they earn less money, not more. Try to learn math. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the New Democrat motion tabled by the member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, the official opposition critic for employment insurance, and whom I'd like to thank on behalf of my constituents of Hochelaga. My colleagues from Pointe-de-l'Île and Henri-Mercier would probably join me in discussing at length the situation we're seeing in the eastern part of the island of Montreal, where many residents and their families are still feeling the effects of the last economic recession and the closure of many manufacturing plants. I'm thinking, among others, of the announced closure of the Mabé plant in my riding of Hochelaga. In the next 2 years, 700 more jobs, well-paid jobs, will be lost. They will be added to the recent closure of the Shell refinery in eastern Montreal, which also had many qualified, well-paid workers. It goes without saying that changes to the I system by the Conservative government in its Trojan horse bill will do nothing to help workers and their families. On the contrary, they continue the work started by the Conservative government of Brian Mulroney and the Liberals under Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin. It's important to remember how there was misappropriation of the EA fund, now called employment insurance, as it was then unemployment insurance. In 1990, the Mulroney government withdrew from the funding of employment insurance, which showed a clear lack of willingness to interfere in issues of job loss and employment. After that date, funding of the system was strictly given over to workers and employers. Changes to EI at the time also substantially changed eligibility rules. On March 26, 1993, Liberal leader Jean Chrétien, when he was leader of the official opposition in the Commons, wrote, and correctly so, in a letter to opponents of the Conservative bill amending the EY Act, these measures are baffling to Liberals. By reducing benefits and penalizing those who leave their jobs, it's obvious that the government is not very preoccupied with victims of the economic crisis. They are attacking the unemployed rather than addressing the problem. However, the hopes raised by this were short-lived. With power, the Liberals did a total about-face and maintained after that that employment insurance creates unemployment and that the Act needs to be amended in order to put an end to those who stay home drinking beer, as was quoted in Le Devoir, April 21, 1993. Gone was responsibility by the state for the creation of jobs. Responsibility is now individual. If you're an employed person, it's all your fault, in other words. In 1993, or 96 rather, the fatal blow was given to the Unemployment Insurance Act, which was abolished and replaced by the Employment Insurance Act, which once again reduced accessibility and rates of benefits. To add insult to injury, since the 90s, Conservative and Liberal governments misappropriated dozens of billions of dollars from the EI fund to balance their budgets, whereas these funds were supposed to be used to alleviate unemployment. After causing the plan to stray from its purpose, now they attack the fund. The compensation of the unemployed was now precarious, and premiums were increased for employers and employees. Let's be clear, when you increase premiums, you reduce accessibility, and you use the money for purposes other than that for which it was designed. That looks more like a tax. What are the consequences of all these counter reforms today? Last July, 508,000 unemployed people received regular EI benefits out of 1.38 million unemployed, which leaves 870,000 unemployed people without any benefits. Mr. Speaker, that's 57% of the unemployed who are not entitled to benefits right now, a historic high. This follows the successive changes by Liberal and Conservative governments, and that's unacceptable. Now, what are the Conservatives doing now to remedy the situation? Saying that they are doing nothing is not the reality, because they go even further to limit access to the system. And what are they doing to avoid having workers gain access to EI? Well, Mr. Speaker, they're doing nothing. The government may well brag that it's created jobs, but the facts remain. There are 300,000 more unemployed people now than there were before the 2008 crash. The 2012 Omnibus Bill, tabled by the Conservatives last March, amending dozens of acts that had nothing to do with budget execution, amended many rules for EI. For example, the new definition of an appropriate job means that beneficiaries need to accept a job in fields other than the one they used to work in, that they have to accept a job within a very wide radius of their homes, or a far less well-paid job than the last one they had. My colleagues have given you many examples of the unbelievable situations generated by these new rules. And then the Minister of Human Resources and the Parliamentary Secretary wonder why we voted against their budget. Well, all these examples make me skeptical about the goodwill of the Conservatives in helping the unemployed. Or is that their understanding of the reality? And is that at fault? When it comes to the Working While on Claim pilot project, which should allow EI recipients to have a larger income when they get benefits, I imagine that you will allow me to have some doubts when the minister states, as she has on many occasions, that the vast majority of beneficiaries will be at an advantage under this new pilot project. Of course, she was never in a position to provide us with figures to support her claims. She always gives us figures of people who work more or have higher wages, but here are the facts. The recovery formula used for the current program from 2012 to 2015 would discourage part-time work or low-income work for many recipients, since some of them will earn less than under the old system from 2005 to 2012. Evidence of this is in the costing of the program. Here are the figures. 2009, $141 million. 2010, $132 million. 2011, $130 million. And now, we're told that the new program would be more advantageous and that only $74 million over 2 years, that is $37 million per year, was provided for under the 2012 budget. We have good reason to be skeptical. Mr. Speaker, the EI system was designed to help workers and their families when they lose their jobs. What I've just submitted today clearly shows that it is completely turned away from its initial vocation. The EI fund should be used to give benefits to workers, not balance a budget or impose a tax on workers and employers. I dare hope that the government will listen to reason and try to reverse its policies that attack the unemployed rather than unemployment, and that let 1.4 million unemployed people, almost 900,000, without any benefits whatsoever. Canadians will have to wait till October 2015 to have a new Democrat government take care of the real problems in our society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Hochelaga for reminding members present of one important fact that seems to get lost in the debate around employment insurance, and she mentioned it early on in her speech, and that is that it's not their money. The EI fund since 1990 has been comprised exclusively from contributions by employers and employees to provide income maintenance for those who are unfortunate enough to lose their jobs. Where does the government even get off making unilateral and arbitrary changes to eligibility, to benefits, to clawbacks, to changes that they willy-nilly throw around, seemingly without much research and without much impact study? Where do they even have the right to do this without consulting the very people who pay for the fund?
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Yes, I fully agree with that statement. Not only shouldn't the government be allowed to touch that money because it's not the government's, but increasingly they're cutting back in the amount of money given to workers. In the 19th century, religious groups and families helped people. I think we're going to get back to that because the state refuses to get involved in helping the unemployed. That safety net is completely collapsing. So we have to have a bunch of kids and have them help themselves.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out to this House that Matthew Wilson, the Vice President of National Policy of the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, said if fewer Canadians are relying on EI because they have found employment, which is the ultimate goal of the program, changes, there will be less of a financial burden on the system. Our government's top priority is creating jobs and long-term prosperity for Canadians. Why won't the opposition support these initiatives to help the Canadian economy?
Member for Hochelaga. I knew that question would be asked. Well, obviously, the premise of the Conservatives is that anyone can find a full-time job, but that's not true. I know a lot of people who work as guides, let's say, in Parliament or museums, people who cannot get full-time jobs because such jobs don't exist for them in their geographic area. Where I used to work, there were technicians who could only be there when events were going on. Well, events don't happen 35 hours a week necessarily. It's a few nights per week, perhaps. So they can't work full-time. And the people who have a part-time job in a convenience store in Hochelaga are not going to work in the oil fields of Alberta. That's not the reality. Not everyone can go from part-time to full-time. That's not the case.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention by my colleague. Again, the questions coming from the Conservative side. We're all about jobs. We're all about jobs. Well, that's wonderful. And everybody in this House would like to see every Canadian with a job. We'd like to see all Canadians healthy. But not all Canadians are healthy, and that's why there are hospitals and health services. And not all Canadians have a job. That's why there are these safety nets, these social safety nets like EI. But what I want to ask my colleague, and they recited over there about me supporting the initiative. I supported working or best weeks, and I supported this particular. I spoke in favor of this provision because it was a successful pilot program. But what they didn't say at the time, in typical Conservative fashion, what they didn't say at the time was they were doing away with the allowable earnings provision. And they were moving the 40% of the EI benefit to 50% of overall earnings, which changed the whole plan. They didn't announce that until August, 3 months after I had said it was a good initiative. Does she recall these guys giving us the fine details back when they were making these grants?
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. As my colleague said, it's true. The program helps some people. Some people do better under this program. But as I said before, the flip side of the coin is that it does further harm to those earning lower wages. As is the case for a lot of people in Hochelaga, people working part-time, a lot of people I used to work with, it's no better. They're worse off. So we can only agree with a program that's better for everyone, not just for part of the people, especially a program that's worse for the lowest paid workers.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Mr. Speaker, and of course I thank my colleague for her wonderful speech and also splitting time allowing me to speak to this important motion. I would also like to thank the member from Charlebourg St. Charles for bringing forward this motion. I've had the great pleasure of working with her in the past on the Natural Resources Committee, and I'm also pleased to support her fine work here today. Mr. Speaker, while I was doing my research for this speech, I had a chance to happen along, of course the researchers are very helpful in this area, a CanSIM table that looks at the percentage of unemployed receiving EI regular benefits stretching from 1976 right through to the current 2012. And in 1976, 90% of those who were eligible or those who were unemployed were receiving EI regular benefits. Now, that 90% figure dipped for a while through the 80s, but back in 1990, 90% of the unemployed were also receiving regular benefits, but then we entered into a free fall. We went from 90% eligible down to 80, down to 70, down to 60. In the 2000s, we were under 50%, and currently we're under 40%. So those who are unemployed, only 40% of those who are unemployed are receiving these regular EI benefits, and that really is worrying to me. I think that we're seeing a slow erosion of our social safety net programs. This is very disturbing. We're not just seeing it in this area; we're also seeing it in the old age security. And I look on the other side when we're looking at young people and tuition levels and student loan allowances. It really is an erosion of our social safety net, and who it's punishing are those who are least able to make up this lack of help. So, Mr. Speaker, I really, of course, support our motion here, and I need I think it's very important for the government to reassess what they're doing, not just on this program, this pilot program, but also in all areas of the social safety net, and make sure that Canadians' equality just doesn't span between groups in the current time, but also over time. That the people that are born today and in the future have the same opportunities and benefits that Canadians had before them. And I'm very worried that these programs are eroding what I would call that generational justice. Mr. Speaker, so of course I want to remind the House of this motion, which states that the new Working While on Claim project pilot project is not benefiting many EI recipients who are able to find employment. In fact, creates a disincentive to take part-time work for many. It's leaving low-income Canadians worse off than before, and really the government needs to take steps to immediately fix this Working While on Claim. The motion stems from conservative changes to the Working While on Claim pilot project. Early versions of this program had a clawback formula, and that's really what we're talking about here, the clawback formula, where allowable earnings while on claim were equal to the greater of 75% or 40% of weekly benefits. So, for example, if weekly benefits are $300, the allowable earning would be $120. Earnings above that level were clawed back dollar for dollar. Under the new clawback formula, clawbacks of 50 cents on a dollar for every dollar up to 90% of the weekly insurable earnings. So any amount above that 90% of weekly insurable earnings are clawed back dollar for dollar. It is a bit of bafflegab, really. These things are, you see them written and they don't make a lot of sense, but when the rubber hits the road, that's what really makes the difference. So according to the Conservatives, these changes would incentivize all EI recipients to accept new work. However, we've found that the new pilot program discourages part-time work or low pay work for many EI recipients. And many of them will be making less under this than under the old system. So, for example, if you look at the average earnings, an average EI earning recipient, and again, we're into the numbers here, so I'll try to make this as clear as possible. In 2001, and this is the average EI recipient, in 2010-11, the average weekly EI regular benefit was $360 a week. That's for the average person collecting this. This means previous earnings for the EI recipient were about $670 per week. Under the new system, the average EI recipient will have no incentive to accept new work unless they earn over $300 per week. So if they take a one day of work or something like that and they don't earn the $300, of course, they're not going to make any money. So, for example, if this person who made under $300 a week accepted work earning them, say, $150 per week, they could potentially lose $70 under the new system compared to the old system. So, contrary to what we're hearing from the government, of course, this new system hurts the average EI recipient. Now, the group that I'm particularly concerned about is the low earnings EI recipients. And I'll let you know why in a minute, Mr. Speaker. But just to clarify the detail, if an EI recipient previously earned $300 per week, then they could earn $165 per week when unemployed and receiving EI. Under the new system, the recipient would have no incentive to accept new work unless they earn over $125 per week. So that means this person, the low earnings EI recipient, if they accepted work earning them $75 per week, they would lose $300 under this new system. Sorry, $30 under this new system. So it doesn't sound like a lot of money, but from the community where I grew up, and of course a lot of my constituents in Burnaby Douglas, this is a lot of money. Losing $30 is a lot. If you talk to anybody that's unemployed, $30 often makes a difference between fresh vegetables and something as canned, for example. So this also doesn't include work-related expenses such as transportation and childcare. And if these additional expenses are factored in, very few EI recipients would benefit from accepting new work, especially these low earnings EI recipients. So the effects on low-income earners, Mr. Speaker, is something I understand very well. It's because once I was in this category myself. In my early 20s, I lived in Nova Scotia and I worked at minimum wage jobs for a few years, and then at one point I was laid off. So working in rural Nova Scotia, laid off, I looked for work and I couldn't find any. And in fact, lots of my friends were in the same situation. There are lots of people who would get a job and work very hard, but then the job would dry up, and they would look for work, couldn't find any, so they would apply, as I did, for what was then called unemployment insurance. And this helped me pay my bills while looking for work. It's not like there were trust funds that we had to tap into or something like that, or it's not that, as again the Conservatives have alluded to, that people were lazy. It's just that the area that we were living in didn't have any work. And of course, when I look back, I see, of course, because we were youth unemployment is especially high. I mean, in right across Canada, youth employment is 15% now, but if you go to particular regions, it can be 20, 30, 35%. This wasn't a period I don't think that any of us felt very good about. My friends and I, in our early 20s, felt somewhat like failures. I mean, we'd gone through high school, we'd done pretty good work. Some of us had received university degrees from a local college, but none of us could really find work. And so we went on, would go on UI. And so every day while on UI or EI now, we go to what was called the Manpower Center then, and it was so far away, often we'd have to hitchhike there or cycle. So it wasn't that we weren't looking for work, we were trying hard, but when we made a lot of effort to do this. But most of the time when we went there, it was back in the old days before computers, there would be little cards stuck up on bulletin boards, and we would go, and sometimes there'd be no cards. So there's 10 of you that show up after hitchhiking up or taking whatever, cycling or walking. Some cases, no work. So you go back and you come back. They would say come back the next day. So we come back the next day. And sometimes there would be a little card that's up on that bulletin board that would say 1 day's work shoveling gravel or laying sod or something like that. And we would actually play scissors, rock, and paper so that we wouldn't compete for each other for this one job and bother the employer, or whoever needed the money the most, they could win it and apply for the job. So often these jobs didn't make much difference because sometimes this money was clawed back too. And that's very discouraging, and I know that's why we have to be very careful with these programs. It's easy when you're sitting in a place like the House of Commons and making good salaries is to lose track of what it's actually like, as the fancy academics call it, experiential perspective. It's to look from the perspective of the people that are actually being affected by these programs. And I think perhaps that's what's been lost here, is that it's easy to look at the numbers and the graphs and get the StatsCan data out and all that, but really you should be talking to the people on the ground and say, well, how is this affecting you? And I think we've been hearing these stories in Parliament, respecting people's last names, but definitely hearing the calls that have been coming into people's offices and saying, you know what, this local person is losing this much money. They had one check that said this amount, they come back in with another check that says this amount, and there is definitely some money being lost. You can do the calculations and see that they're right. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that this program needs to be reevaluated. I think the Conservatives also should be careful in their statements as to not to insult the hardworking people of Canada that are looking for work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I listened carefully to the member's statements and also some comments made by the member for Winnipeg Centre, who said that, it's really the stakeholders in the EI system that should be deciding how these programs should run. So let's hear from one of them. Let's hear from Catherine Swift, the president of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Represents employers. Employers pay half the money into the EI fund. Let's hear what she says. We believe the changes to defining suitable employment based on how frequently EI is claimed will help to remove disincentives to work and hopefully make it easier for small firms to find the people they need. The Working While on Claim program is about allowing people to continue to claim EI benefits and gain valuable work experience so that they can move towards full-time jobs that many of Ms. Swift's members want. Why do the NDP continue to attack a program that encourages people to work?
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think if the CFIB had their way, they'd probably get rid of all social programs. So that, to me, these they're not a great resource to draw from. Right. Not the spokespeople for CFIB. But, Mr. Speaker, I think the point is about consultation is there has been none. The Conservatives go off and talk to a couple of their great friends, but who they don't talk to are the people that are affected by these cuts and by these clawbacks and by the mistakes that were made in this program. Now, the minister should do the right thing. She should admit that she's made a mistake here, and she should go back and redesign the program so that it works properly.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, from the outset, my initial comments today with regards to today's debate was, I would have hoped that all engaging here would work together to try to find some kind of solution to what is an obvious problem. So let's lay it on the table. Not everybody is being hurt by the changes that are being made. There are some instances that it actually is of benefit, but from what I can understand, it's very minimal. When I've asked the minister for what it was she predicated the changes on, what was the measurement? Because if we want to fix something, you have to be able to measure it. So what measurement did she refer to? And she came up with nothing. We've looked through it. We know the median income for part-time workers in this country is $223, and we know under $260 working while on claim, those people are being hurt. I'm wondering if my colleague from the NDP, in his research, has he seen any kind of a measurement that would make sense out of the changes that have been made?
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. Really, it's the first statistic that I read out is really what we should pay attention to is under both the Conservatives and the Liberals, the percentage of unemployed people eligible for EI is collapsed. We've gone from 90% in 1976 down to under 40%. So I think really both Liberal and Conservative governments have a lot to answer to, and that's why you need an NDP government, so we'll set this straight.
There you go.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Jean Lebert.
I was quite interested in what you were saying in your speech about the fact that you would bike or hitchhike to find work, and I think this is something that is present in the vast majority of Canadians. But there seems to be a sense of, and I don't want to make any accusations, but there seems to be a sense of treating all Canadians as if every Canadian leeches off the system. Therefore, every Canadian needs to be slapped back into place by making these measures that punish people before they've actually, done something wrong. And I think it might have something to do with the fact that once upon a time, this program was called unemployment insurance, insurance against unemployment, insurance to carry you through those times when you're looking for work. Now it's called employment insurance, and I think it's being used right now as a battering ram against the perceived abuses by the vast majority of Canadians. And I would venture a fairly safe guess.
Order. 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 The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas. Short answer, please.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. And of course, Canadians want to work. I mean, that's really why. If you talk to anybody, they want to work. They want to work in jobs that they enjoy and that fulfills them. And that's what employment insurance is supposed to do: is help people between gaps in jobs. That's what it's doing. And to mess with the program to make it less, to help people less is the wrong thing to do. And that's why I support the motion that we put forward today.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
On national defence, the honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan on Aboriginal affairs, and the honourable member for Guelph on agriculture and agri-food. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Bruce Grey Owen Sound. As my colleagues have previously stated on this side of the House, I too will not be supporting this motion. I find it disingenuous of the NDP to be moving into a motion when we've brought up the carbon tax, $21 billion in carbon tax, and that will kill thousands and thousands of Canadian jobs and drive thousands of Canadians into poverty. And so today we're talking about this very important pilot project to improve employment insurance. As the Prime Minister has said many times, Canada is an emerging energy superpower, whether it is the oil sands in Alberta, natural gas in BC, or offshore oil in Newfoundland. Hundreds of thousands of good-paying Canadian jobs rely on the energy sector, jobs that would be in peril if the NDP ever gained power. Thankfully, Canadians understand that they can trust the Prime Minister's low-tax plan for jobs and growth over the tax and spend plans of the opposition party. It is an inconvenient truth for the members of the opposition that poverty has never been lower in Canada than it has been under this Conservative government. That's something to be celebrated. Whether it is adult, child, or seniors poverty, the rates have never been lower in Canadian history than under our strong, stable National Conservative majority government. This is because Canada has the strongest employment growth by far among the G7 countries. Thanks to the strong leadership of our Prime Minister, Canada has created over 770,000 net new jobs, of which are full-time positions. That's worth celebrating. That puts Canadians back to work. In fact, there are more Canadians working now than any other point in our history. Currently, there are over 350,000 more jobs today than at the highest point in 2008, before the recession. And that's quite remarkable. In fact, Stats Canada revealed that there were 250,000 jobs in our country that remained unfilled this spring. These are not even in top-of-mind locations such as Alberta. In Labrador City, there's such a shortage of workers to work in their new mining projects that restaurants cannot stay open, and the municipality cannot find enough people to maintain the roads. That is why the new Working Well on Claim pilot will allow Canadians to keep more of their earnings under this new program. The majority of people who work while they're on claim will benefit and will be better off. Previously, claimants could only earn either $75 or 40% of their weekly benefits. That's not much money. Any earnings above that threshold were reduced from the benefit payment dollar for dollar. The new project allows EI claimants who are receiving regular parental or compassionate care benefits to keep half of their earnings from the first dollar earned. This will ensure that EI claimants will always be better working than not working. It will also allow more Canadians to keep more of what they earn while they are on EI. This is a pilot project to encourage EI claimants to pursue and accept all opportunities to work. We are always working to ensure our programs fulfill our goals. At the same time, we do recognize that there are Canadians who are having difficulty finding work, particularly in the off-season in parts of the country where much of the economy is based on seasonal industries. Our government is working to help these Canadians find jobs in their local area appropriate to their qualifications. And I would repeat, to find jobs in their local areas appropriate to their qualifications. For those who are unable to find employment, employment insurance will always be there for them, now and as it has always been. Because of an aging population, Mr. Speaker, we can expect skills and labour shortages to become even more severe over time. That is why we need Canadians to contribute their talents to the economy just as much as they possibly can. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, our government receives no assistance from the opposition parties as we work to solve these challenges, and that's what we're doing, working to solve these challenges. Indeed, not only did both the Liberals and the NDP vote against these changes to working while on claim, they also voted against the youth employment strategy, the EI hiring credit, the targeted initiative for older workers. The list goes on and on and on, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, the NDP seem to be more concerned about implementing a $21 billion carbon tax on the backs of Canadians. That's okay, but this is not okay to try to solve the EI problem. Having voted against countless initiatives we have put in place to help Canadians get back to work, I cannot help but wonder why the NDP is against helping Canadians return to work, find jobs, become productive, feel good about themselves because they're working. Mr. Speaker, our Economic Action Plan is achieving results. The 770,000 net new jobs proves that. But we know we can do better to connect Canadians to available jobs. Currently, Canadians on EI only get 3 job alerts every 2 weeks from the Job Bank website. We're changing this so that these job alerts are sent out daily. This is what they need. When we hear about the gentlemen who bike to work to pick the cards off the wall, I mean, that's what used to happen. Now we have to do better. And that's why these job alerts on a daily basis are so important. Job alerts will not only provide EI claimants with information about job opportunities within their area and within their field of expertise, they will also include information on related occupations to which their skills might be put to good use. We're also increasing information sharing between the temporary foreign worker and EI programs to ensure Canadians have the first shot at these jobs before employers can hire foreign workers. We are taking care of our country, of Canadians. Let us take a look at some of the measures the opposition have opposed to so far, Mr. Speaker. Young workers entering the workforce face uncertain job marketing prospects. Budget 2012 invested $50 million over 2 years to enhance the youth employment strategy. to help more young people gain those tangible skills and experience, and to connect young Canadians with jobs in fields that are in high demand. Despite the fact the youth employment strategy helped over 57,000 youth get the job skills and work experience they need to successfully enter the labour market. Despite that fact, not only did the NDP vote against this investment for our young people, Mr. Speaker, they are proposing, as I said, a $21 billion carbon tax that will raise the cost of essentials for these young workers, the essentials the young workers need to transition into the workforce, such as basic groceries and public transit. How about the older workers, Mr. Speaker? When we increase funding to the targeted initiative for older workers to meet the needs of unemployed people 55 to 64 years old who live in communities with a high rate of unemployment, the opposition voted against that. How about Canadians, Mr. Speaker, with disabilities? Mr. Speaker, no government has done more for persons with disabilities than this Conservative government. We recognize that Canadians with disabilities are at times disproportionately impacted by economic turbulence and encounter unique challenges in finding jobs during a period of economic recovery. That is why Budget 2012 also invested an additional $30 million over 3 years in the Opportunities Fund to enable Canadians with disabilities to obtain work experience with small and medium-sized businesses. But again, the opposition voted against this measure. Mr. Speaker, it's pretty clear what the pattern is. Our Conservative government invests in Canadian workers, and the opposition opposes it. Whether it be the needy, the vulnerable, or those facing barriers or entering the workforce, the opposition continues to oppose these measures. The contrast is pretty simple. On this side of the House, we have our low-tax plan for job and economic growth. This plan has led to the highest number of workers in Canadian history, with the lowest percentage of people in poverty in Canadian history. Right. And across the way, we have the NDP who want to impose a $21 billion carbon tax on Canadians that will kill jobs and increase poverty amongst the most vulnerable. How the NDP feel that such a tax would be beneficial to Canadians looking for work is beyond me, Mr. Speaker. Our government will continue with our plan, and that's ensuring that Canadians are always better off working than not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech intently, and I've had a number of people come into my office since I was elected, great scores of people actually, with problems with EI. They're having trouble getting through to the call centers. Their claims have been messed up, and so it actually takes a big part of my constituency office's budget to help these people through the system and deal with changes like that have been made here. And I'm just wondering if the member has had many EI claimants come to her office and ask for help.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
I would absolutely sympathize with what the member opposite has to say, because that is part of a job of a member of Parliament to take care of these problems, and that is why our government is addressing this problem. This pilot project, we're setting it out there because we want people to go back to work. We want people not only, if jobs aren't available, to be hands-on right in the workforce so they can connect and network with the people that they need. Because no one person does just one thing, they can do many things. And in this job market, they have to have the opportunity out there to do that. This new improvement to the EI program is very important.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Cancel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think I'll do the tele-evangelist to those that are watching at home today so that they can understand what this is all about today. The motion today is to try to help a group of Canadians that have been placed in hardship by a change that was made, whether it was intended or unintended. There are people being hurt by a change in the provision for working while on claim, so that you understand that. Now, the government has gotten up. They've accused the NDP about the green carbon tax. They've, talked about this program, that program. What we're trying to do today is to help some of the most hard-pressed in this country, okay? And it was a pilot program that we had before that worked well. These guys changed the way it's being administered, and now low-wage earners are being hurt, and it's been a disincentive. You could earn between $75 and $195 under the program. So my question to the member from the government will be, how can you explain to somebody that made $80 on the program pre-August 5th, and now that $80 that they made, they're losing half of that, it's down to $40. How are they benefiting from that? Good luck.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul's.
I thank the member for the question, but clearly you mentioned the $21 billion carbon tax. That's big. That's huge, because everybody pays more money for everything that they eat, drink, or travel in. But having said about in terms of your answer, under the previous pilot project, claimants could only earn up to the greater of $75 or to 40% of their weekly benefits. Now, any earnings above that threshold were reduced from the benefit program dollar for dollar. Now, the new pilot program allows EI claimants who are receiving parental or compassionate care benefits, any benefits, to keep half of their weekly benefits for every dollar they earn, up to a certain amount, 90% of the weekly insurable earnings used to calculate the EI benefit rate. So I'll give you an example, if I have some time to give you an example. You know, when we talk about a salesperson who's been laid off, receives EI benefits of $330 a week, and he's found part-time work in a store, that pays him a total of, you know, I'm trying to answer the question. It's unfortunate that I can't give this example because, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is just closed to the solution. So I'll go on to the next question.
Well, questions are complete. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bruce, Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to have shared my time today with a member from Kildonan St. Paul. As many of my fellow government MPs have indicated, we cannot support this motion that would take away from the good work that government is doing to help workers improve the economy and reduce poverty. Our government has been very clear that we will ensure that Canadians are always better off working than not working. The new Working While on Claim pilot project is meant to encourage EI claimants to pursue and accept all opportunities to work. And, Mr. Speaker, I don't think anybody can argue with that concept. But I can assure you that all members of this House that under this new program, the majority of people who work while they're on claim will benefit and will be better off. Sadly, it is clear that the opposition does not want anyone to benefit from working while on claim. In fact, they voted against significant funding for this new Working While on Claim pilot project, funding that goes towards putting money back into the pockets of hardworking Canadians who want to keep their skills active by working while on claim. This is not the only measure the opposition has voted against to help Canadians return to work. The opposition voted against increasing funding to the Youth Employment Strategy to help our youth gain work experience and successfully transition into the labour force. The opposition voted against the EI hiring credit, which rewards small businesses by reducing their EI premiums if they hire new workers. The opposition voted against the Apprenticeship Incentives Grant, which provides direct financial assistance to people taking skilled trades in order to help us address the looming skills shortage. And on that, Mr. Speaker, I just had a gentleman at a hockey game the other night come up to me and was telling me about how their business was booming, but they were having trouble getting skilled workers. So it's prevalent in my riding, and I know it is across the country. They also voted against the creation and then the extension of the targeted initiative for older workers. By doing so, they voted against helping older workers in single industry towns find new skills and employment after a major employer shut down. The opposition voted against the tool tax credit to help skilled tradespeople cover the cost of tools required to carry out their profession. Both of these initiatives the opposition voted against. And to add insult to injury, the NDP is proposing a $21 billion tax on everything. This NDP carbon tax will increase the cost of everyday essentials such as groceries and home heating, a cost low-income Canadians can not afford. Mr. Speaker, Canadians voted for a Conservative majority government in the last election because they know we understand the needs of Canadian families. They trust us to handle this delicate economy in these fragile economic times. The changes that we made to the employment insurance program are meant to be taken as a package. Therefore, the focus of today's debate should be larger than just the working while on claim portion. Overall, Canada's economic performance is strong. In fact, we have the strongest employment growth among G7 countries, creating 770,000 new jobs since July 2009. Mr. Speaker, the EI program is a vital resource to Canadian workers during times of transition, and it provides temporary income support to those who are not working because of job loss, childbirth, illness, and various other reasons. The program must also encourage those receiving EI benefits to take the jobs available to them and remain actively engaged in the labour market. Why? Because study after study shows that those who remain connected to the labour market can more easily find permanent employment faster, and getting Canadians back to work on a permanent basis is really what Canadians want. It's what this government wants. It's what we should all want. And I think even my colleagues opposite should agree with me on this. This new working while on claim pilot removed the previous disincentive to accepting all available work by removing the cap on wages employees can keep. We are doing this by allowing a person receiving EI to keep 50% of every dollar they earn while on claim. Under the previous system, claimants could only earn up to $75 or 40% of their weekly benefit amount, whichever was greater. Anything they earned beyond that threshold was deducted from the benefit payment dollar for dollar. This meant that often, after one day of work while on claim, working additional hours or days did not pay at all. This was a fundamental problem with the previous model. So simply put, it discouraged claimants from accepting more work beyond the 40% threshold. Our new Working While on Claim project removes that disincentive and in most cases provides a higher weekly income to EI claimants. More importantly, it keeps a strong labour market attachment for people in the workforce and helps them keep their skills up to date, giving them a better chance at finding a stable job faster. Mr. Speaker, this is an important change for Canadians, a change that keeps more money in the pockets of EI claimants who are looking for work. Unlike the NDP's job-killing carbon tax, which would take more money out of their pockets in the form of that $21 billion tax. As I said previously, our government is committed to making targeted, common-sense changes to the EI program, and this new pilot project is just one example of recent improvements to EI. We've also taken steps to connect unemployed Canadians with available jobs. Sometimes people do not know where the available jobs are. Using resources such as the Job Bank, we're sending job alerts twice a day to people receiving EI. Previously, EI claimants received 3 job alerts every 2 weeks, so that's improved drastically. In addition, we're linking the temporary foreign worker program with the EI program to help identify available jobs and to ensure that Canadians always have the first crack at local jobs before foreign workers. We are also introducing changes to the Best Weeks pilot program. In areas of higher unemployment, workers will be able to cherry-pick a smaller number of weeks to set their average earnings. What this will do, Mr. Speaker, is ensure that in areas of high seasonal unemployment, workers are not penalized for working more half weeks and accepting lower paying work in the off-season. And Mr. Speaker, I think a lot of members of Parliament in this House can relate to that one. I have some areas in my riding due to the high prevalence of tourism, which is the second biggest industry, where there are a lot of people at times. It's seasonal. And we recognize that, and this program should hopefully help these people. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we're clarifying what is meant by suitable employment so that claimants understand what is expected of them when they are looking for work. We will no longer have a one-size-fits-all definition, but a carefully considered approach that accounts for the varying circumstances of those receiving benefits. Mr. Speaker, we understand that in some regions there is only seasonal work available, as I alluded to, and for those regions with high seasonal unemployment, EI will still and always be there for them, as it always has been. These changes, including the new Working While on Claim project, will strengthen employment insurance for all Canadians. What astounds me, Mr. Speaker, is that both the Liberals and NDP oppose every single measure we put forward to help Canadians who are on EI. And not surprisingly, the NDP plans to threaten tens of thousands of Canadian jobs with the job-killing carbon tax. Just look at the NDP's platform where they propose that $21 billion tax. Mr. Speaker, this government has brought in this new pilot project to genuinely try and make EI better. At the end of the pilot, it will be assessed, as all pilot projects are. We should all wait to see if these changes do what they are meant to. And, Mr. Speaker, nobody can profess to get it dead on every time. But we have to give, when we know a system isn't working, we have to try things. And I think that we have to have an open mind. And the bottom line is, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this motion today and urge all my comrades and colleagues here in the House today. I'll be open and happy to take questions.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Honoré Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question I have for my colleague is a situation of teachers. I myself, I'm a secondary school teacher. When you start, you're on call often. So you do your BA, you go to university, you have student loans, and then you have to be stuck to your phone to get a call at 7 a.m. telling you to be at the school in an hour. Some weeks you get no calls. In the meantime, you have to reimburse your student loans and raise your family. We are professionals. We can't just work anywhere. We have to get on a career path as a teacher. So what do you live on then? EI. But a teacher who got no calls, sometimes it takes a couple of months to get any. Then you end up losing a teacher if people can't cope with this. And yet the education of our children is important. These are professionals who have degrees under their belts. So what do you say to professionals like me who are forced to work in precarious situations?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member's question. I'm not sure if she's meaning that as a member of Parliament she's working in a precarious profession, but I would hope not. I hope she takes it serious, and I'm sure that she does. This question that she brings up, I have a daughter-in-law, newly just a daughter-in-law by a couple months now, that is teaching, and she hasn't got a full-time job, but very fortunately, since school started the 1st of September, with the exception of 1 or 2 days, she's taught every one of those days. And yes, it's stressful at times for her, but until she gets more time in there and what have you, or more openings open up, she knows that she has to deal with that. That was a decision that she made when she went to Teachers College, knew that that could be the case, and she's dealing with it. And, you know, at the same time, if the member here, Mr. Speaker, if she can't get in some profession, not everybody gets to work in the profession they go to university for. They do try other things, but hopefully she'll get something in the capacity that she went to university for.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brant.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for outlining his thoughts on this important issue. Now, we heard earlier through a question about that was actually a quote from Catherine Swift, who represents independent business, represents a huge number of independent business people, largely small businesses. We heard the opposition's reaction to that, which was a total indignation for small business, because they said, and I would I would think we can look back on the Hansard, but something to the effect that well, they have no idea about employees and what their needs are. Well, that's an insult to small business in this country. A party that's gone out and said, we understand small business. I would like your thoughts on small business, because I know your background, and I'd like you to outline what we've done, what we've put in place in EI programs for small business.
Before I go to the honourable member for an answer, just like to remind all honourable members to direct your comments and questions to the chair rather than to your colleague, the honourable member for Grey Bruce Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the question from my good friend and colleague from Brant. And he is right. I know that he also comes from a business background. And, Mr. Speaker, I'll stand to be corrected on this, but I believe it's 80-some% of all jobs in Canada are supplied by medium and small business. And I think that speaks volumes right there. And as I alluded to in my speech about, I was watching my local junior A team play hockey Saturday night, and the guy that I know asked him how business was, and he talked about it and the shortage of skills. And we got on to this, our EI changes, and he was hoping that some of those were going to help him over the winter. He's been very fortunate. So the member from Brant who's commented about small business and small enterprise, this country wouldn't be what it is today without them. I thank him for his question.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to have this opportunity today to speak on the NDP motion that's before the House. And I know we've been in the House all day debating this very important motion, and we're getting towards the end of the debate today, so I'm happy to have an opportunity to speak. And I'd certainly like to thank our member, the member for Charlesbourg-St. Charles, who brought forward the motion, as well as the member for Hamilton Mountain, because I know both as our EI critic and as our HRSDC critic that they've worked really, really hard on this file. And I've been listening to the debate all day, and it's very interesting to hear the mantra, the message, the narrative, the talking points of the Conservatives who are saying, well, you know, the opposition, the NDP, and I guess the Liberals for that matter, all they do is oppose everything. And I really want to set the record straight, Mr. Speaker, because this motion today, I believe, is an opportunity to deal with something that's very specific in terms of this working while on claim pilot project for EI. It's a very specific motion, and the reason it's very specific is because we're trying to address something that is clearly not working. So to come out with this blanket statement and sort of make it so black and white that the opposition is just opposed to everything is simply not true. It's sort of the big lie technique, is what I heard one of our members say earlier. I actually remember a few budgets ago where the NDP successfully convinced the Conservative government to make changes to EI and to include additional funds, and as a result we voted for those measures. So, you know, we actually look at legislation, we look at budgets, we look at motions before this House based on their merit. And I can tell you that if this working while on claim pilot project were actually working for people, we would be supporting it. So the whole point of today's debate is because we have been inundated in our offices across the country by real people who are on EI, who are having a terrible time with this so-called pilot project that's meant to be helping them. So let's just be very clear about this. This isn't a motion just to oppose the government for the sake of opposing. This is a motion that we brought forward today to demonstrate and to focus the attention of the House on a project that's really important to hundreds of thousands of people, and the fact that it isn't working for them. And we want it to work for them. And so, you know, the motion, which I'll just read, that in the opinion of this House, the new working while on claim pilot project is not benefiting the vast majority of EI recipients who are able to find employment, is creating a disincentive to take part-time work, and is leaving low-income Canadians worse off than before, and that this House calls on the government to take steps to fix working while on claim immediately. I mean, Mr. Speaker, the motion is very plain. It's very straightforward. It's actually looking for a pragmatic approach to say to the government, that their claims that this project is helping just about everybody is actually not true. And I think, as we've heard today over and over again, from both individual examples, and Mr. Speaker, I should say that I'll be sharing my time with a member from Beaches, East York. I forgot to mention that at the beginning. Thank you for the reminder to my colleague. So the motion today, Mr. Speaker, is really for us to draw attention to something that is very important. Now, I know that we have heard the Minister responsible for EI, the Minister for HRSDC. She has repeatedly claimed, and to quote her, the vast majority of EI recipients working while on claim will benefit from the new pilot project. Now, Mr. Speaker, again, we have to say, it has to be on the record, the facts are irrefutable that that is actually not the case. There are many, many people who are not only not benefiting, they're actually hurting, and they're taking home less money now than what they were under the previous program. So it seems to me that there's something wrong with that picture. And, members of the House don't have to take my word for it. We do have the Canada Employment Insurance Commission, which is an independent body that analyzes what's going on with EI. They submitted a report to the government on these changes just in May. So this is actually a very recent report. And they estimated that while 403,000 Canadians would benefit, 240,000 would be negatively affected. So now, if you do the math on this, Mr. Speaker, you can see that it means that nearly 4 in 10 EI recipients are actually negatively affected by this pilot program. So, I mean, any idea that this is helping the vast majority of EI claimants is simply not true. And I think it's really kind of a cruel thing to keep saying that and putting out this information that people are being helped when in actual fact they are not certainly not the vast majority. So, Mr. Speaker, again, this is a debate that's focusing very much on the facts. Now, we also have the Parliamentary Secretary, the member from Simcoe Grey, and we've also heard her day after day in question period and in other areas, where she claimed on September the 4th, quote, "Those who work more will be able to keep more when it comes to their employment insurance." And again, as we see from the report from the Commission, and we know from our own ridings and our constituents that we're hearing from, that this is simply not the case. So, Mr. Speaker, I do think, in terms of the debate that goes on in this House, I would really hope that it would be recognized by members across the floor here that we're not just doing something to oppose for the sake of opposing. We're actually trying to be proactive here, and we're actually trying to be constructive in bringing forward a motion for correction. Now, as I heard my colleague from Hamilton Mountain earlier today, she did a wonderful outline of why she knew that, unfortunately, it's very unlikely that this motion would work, because it's very unfortunate. In a way, it's very sad and disappointing that the government is not willing to acknowledge the problems that exist with this program. And so I really think it begs the question as to what really lies underneath these program changes. Many members have made the point today that the EI program, is a program that's contributed by employers and by workers. It's not a government program. It is a very important part of Canada's social safety network. It's something that unemployed Canadians need to be able to rely on when they are in difficulty. So it really kind of begs the question as to why the government would do such a shoddy job in bringing forward a program that doesn't in any way live up to the goals and the objectives that they themselves have put forward. And so, Mr. Speaker, that's why we have this motion here today. Now, I think many of us could speak at length with the overall situation with EI. And again, just from our own experience of dealing with constituents, it's really incredible to see how this program has, kind of taken a dive over the years. And in fact, one of my colleagues, colleague from Burnaby Douglas, pointed out earlier that there was some research from CanSim that shows just how much the EI program has changed in this country. we know now that less than 40% of unemployed Canadians actually receive EI benefits. And I know that that number is actually higher for women and for seasonal workers. So depending on what kind of work you're in, and often women are in part-time work, you actually fare even less well than that general statistic. So, I mean, surely this should raise concerns for us that, you know, in the 1990s, something like 70 to 90% of Canadians who were unemployed actually could qualify. They actually were eligible. The rules were relatively fair, and they were doing the job that they were designed to do, and that was to help people through difficulty of periods of unemployment. We've seen now a downward spiral, starting with the Liberal government who made reforms and things got pretty worse, and now we're at today's situation where even a so-called pilot project that is designed to help people keep a little bit of money if they are working, that it's hitting the people who are most vulnerable, the people who are making the lowest wages. So, Mr. Speaker, to us that is patently unfair, and I really hope that the members in the Conservative government across the way, that they'll actually consider this motion on its merit. And I would actually like to prove the member from Hamilton Mountain wrong. She did a great speech earlier, and I'd like to actually hope that she might be wrong and that this motion actually might go through, and that the Conservative government will actually recognise that there's a genuine attempt here to show the programme and what needs to be done, and calls on the government to make the changes so that unemployed Canadians actually can receive the help that they need. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have great admiration for the optimism of my colleague, but on the other hand, I'm wondering whether the Conservatives live on the same planet we do. I'm wondering if they know this country as I know it, because quite often they don't take reality into account. Working in another city, when you live in Watson Lake, Yukon, well, the two cities are 6 hours apart. It's a bit far to go to work. The same is true in Newfoundland. In some municipalities at the end of peninsulas, the reality experienced by people every day doesn't work like their predictions. So I'd like my colleague to tell us whether this is a matter of apathy or ignorance that motivates them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and you know what, we do try to be optimistic, and I have a feeling that the member from Hamilton Mountain will be proved right when we have the vote tomorrow night. But you know, I do think there's a sort of a deep problem here, and that is that we have a government that's sort of suspicious of people. There's always this assumption that people are trying to get away with something. And, you know, the fact is most people on EI or any income assistance program are there. Well, they're all there because of genuine need, and people actually play by the rules. And so these new rules that come in, whether it's they have to work much further away or this pilot project, are really designed to frustrate people. And I think that's really regrettable, because surely the system should work for people. It should be accessible, it should be understandable, and it should be available for when people need it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to share with the House an email I got, came to my office today, and I've been back and forth with this gentleman, Mr. Pink. And although he says his father's name was Mr. Pink, not his. But he was in the fish business for 30 years, mainly in Louisbourg, which has a strong and proud tradition as being a very successful fishing port. And he said that the businesses are going through a great difficulty getting and retaining skilled workers, and they've been drawing from communities around for the last while. And when they're trying to develop new product, Sometimes it's just a day and a half of work that they've been getting, and they have to drive all the way to Lewisburg, which is it's a considerable drive away from those other communities. So he says, you can't blame them for not driving to Lewisburg with the price of gas. How is this ensuring claimants always benefit by accepting available work? And I think that's what we're trying to get at here, Mr. Speaker. Okay, he further goes on and says the minister clearly showing she has no idea as to what she's talking about on this particular pilot project. So I will ask the question to my colleague, from Mr. Pink, how is this ensuring claimants always benefit by accepting available work?
Order. The Honourable Member of Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the short answer is it isn't giving that assurance at all. And I know what the member means, because I think we've all shared this frustration that that the minister does not really seem to be aware of the actual impact or consequences of the program. Now, had they bothered to actually talk to people on EI and find out what the heck was going on, maybe we would have a better program and we wouldn't be here debating it today. But as we've seen with so many instances, and to answer the fellow who wrote the email, they did not bother to go and actually consult with people, even if they talked to employers. And so, in fact, there are disincentives in this pilot program that mean that, particularly for lower paid workers or workers who are getting just a day or a day and a half or 2 days of work, there's a disincentive. They're actually losing money. So why on earth would anybody do that? So this is a terrible flaw in the program, and we're saying to the government, address the problems and make it work.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise in the House today to speak in favour of the motion put forward by my colleague from Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, and very honoured to share time with my colleague from Vancouver East, though not sure if she reciprocates. She just about forgot me, but never mind, I'm up now. And the motion that we're talking about today focuses on the Conservative government's revisions to the Working While on Claim pilot program and calls on the government to take steps to fix the program immediately. Now, Mr. Speaker, some heady claims have been made about the government's revisions to this program. The Minister for Human Resources and Skills Development Canada has been quite adamant in two claims. Firstly, that the vast majority of employment insurance recipients will benefit from these revisions, and secondly, that everyone who works will keep more. Now, her parliamentary secretary, the member for Simcoe Grey, has been equally unequivocal in these very same claims for the revised Working While on Claim pilot. And yet, Mr. Speaker, all is not what it is claimed to be. According to a recent publication of the Mowat Centre for Policy Innovation entitled What the New EI Rules Mean, and I quote, EI beneficiaries with earned incomes that are around half the size of their weekly EI benefits or smaller will generally see a decrease in total income. This is because they will experience a 50% clawback on income that was previously exempt from any clawback. EI beneficiaries with earned incomes that are greater than roughly half the size of their weekly EI benefits will generally experience an increase in total income because they will experience only a 50% clawback on income that was previously subject to 100% clawback. So much, Mr. Speaker, of the claim that everyone who works will keep more. But what about the vast majority, I quote, unquote, benefiting from the revisions? Well, according to a May 2012 report by the Canada Employment Insurance Commission, 240,000 EI recipients stand to be negatively impacted by these revisions. That's about 40% of all EI recipients, Mr. Speaker. A far cry from the vast majority by any reasonable definition. So the Commission expresses their concern about disincentives built into these revisions and notes, and I quote, claimants who currently work a few hours a week while on claim below the current allowable threshold may decide to not work these potential hours as they would be subject to the 50% earnings exemption from the first dollar earned, end quote. Compounding the problem here, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that those who are adversely impacted by these changes are those who can least absorb this financial setback. It is those who earned income that is less than half their claim that will be penalized under these changes. Now, it's not the operating assumption or principles of the NDP that workers on EI need incentives to look for and secure work. But what the Working While on Claim program is meant to do is remove disincentives to work. In this, the revisions to the program fail miserably, in that it has put in place, by way of removing the shifting clawback, a very obvious penalty for about 40% of EI recipients seeking to get back into the labour market. This, Mr. Speaker, is moving backwards at a time when employment insurance, properly managed, provides an opportunity to move forward for Canadians. With 1.4 million Canadians still unemployed, and I would note 300,000 more than pre-recession levels, we should be extending EI stimulus measures to wrestle down current unacceptably high levels of unemployment in this country. With most Canadians living paycheck to paycheck, we should be eliminating the 2-week waiting period. It must be remembered, Mr. Speaker, that employment insurance is not available to those who voluntarily leave their work. There should therefore be nothing punitive in a system that is intended to provide support to those who find themselves involuntarily without work. This, after all, is an insurance scheme that workers have paid into in an effort to save themselves from financial ruin should they lose their livelihoods. And further to this point, and to ensure that EI provides meaningful benefit levels, the rate of benefits should make their way to 60% of insurable earnings.
That's a good idea.
It has also been noted by many, Mr. Speaker, that periods of unemployment are getting longer. This signals the need, Mr. Speaker, for improvements in the quality and monitoring of training and retraining programs. As a last proposition, Mr. Speaker, I'd propose that we return the qualifying period to a minimum of 360 hours of work, irrespective of the regional rate of unemployment. This, Mr. Speaker, is a critically important proposition. Since the mid-1990s, the number of unemployed persons eligible for EI benefits has fallen by half, from about 80 to 90% down to about 40%. It has been estimated that Liberal government policy changes to the Employment Insurance Act in the 1990s are responsible for about half of this decline in EI eligibility. Certainly, there is an obvious and precipitous decline in eligibility in the wake of the stricter eligibility requirements introduced by the Liberal government. But the other part of the equation that explains this rapid decline in eligibility is long-term changes in labour market that it has now to be noticed, been ignored by both Liberal and now Conservative governments. Consider the following, Mr. Speaker. Since 1976, the number of multiple job holders has increased by 150%. The number of part-time job holders has increased by 55%. Self-employment has increased by 29%. As one expert on employment insurance, Professor Leah Vosco, has put it, quote, workers least well protected by EI are clustered in part-time and temporary forms of paid employment and self-employment and in sectors of the economy long viewed as ancillary but experiencing considerable growth in recent decades, such as sales and services. This is a particularly important analysis from my riding of Beaches East York, Mr. Speaker, and my city of Toronto. The changing labour market has reshaped my riding and my city socially and economically. I would note that while there's been a 59% increase in the number of temporary and contract jobs right across this country over the past decade, over that same decade there was a 68% increase in Toronto. Part of this story, too, has been the loss of well over 100,000 manufacturing jobs in Toronto, even pre-2008 recession. Again, Professor Vosco was quoted in a recent study on the EI system as follows, quote, a notable overarching finding is that EI's entry requirements disfavor part-time workers. For instance, in urban areas and metropolises where entry requirements tend to be highest, more than 50% of workers in this group do not meet the 700-hour threshold. Insensitivity of regular benefit requirements to the changing nature of employment in this formula contributes to disentitlement of workers falling outside the norm of full-time permanent job in low employment regions where workers in part-time and temporary forms of employment face high entry requirements, end of quote. And so it is that in Toronto, less than 25% of unemployed workers are even eligible for EI benefits, far less than the national average for eligibility, which hovers around 40%, and well below the pre-Liberal reform levels when 56% of unemployed workers in Toronto were eligible. There was a time in our history, Mr. Speaker, that employment insurance played a critical social and economic role by countering poverty and limiting income disparity in this country. Over time, successive Liberal and Conservative governments have undermined the effectiveness of our employment insurance system to accomplish these goals. It has been done both through deliberate changes to the system and by way of the sheer failure of successive federal governments to adapt the system to changing labour market conditions. This, of course, Mr. Speaker, is to say nothing of the failure of successive federal governments to ensure that Canada has labour markets that provide good, productive jobs, jobs that can support families, and keep Canadians out of poverty. That's a speech for another day, Mr. Speaker. In the meantime, I urge the government to fix immediately the harm they've caused with their revisions to the Working While on Claim program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I guess it's more of a comment than a question, but no, I guess I'll throw a question in the end there, Mr. Speaker. But this seems to be, if it's an oversight or if it's something deliberate, then I'm missing what the rationale is behind why they made this change. Because if it came to your attention that you were hurting those most vulnerable, I would think that a caring government would want to make that change, and yet they continue to attack the NDP. They're talking all around it over there today and not addressing this problem. What is the rationale behind the government? We're sort of befuddled here. We think that this can be fixed. Our party believes this can be fixed. Obviously, the official opposition does too, and that's why they brought this motion forward. What can this government do to fix this problem so that these people aren't being hurt any longer?
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Well, thank you to my friend from Cape Breton-Canso for the question. And of course, we in the official opposition believe and know that this can be fixed. But I have to acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, as I've sat here and listened all day to the commentary, I'm a little more on the side of the member from Hamilton Mountain than the member from Vancouver East. Although I respect my colleague for optimism, I think that one does not need advanced degrees in semantics and pragmatics to listen to this language and understand that what this government is trying to do is force low-wage workers off of the EI system and into the workforce. And it's based on the presumption, Mr. Speaker, I think the language they use is called encouraging, but it's based on the presumption, Mr. Speaker, that there are all of these jobs out there in this country that are empty and want to be filled. But the latest statistics I've seen are that there are 6 unemployed persons for every vacancy in this country. So I'm not sure what labor market, in fact, Mr. Speaker, they're looking to.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague's comments about the nature of work, and he talked about people often having multiple sources of incomes as if that's a bad thing, or the nature of a job being much more flexible and different from what it was. So this is a sincere question, because the nature of work in 2012 is very different from 1912. we have the internet now, we have mobility, we have the ability to work from home. And all of those things, especially in my constituency where many people have multiple sources of incomes and are happy to do it, they log, they farm, perhaps work in a local tourist lodge, and their lives are built around that kind of economic activity. And I'd just like a comment on him about the nature of work in 2012, and perhaps there are more opportunities out there than in the older model that was in place, let's say, in 1912.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the opportunities for folks in Toronto in terms of a labour market are, as I described in my speech. When we talk about part-time and contract work, we are generally speaking about low-wage work in the service industry. And the fact that people have to cobble a number of these low-wage jobs together becomes very difficult in a city like Toronto, where this government just turned down a very sensible, practical, economically viable motion from my colleague from Trinity Spadina for a national public transit strategy. To get from one side of the city to the other side of the city in Toronto these days takes an extraordinarily long time. And so to have to cobble together low-wage part-time jobs in the city of Toronto is a huge problem. And it's an enormous problem when you're trying to raise a family in what is the most expensive city to live in Canada. And that's why what we see in Toronto, Mr. Speaker, from 2000 to 2005, even prior to the recession, was a 42% increase in the working poor. And I'm talking about the working poor. Those are the kinds of jobs that are now available to people in Toronto. There is a hollowing out of the middle class in Toronto, and that's the job market reality for people in Toronto. This isn't about hunting, fishing, logging. This is about people putting together low-wage, minimum-wage jobs in a big city, a big expensive city, and trying to raise families on that, and it is impossible, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to speak to the opposition motion today. And I will be splitting my time, Mr. Speaker, with the member from Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette, and I'm happy to hear what he has to say after my 10 minutes. A couple of introductory comments. I've been here all day listening to the discussion and the debate on both sides of the House, and I think what's important for Canadians to understand and for us here in the House to understand that this is a pilot project. And by the nature of a pilot project, we are looking at what we can do to make things better. Instead of rolling something out that is a fait accompli, we are rolling out a pilot project, making some changes, making some improvements, trying to make things better for all Canadians. And in this case, using through the EI system, the Employment Insurance Program, we're trying to make improvements. We're trying to make sure that there's an opportunity. It's really about opportunity, Mr. Speaker. There's an opportunity for Canadians to gain full-time employment. That is what the end goal is. It's the end goal for all of us here. It's the end goal for most Canadians, most family members. They would like to provide for their families through full-time employment. That isn't the case in every part of the country or at any time of the year or during what we've had recently with the recessional aspects of what's happening to the economy worldwide and throughout parts of Canada. So they have to take up part-time work. They have to take opportunities that are available. Some of them are 1 day, some are 3 days, some are 4 days. I am not going to get into the semantics of arguing, taking a specific case or a case where somebody works 2 days or 1 day, this many hours, that many hours. The concept here is that we're trying through our Working on Claim program, through a pilot project on Working on Claim, is to get people to be able to do work, to be able to keep more of their money while they are working, while they're also on employment insurance. And then under the previous system, there was a disincentive to work. Under this system that we're piloting, we're trying to encourage people to work. The whole concept is an incentive to work, so that if you're only working a day or two a week, then there's an opportunity that before, you were able to keep so much of your money. Now we're hoping that you'll be able to work 3 or 4 days a week, maybe 5 days a week. It may mean 1 or 2 or 3 part-time jobs. I know it's difficult. It's a balancing act for families and individuals who have to do that. I don't I know it's a lot of work. In my community of Burlington, there are a lot of people who are doing that, are juggling different jobs to be able to make ends meet. And the concept here in this pilot project is to encourage that, to promote that, so that in the end, in most cases, in many cases, often part-time work leads to full-time employment. And it's better for your resume, it's good experience, it brings out income into your home. It also gives you an opportunity to have more money and to further yourself and your career. You know, there's been. I'm not going to get into the discussion about what the NDP. You know, we all know that the New Democrat campaign had the carbon tax in it, and in their piece they had the $21 billion piece in there. But that's not what we're here today to talk about. But that's the kind of thing that they were promoting, and we all know, Mr. Speaker, that the more taxes you pay, the harder it is. We all know the harder it is on the lower income individuals in this country. The more tax they pay, because it will be applied to everything, whether it's gasoline, groceries, and those are essential needs of everybody. Essential needs. They're not luxury items. And that carbon tax, that additional tax that the Democrats have been promoting, that will be a tax on everyone. What we need to talk about is getting people back to work, making sure that we have a tax system that is fair and that we move forward. We have, through our economic action plan, Mr. Speaker, we have been able to create jobs in this country. Almost a little over 750,000 jobs, net new jobs. 750,000 net new jobs, Mr. Speaker. And that is a net of that is an advance of what we had, what the job market was available prior to the recession. The Economic Action Plan has been very aggressive and very active in the marketplace, and it has been successful. It has been able to deliver jobs, deliver opportunity. And what's really important about those jobs, they're not all part-time jobs. They're mostly full-time employment. And that's what we need, and that's what families are looking for, and that's what will help the economic growth, the productivity of this country. Often what happens is we compare ourselves to other countries on how things are going. And one area that Canada is lagging behind, in my view, and many economists' view, is on productivity. And these programs that we're doing here, including the programs that we have put through EI, have assisted in our productivity. We're trying to make Canadians in Canada and the Canadian economy more productive, more efficient, more effective than other economies around the world. And we're being successful. And not just because of the government's program, but because of Canadians' will to work, to make a difference, to add value to their families and to their country and to their community. And I applaud every Canadian who's out there looking for work and is doing what they can and taking up part-time jobs. It's a difficult task, there's no doubt about it. Whether it's juggling your family commitments, other commitments that you have in terms of being able to be in certain places at certain times and moving to different jobs. And that is why our EI programs are important to make that happen. I've heard earlier today too, that I just would like to comment on, is that it's not our money. And that is absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. It's not our money. It's the employer's money and it's the employee's money. It's not government money. But the vast majority of employers in this country, which supply funds to this program, don't lay off people. They don't collect themselves. It's for their potential of their employers losing their jobs or being laid off. The employees of this country, the vast majority, never collect. Never collect EI. Pay for all their lives into the system while they're working, all their working lives, and never have to collect because it's an insurance program. I don't want to collect EI. I don't know many Canadians who want to collect EI, but I think it's an important social net that Canada has developed, and I think it's a good social net. But somebody needs to make sure we manage the money, we manage the program, so that it works for those who actually need it. Because we need to speak up and we need to be able to develop programs to make that pool of cash that's there that we have, as a government, decided, and rightfully so in my view, that EI money should be used for EI, not where previous governments have taken the EI fund and used it for other purposes. It is now the law that EI money has to be used on EI programs. The other area which I'm very proud of our government of is that we've done a lot in the poverty area. And you know, for me, when I think of EI originally, it's an insurance program that is a bridge between jobs, between opportunities. Things are happening, but it does obviously affect the income levels of Canadians, and it's an important safety net for us from an income support program. But we have done a lot as a government. I'm very proud of this government. We have the lowest poverty rates in Canada of any government in the history of Canada, and I'm very, very proud of that. For me, Mr. Speaker, in my community, which is mainly made up of small and medium-sized business, we don't have any. The largest business in my community is 800 people, but the vast majority are small and medium-sized business. We have people in my riding who've come to see me who have relied on the EI system. The other area in terms of poverty in my area that I'm very proud of this government is the support for seniors. And this is the National Seniors Day, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to make one small mention is that on the housing side and supporting low-income seniors, we've been able to develop a couple of new housing developments in my riding to help support seniors. And on National Seniors Day, I want to thank the government for their efforts on that. And I think my time's up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Question, commentaire, the Honourable Lebert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just would like to say through the chair that my colleague was doing so well in the beginning until he went into but I would just like to, I guess, share a reflection, ask him to comment on it. If the aim of these changes to the program are to encourage people to work, then why do that through a process of threats, as opposed to answering some of the issues that have been problematic with Service Canada and the EI system accessibility for quite a while now, for the last year, making it easier for people to access both online and through direct help EI services. There's been talk from your side about making jobs, people don't know where the jobs are, so putting more of an effort into making sure that they understand and see where those jobs are. Because as my colleague said earlier, the nature of work has changed, and it is a matter of putting together multiple, and that's not a bad thing. But why isn't this government making it easier as opposed to penalizing people who are trying to use the EI system?
The honourable member for Burlington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague opposite. And I don't see where the government of Canada, Conservative government, is threatening individuals with EI. In fact, you know, we've enhanced the program in the sense that if you are on EI and you're looking for work, the job alerts in terms of what opportunities might be in your area or in your skill set that you've indicated through the EI process. You get that twice a day now. It used to be once a week. Maybe every couple of weeks you'd hear from the EI office. We are encouraging people. Encouraging people is not threatening people. We have an EI hiring credit. We've brought in an incentive, an apprentice incentive grant. We have an opportunities for those who are apprentices who need tools, some support for that. Everything we're doing is supportive, Mr. Speaker. We are not threatening one soul. We are making sure that the system is there for them so that they can take advantage of the opportunities as they come available in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the crux of the issue today is that in the past you could work and earn up to 40% of your EI benefit and not have any of that clawed back. And now in this new system, 50 cents of every dollar is clawed back. And what that amounts to, Mr. Speaker, is a 50% marginal tax rate on income. And that is a disincentive for people to work. And I'd like my honourable colleague to comment on that fact, because I've heard from the other side of the floor today a lot of weeping and wailing about the carbon tax, and now they plan to impose a 50% marginal income tax.
The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In actual fact, this program, this pilot program, is giving the opportunity for you to work more hours and keep more of your the money that you earn, and still continue to collect EI. It's gone from where you can keep some of it to a maximum, and now you can keep actually more of it on a percentage basis. It's not a disincentive. It's actually the opposite. It's an incentive for you to find more work. So if you're only working 1 day a week, 6 hours a day, it might be what's available to you now, but if you're able to find more work, even if it's part-time work, if you can work up to 3 days, you'll be able to keep more of it under this pilot project than less. We are actually, it's an incentive to work, not a disincentive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a short question and response. L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In his remarks, my Conservative colleague said that EI, in his view, should be a bridge between in a situation where someone loses a job. Now, I don't disagree, but it leads to the following question. Why don't the Conservatives adopt the NDP position of eliminating the 2-week waiting period, which prevents those families, when the father or the mother has lost their job, because they have to wait weeks for the first check to come in? I think that's what the Conservatives should adopt.
Burlington.
I just want to remind my colleague opposite, it is an insurance program, and it's a normal process for a 2-week, the 2-week waiting period. I do agree that we should continue to do what we can from a administrative and effectiveness point of view to make sure that individuals who do need EI after they've had their waiting period, that they get their checks as quickly as possible. And I know that through the minister, that the minister's been working on making sure that we have improved our processes to be able to make that happen quicker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River Marquette.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my remarks on the topic at hand, I want to say how disappointed I was in the response to my question from the member for Beaches East York. The contempt that he has for rural communities and the natural resource industries was proudly on display. And I guess the rest of the caucus has been infected with the mission and message of their leader, who wants to bring the natural resources industries to their knees via carbon taxes and excess regulations. I would remind the member opposite, and indeed all members of this House, that at the current time it's the natural resources industries, and I proudly represent a natural resources constituency. It's the natural resources industries that are one can almost say they're carrying the country right now. And the member for Hamilton Centre often extols the virtues of Hamilton's steel industry and so on. I would remind the members opposite that steel has to come from somewhere. It's dug out of the ground in mines in rural Canada. So I think it would behoove members opposite, especially from the NDP, to remember this. And as for the final government speaker of the day regarding the topic at hand, the motion, I would like to talk about why this motion should not be supported by this House. We heard from the relevant ministers, the parliamentary secretary, and several government members about how successful our economic action plan has been. We're talking over 770,000 net new jobs, 90% of those being full-time. And as of last Friday, it was shown that our GDP continues to grow, in fact, beating market expectations. And right now, there are 350,000 more Canadians working in Canada today than at any previous point in history. Poverty for seniors and adults and children has declined from 40-year highs under the previous Liberal government to historic lows. But over 1 million Canadians have been removed from the tax rolls completely because of our low tax plan for jobs and growth. And that is truly a remarkable achievement. There are all indications that Canadians are better off under our stable national majority Conservative government, and now is certainly not the time for risky economic experiments. And again, I know members opposite sneer and laugh when we bring up their proposed $21 billion carbon tax as if that's some big joke. It's not a joke. It was in their platform. The $21 million comes from them, and Canadians are going to know that the NDP will try to do, if they had their way, to do what they do best, pick their pockets. Canadians understand that the global economy is fragile. There's challenges around the world, and one can see what's going on our TV screens every night in Europe if a country's finances get out of control. And that is why they voted in the last election to put their trust in our Conservative Prime Minister's low-tax plan for jobs and growth. And the changes to EI that were announced in Economic Action Plan 2012 continue to do the good work we are doing to ensure that Canadians are always better off working than not. And under the new Working While on Claim pilot project, we are encouraging EI claimants to pursue and accept all opportunities for work. As is always the case, we are always working to ensure our programs fulfill our goals. And again, I talked earlier about the constituency I represent. My people are free people. They farm. Yes, they log. They ranch. They're self-employed. They're proud to be free, proud to be self-reliant, and proud to be independent. The dignity of work is something that my constituents truly appreciate. And I can assure you that, Mr. Speaker, that under this new program, the majority of people who work while they're on claim will benefit and will be better off. And the changes we are proposing are designed to help Canadians get back to work more quickly. And again, because of the strong leadership of our Prime Minister and our Finance Minister, who by all accounts is considered the best Finance Minister in the world, Canada is leading the G7 in job growth. And again, the 770,000 net new jobs. I never tire of saying that. 770,000 net new jobs, most of them permanent jobs. And with over those, we are still currently experiencing jobs and labor shortages in many occupations and regions of this country. In short, we cannot afford to have Canadians sitting at home unaware of the demand for their talent and skills. And this skills and labor shortage will only be magnified by our aging population and by competition from other nations for skilled workers. And this is part of the reason the government is working to coordinate the Temporary Foreign Worker Program with the EI program to help connect unemployed Canadians with available jobs in their local area. And the jobs are out there. According to StatsCan this spring, there were over 250,000 job vacancies each month across the country. And again, in my own constituency, my own area, the potash mines are crying for workers. The trucking industry is crying for workers. And indeed, when you go further west from where I am, in Saskatchewan and Alberta in particular, again, the worker shortages are of great concern to employers and governments. Absolutely. And we know that some employers are hiring temporary foreign workers, while Canadians with the same skills in the same community or region are claiming EI benefits. For example, in January, 350 people in Alberta who cited significant experience as food counter attendants had claimed for EI benefits. And at the same time, employers in the province were approved to hire more than 1,200 foreign workers for the same jobs. In Ontario, over 2,200 general farm workers submitted EI claims, while employers received approval to hire over 1,500 foreign nationals for the same occupation. We believe Canadians should always have the first opportunity to fill jobs in their local communities. Absolutely. So how will we ensure that Canadians are given the first crack? By linking EI and the Temporary Foreign Worker Program. We will be alerting Canadians to these job opportunities through the Job Alert system. We're also increasing the frequency with which we are sending out job alerts to Canadians on EI. Before it was 3 job alerts every 2 weeks. Now it will be 2 job alerts every day. As we face unprecedented skill shortages across the country, it will be critical that we work to help Canadians find available jobs and keep them. EI is an important program here in Canada and will continue to be. And these improvements, I think, introduce much-needed common-sense efforts to help Canadians get back to work faster. But let me be clear. These changes are not about forcing people to accept work outside their own area or taking jobs for which they are not suited. We, for example, will not be asking those with manufacturing experience in Ontario to move to Alberta to work in food services. We will not be asking administrative professionals in British Columbia to move to Ontario to work on farms. Although I must say, working on farms, is very often a rewarding and pleasant occupation, owning a farm myself as I do. What we are doing is connecting Canadians with local jobs in their local area with a similar skill set. The suite of changes we announced in Economic Action Plan 2012 will support Canadians in their return to work. But beginning in 2005 under the Liberals, the previous version of the Working While on Claim pilot tested to see if allowing claimants to earn more while receiving EI benefits would encourage people to accept all available work. Under the previous pilot project, EI recipients who had part-time or occasional work had their benefits reduced dollar for dollar once they earned $75 or 40% of their weekly benefit amount, whichever was greater. To put it in another way, once they hit this cap, their wages were clawed back 100% from their benefits. This discouraged many of them from accepting available work beyond the 40% threshold.
Right.
Why would Canadians accept further work if they weren't going to be paid for it? This meant that often after one day of work while on claim, working additional hours did not pay at all. We need to encourage Canadians to work, not discourage them. We know that the previous pilot did discourage people to accept more work because of the cap that existed on how much they could earn. So we took efforts to change that and remove the cap. We are building on what we learned from that pilot and are making further improvements to work incentives through this more moderate clawback rate over a greater range of earnings. And again, I would remind members that the purpose of a pilot is to do a test. Under this new pilot, EI claimants can keep more of what they earn. The choice is clear, Mr. Speaker. There are two paths being proposed here today. There's our low tax plan for jobs and growth, which is clearly working, and then there's the option put forward by the NDP, a return to the failed policies of Pierre Trudeau, with high taxes and out-of-control spending. I think it'd be wise for members to stand up for Canada and support our Economic Action Plan. This motion is factually incorrect. It fails to take into account all the changes we are making to EI to ensure Canadians are always better off working than not. And it is contrary to our Economic Action Plan that is delivering. For these reasons, the government will be voting against this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just as a matter of clarity, the only thing I have contempt for is the ignorance exposed by the question that draws an analogy between labour markets and working life in rural Canada and that in the city of Toronto. I also do have contempt for the malice that underlies this program, but perhaps the member could tell us how these revisions to the Working While on Claim program benefits folks in urban Canada. Thank you.
Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Again, it's our firm belief that working is better than not working. And as I pointed out in my remarks, there are 250,000 jobs that are going unfilled right across the country. These jobs are in rural areas, suburban areas, and urban areas. And what we are doing is encouraging people to work and acquire the dignity of work.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I just can't understand what they're talking about over here, where people want to work. Of course, all people want to work. If you're working on a potato farm for 5 months of the year, and one day a week they're packing potatoes, that's the only work you have, and you live in a rural community. He's talking about he's a promoter of natural resources, and these are the people that got to stay in these communities. They only have one day of work a week. So I don't know how he gets it that these people are going to find jobs for the other 4 days because they're not there. We're in these rural areas. You know, if they're working a snowplow, if they're a snowplow operator part-time, there's only one snowstorm a week. What are they going to do the other 4 days? So the work is not there. If the work was there, these people would be working.
Well, Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Well, I can assure the member that under this program, the majority of people who work while they're on claim will benefit and will be better off. And it is clear that the opposition does not want anybody to benefit from working while on claim. In fact, they voted against significant funding, $774 million for the Working While on Claim pilot project. And indeed, the opposition voted against countless initiatives we have put in place to help Canadians get back to work.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a few moments, I was
wondering whether we were actually still talking about the opposition motion. As I was listening to my colleague's speech, how can he be talking about taxes and job creation when we are actually debating the reform of the EI system? In fact, I haven't heard him mention a single time the actual issue under debate today, that is, how to reform the system to the advantage of Canadians. So I would like to clarify a few things from a member, and hopefully he will address the issue at hand today. Perhaps he can also explain who is going to receive lower benefits. I just wanted to correct what he said.
Well, again, the key to economic development, economic growth, and job creation and job retention is having a public policy environment in place that creates wealth and creates jobs. And interesting that the opposition voted against all the measures that we have put in place to help Canadian workers. They voted against the youth employment strategy, the EI hiring credit, the apprenticeship incentive grant, targeted initiative for older workers, tax credits, pan-Canadian framework for foreign credential recognition, foreign credential recognition microloans program. The list goes on and on and on. It's all about creating wealth.
My compliments to honourable members on the brevity of their questions and responses. We have time for a fourth. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, and I'll try to be brief as well, because I know my colleague is a man of science. And so, using some kind of science or measurement, I think you would want to, if you're going to change something for the better, then there must have been a worse. So, and the stuff about, our party is all about working. Yeah, that's great. Everybody's for working and creating jobs. But when there's no jobs, then there has to be the safety net. And that's what this debate is about today. When people are sick, there's a hospital. When people are unemployed, there's EI. But what measurement did they use? And the reference was made several times, for the last 2 weeks probably, that the vast majority are benefiting. Give us a number, and we'll give you plus or minus 10 on either side. I'll be comfortable with that. Give us a number. How many are benefiting? How many are being hurt? And what's your measurement? Any number at all. Pick one.
The honourable member for Dauphin Swan River Marquette.
I do appreciate my friend's question, and I would make the point that this is a pilot project to encourage EI claimants to pursue and accept all opportunities to work. And we will always consider refinements to ensure it achieves these goals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin today by congratulating the member opposite from Dauphin Swan River Marquette. I myself also represent a rural riding, and we don't have any iron processing plants. Mines closed down a long time ago. But we do have primary industries such as the fishery. We also have processing plants for fish. And our colleague opposite said that EI will make sure that these people will be able to work all year. I can tell him that if we were to fish all year, well, the fishery wouldn't last very long because the fish would be fished to extinction. You cannot transform a seasonal industry magically into one that operates all year long. There's no doubt about that. So let's accept that there are many areas in the country which have seasonal industries, and EI has always been there to help people who work in seasonal jobs. People want to work all year. It's not that they don't want to work, but they have seasonal jobs. And so this is part and parcel of the Canadian fabric. We live in a country which has winter, and in winter, many sectors slow down, and there's nothing you can do about it. Now, our colleague opposite talked about a tow truck saying that he could only work 1 day out of 4 in the winter. And this person, of course, cannot invent work for himself. So, Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'd like to share my time with the member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. I'd like to mention this now because I'll be cut off after 10 minutes. So just to come back to seasonal work. So in some areas, you cannot magically create businesses which will operate all year long. And in fact, seasonal work plays an important role in these regions. Don't think that people don't want to work all year long. Small and medium-sized businesses, some of them operate at full capacity all summer, and they do so effectively. And so under the EI program, in regions whose economy depends on certain periods of the year, well, the EI program helps these businesses operate. And I can tell you that in Gaspésie, in the Ile de la Madeleine, and in other parts of Canada where there is seasonal, a seasonal industry, including tourism, it brings in a lot of money. And as a consequence, the government collects more tax. So these seasonal jobs generate, these seasonal sectors generate more jobs, and they bring in more money for the government. And we can't attract tourists to our region in winter. Not many people will be interested in visiting Gaspésie in wintertime. If our colleague from Swan River, Dauphin Marquis, finds a magic solution to bring economic development in winter to this region, I'm all ears. But we want people to be able to stay in their homes in winter so that they are there at the beginning of the summer when there is work. These people are trained and they know what they're doing. But if we reform the EI system as proposed, these people might be forced to move to other parts of the country because they will not be able to receive EI benefits. So how are you going to train new people to work in the summer seasonal industries? So if the money isn't there under EI, we'll have to find new programs to help small and medium-sized businesses which operate in outlying regions. And frankly, I think this would cost a lot more than the current EI system. In fact, just to give you a little overview, when you say that anyone who wants to work will be able to find work under the new system, well, if in the past the pilot project, which supported people receiving EI benefits, and it cost $130 million, and if that number is to go down to $64 million under the new pilot program, this represents a decrease of 50%. How can you say it's not going to affect the revenues of these workers? The people who will be most affected by this reform are the ones who earn the least. We've done the math, and it's not the people working 3 or 4 days or even 5 days a week as they receive benefits who will benefit under this proposed pilot project. It's going to be the people who will be those who work only 1 or 2 days a week. For example, if you work 1 day and you make $100, well, in my riding, those who would benefit most under the former pilot project, well, typically they did not work 3 or 4 days a week. They worked a day or 2 per week. They simply plugged in some holes in some processing plants. Once in a while, there was some work that came in, and people had to be found continually for, say, a day or 2 at a time. So there wasn't work for the whole week, but for a day or 2. And it's these people who work 1 or 2 days a week who are going to suffer the most under the pilot project. Their revenues will decrease by 50%. They will start out not making as much money as before. They won't have money to get to work or money for daycare. It's really expensive if you have to work for 1 day only. So these people, in fact, will be incentivized not to work for a short period of time. So this will not only negatively affect workers in the area, but the small and medium-sized businesses or processing plants. It'll be even harder for them to find workers. So this is going to have a negative impact on the seasonal industry and, in fact, on the economy in wintertime. Everything's going to become more difficult simply because it will be harder for businesses to find workers. So if the member opposite who spoke before me, the member for Swan River Marquette, he said the government doesn't want to force people to move to find work. But I would just like to quote the parliamentary secretary for the Ministry of Human Resources. Last Thursday, she said in the House that claimants will receive more job offers in their given areas in their region, and they will receive job offers for similar jobs in other regions, so they'll be able to make a more informed decision when looking for work. Well, frankly, people who receive EI benefits in regions dependent on a seasonal industry, well, they want to stay home, and it seems that the government is saying that it is trying to incentivize people to move. The parliamentary secretary said as much, and so now these people will receive job offers for jobs which are not located close to home. There's a woman in the Ile de la Madeleine who wrote to us saying that there were 4 jobs in her region being defined as located between Chandler and the town of Gaspé. So to go from Chandler to Gaspé, it's 5 hours by ferry and 10 hours by road. I don't understand how this person could benefit from traveling so far to get that job. I don't see how it would benefit the business looking for a worker. Sure, once in a while, it seems that if you have to travel 15 hours per day each way, it's not quite obvious how that would work. So under these reforms, the definition of region becomes unintelligible. What exactly does it mean to offer a job to a claimant, the job being located in another region? The definition of region has nothing to do with where a person actually lives. So it'll be really hard for some workers. They will feel harassed under the new system that they might want to give up on receiving EI benefits. Are these people going to move away? Are they going to go on to welfare? And if that's the case, well, it'll be another level of government which will have to pay for those benefits. My colleague has just said that we don't want to pick the pockets of people who receive benefits. But when you're dealing with the money of employers and employees, maybe the government should actually consult them in the first place. In fact, there was a crying lack of consultation on the part of the government.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I would just like to start by clarifying some of the issues that the member opposite and some of his colleagues, particularly the member from Hamilton Mountain, made, which were misrepresenting myself and misleading the public based on a specific article. And I'd like to table that article with respect to my question and make that available so that the House is understanding what actually was said and that I'm no longer misrepresented by the opposition. Secondly, I guess what I'd like to raise is I have a lot of seasonal workers who work in my riding, Simcoe Grey. Both the employers and the employees are delighted with the changes that we're making in employment insurance because they actually have more jobs being made available to them in their local area, as we specified numerous times. So I encourage people not to hear the fabrication created by my opposition colleague, who seems to think that we're not having individuals provided with information in their local areas under a similar occupation. That's what this is about. Individuals that want to avail themselves of EI outside of those can still continue to do that, and we encourage them to do so. So I asked the member opposite, have you read the new regulations? Do you know what they are? And can you state those facts? Thank you very much.
Order. Before we go to the response, was the parliamentary secretary seeking unanimous consent to table a document?
Yes, I would rise on a point of order, sir, to put this forward. Thank you.
Okay, so the honourable parliamentary secretary was seeking unanimous consent to table a document?
Yes, this is an article that was referred to by the member from Hamilton Mountain previously.
Does the honourable parliamentary secretary? There's no consent. The honourable député de Gaspésie.
The honourable member for Gaspésie-Île-de-Madeleine. I'd like to say why she shouldn't table that document. Her comments are in the Hansard. I didn't quote something from out of thin air. I said exactly what she said last Thursday in the House of Commons, and I think that's clear enough. So all she has to do is check the Hansard from last Thursday during the late show, during the adjournment proceedings. It's very clear. They just want people to have less money. The honourable member for Gaspésie-Île-de-Madeleine. I would like to thank my colleague from the other party for his comments. Obviously, everyone should participate in this debate because this is a very important program. It's perhaps one of the two most important programs that we have at the federal level. And the lack of attention on the other side is blatant, and it's very disappointing to see that they are not, that they won't support Canadian citizens, especially people who are the most in need. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine has laid out a very clear vision of the situation. He comes from a region that is particularly targeted, like the Atlantic provinces as well. The government doesn't understand what is happening in those areas. I visited Peggy's Cove near St. John, and those are hardworking people who are very proud. Everyone from Newfoundland, from Gaspésie, from the Magdalen Islands, from New Brunswick. All these people, in fact, everyone across Canada, they want to work. They're proud of what they can accomplish. But I have the impression that any decision that is made on the other side is motivated by prejudice, cliches, and cynicism. The beautiful little village of Peggy's Cove, well, I'm sure that they just see it as being a dock or a wharf that needs to be upkept and people who are bugging them all the time. But all the fishers of Peggy's Cove are asking for is that the government... Unfortunately, the member's time has elapsed. The honourable member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. and I'd like to thank my colleague because I do appreciate his comments. I think that the members on the other side have indeed shown that they do not understand that the people in our regions, they're not on EI because they don't want to work. It's because they are proud of their region. They want to continue to live there, and they will contribute economically to their regions, and we have a duty to help them do that. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by commending my colleague from Gaspésie-Îles-de-Madeleine for his eloquent speech, which highlights a number of problems that affect seasonal workers, and that is something that affects me in my riding as well, which is Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Now, the motion on the Working While on Claim pilot project, which was presented by my colleague, the member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, is very important, and I'm very proud to rise to speak in support of it today. So I'd like to take a moment to commend my colleague from Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles for her hard work on the EI file and for having presented this motion today. So the motion highlights a number of major problems with the new pilot project of this Conservative government, and it calls on the government to take immediate steps to fix the pilot project because its impacts are very negative on the most vulnerable EI recipients. The new pilot project that was set up by the Conservatives theoretically seeks to help Canadians who receive EI benefits to accept part-time work, but while continuing to receive benefits under certain conditions. So this is a very commendable objective, encouraging Canadians to re-enter the labour market, and I cannot oppose the principles that underpin it. This type of program seeks to foster part-time work among claimants since 2005, and is a way for people who receive EI to improve their financial situation and to take advantage of certain opportunities that are offered to them. However, the new system proposed by the Conservatives is very far from being flawless. The Working While on Claim pilot project stipulates that a person who receives EI benefits and works part-time will see the government claw back 50 cents out of every dollar of his or her earnings, from the first dollar earned up to 90% of insurable weekly earnings. Anything beyond that will be clawed back dollar for dollar. So this new formula is considerably different from the one that was in place before August 4th, 2012, which is when this new pilot project was put in place. Under the former Working While on Claim program, claimants were allowed to keep either $75 or 40% of their weekly EI benefits, whichever was higher. There again, anything extra was clawed back dollar for dollar. From the first day that this new system was set up, the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development and her Parliamentary Secretary have been saying loud and clear that this pilot project will guarantee that every EI beneficiary will always be better off working because they will be able to keep more of their income. Unfortunately, after only a month and a half of this new program being in place, we can see that that is not the case for all employment insurance claimants, contrary to what the Minister and her Parliamentary Secretary say. It is clear that the changes made by the Conservatives are a disadvantage to the most vulnerable workers by reducing their income of those who can only work one day a week, or those who receive Canada Pension Plan benefits and EI benefits as well. Now, workers who receive only a low income, or OAS, are seeing their EI benefits clawed back by the government to the tune of half of from the first dollar earned. Now, there was I asked a question to a Conservative member, so perhaps I will be able to have some more explanations here. So I'm going to start. If an EI recipient receives income of $75 per week thanks to a part-time job, that person's amount is clawed back to the tune of half of their EI benefits. And before, under the former system, the same recipient would have been able to keep all of their weekly income, their weekly earnings, without losing any of their EI benefits. So that is a very clear example of a situation where an EI recipient is completely penalized by this new system. If we consider the additional expenses linked to having a job, for example, transportation to get to work or childcare, it is clear that the provisions of the Conservatives' new pilot project are causing lost earnings that are sometimes considerable for people who do not earn a lot of money or who can only find work 1 day a week or less. In such conditions, it cannot be fathomed that a person would look for part-time work or low earning work because they would be penalized by the government. In such conditions, how can this government continue to state that everyone who accepts work while receiving EI benefits will see their living conditions improve? I have just given a very clear and irrefutable example that this is not the case. Today, we have heard a number of my colleagues from the various parties telling us about hundreds of citizens who have seen their EI benefits reduced, who are being punished by this government because they have managed to find part-time work to try and improve their lot. And that is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. The government must act to correct the flagrant errors that have been made in the design of this new pilot project, errors that once again will penalize the most vulnerable Canadians. I'm thinking, for example, of seasonal workers across the country who are among the first to suffer the consequences of the changes imposed by Conservatives. In my riding at Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, people will be among the hardest hit by the provisions of this new pilot project. In my riding, agriculture, tourism, and forestry are very important sectors in the local economy, and they also depend largely on seasonal workers to survive. In the low season, many seasonal workers are able to find 1 or 2 days of work per week, but often they are low-paying jobs, but they are essential to the companies that offer them. Unfortunately, under the new system established by the Conservatives, EI recipients in my riding will see their earnings lowered by half if they decide to accept one of these jobs. And it is not only EI recipients in my riding who will be penalized by this new pilot project. It is also the businesses in my riding that will be penalized. So now that I've said business, perhaps the Conservatives will listen a little bit more closely, because they are obsessed about the economy, but they forget about the human beings who underpin it. So already many employers in my riding have contacted me to tell me about how difficult it is for them to find people who will work piecemeal.
I'm not sure what the reason is, but there is an abundance of noise in the chamber. I know that different members are speaking a little too loudly. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier has the floor. I'd ask for some order. Honourable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So as I said, there are already many employers in my riding who have contacted me to tell me that they have not been able to find enough workers to fill their positions, whether it be 1 or 2 days a week, to ensure that their business can continue functioning. Because the workers do not want to see half of their earnings clawed back. They don't want to end up with less money than when they began with only EI benefits. So I don't understand how the Conservatives here can think that these ill-advised and reckless changes to the EI program will have anything but a negative impact on my region. But let us be clear. I do want to point out that I do not think that it is all EI recipients who will be negatively impacted by the provisions of this new pilot project. So insofar as a recipient is lucky enough to find a job where they have at least half of their previous earnings, they will be able to keep a larger part of their earnings, but it is not in all regions where we're going to find such opportunities. There are too many Canadians who will see their earnings melt away because of decisions made by the Conservatives without consulting EI recipients or employers. And those are the people who pay into the EI plan. So it is not up to the government to determine what they should be doing with this money. It is unacceptable. So instead of repeating the same talking points all the time, the minister should read the report issued by the EI Commission on this pilot project, which shows that 4 out of 10 Canadians will be penalized by this new program, and that's almost half of all Canadians. So when they talk about the majority of Canadians who will be better off, well, I'd like to see the figures because they simply don't exist. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since it is 6:15, pursuant to the order adopted earlier today, all the questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion have been deemed to deemed to be voted, and a deferred recorded division is deemed to have been requested and deferred to Tuesday, October 2nd, after government orders.
Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the no great surprise to my colleagues, this is a follow-up question to the Prime Minister's response to a question I put in question period about the F-35. As you know, Mr. Speaker, this program is literally has its wheels falling off, and the gist of the question was, Mr. Speaker, why was it that the Prime Minister ran an election in 2011 when he knew full well what the costs of the F-35 program were going to be, when he knew that the numbers that were being presented actually to the Cabinet were very similar to what the PBO had arrived at and what the Auditor General subsequently arrived at. So of course, the Prime Minister blew me off and gave this standard question. Well, I disagree with the premise of the question, but the fact remains, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians were in 2011 election told that the cost of the F-35 was going to be in the order of about $15 billion, knowing full well all the time that it was going to be between $25 and $30 billion. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you had the opportunity this weekend to see the Fifth Estate program, which was an hour long and was an expose of all of the problems with this file. And I won't get into there's 3 areas of potential problems. There's the costing, which we've been led on a merry chase. There is the requirements of our replacement fighter for the F-18, and then there are the industrial benefits. And I'm going to leave the industrial benefits aside for the time being because you can only cover so many problems in a 4-minute period. But on the actual statement of requirements, there was a startling revelation in the Fifth Estate program, which was also in the W5 program, which said that in 2006, when the statement of requirements was presented to the minister of the day, that there was some serious and consequential, significant information missing, particularly with respect to the other competition. So the statement of requirements was clearly weighted towards the F-35 and away from the others, in part because none of that material actually came to the fore. So it was kind of curious, and it was interesting to listen to experts actually talk about this program. One particular expert who actually has designed the F-16, was a principal designer of the F-16, said this plane is a turkey. He said very simply, it's got a limited range, it carries a limited payload, and it is unable to maneuver in any kind of a dogfight. So the consequence of selling yourself out to stealth, which no one's actually answered the question as to why Canada needs stealth. I can see possibly why the Americans need stealth, or even the British need stealth, but why does Canada need stealth? So what we've married ourselves to at this point, Mr. Speaker, is an airplane that's slow, it's got limited range, it's got limited payload, and that a whole bunch of nations are saying, let's take a look at this again. And that's what we in the Liberal Party have been saying forever, Mr. Speaker, which is open, fair, and transparent competition. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Let me update him on our program to replace the CF-18s. Our government is keeping its promises with the creation of a National Fighter Procurement Secretariat. The National Fighter Procurement Secretariat is in place to ensure transparency and due diligence in the decision to replace our CF-18s. The objectives of the NFPS are to ensure that the Royal Canadian Air Force acquires the fighter aircraft it needs to complete the missions asked of them by the government. No money has been spent on the purchase of new fighter aircraft, and no money will be spent until the Secretariat independently verifies the costs necessary to replace our aging fleet of CF-18s. It has taken time to assemble the right people for the Secretariat, the right outside expertise, including a former Auditor General of Canada who is joining the team on the Secretariat, as well as all of the relevant departments. We accept this spring's Auditor General's report's recommendation. We accept the conclusions. And that's why we are going beyond that, by not only agreeing to put forward full life cycle costs, but also establishing a 7-point plan which this Secretariat will oversee. The Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, has said of our 7-point plan that our government is taking, quote, steps in the right direction, unquote. The National Firefighter Procurement Secretariat is keeping the Auditor General informed of the progress being made on completing our government's 7-point plan. Mr. Speaker, let me emphasize the role of this Secretariat. The National Fighter Procurement Secretariat, established within Public Works and Government Services Canada, is tasked with coordinating the implementation of the government's 7-point plan. There will be key roles with respect to transparency, impartiality, and reports to Parliament and to the public. The Secretariat's initial overall costs will be available in this fall. The Secretariat will provide the due diligence that Canada deserves and that the government is responsible for delivering in such cases. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague is fully aware, the whole question of costs is absolutely the central issue in determining what aircraft will replace the CF-18. The process of estimating the total cost of the entire life cycle of the aircraft that will replace the CF-18 needs to be carried out very carefully and very thoroughly. We made a promise to Canadians here in this House that we would independently verify all costs, and we will report back once the Secretariat's advice and expertise has completed this task. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, it begs the question as to why would they carry on an entire election on one set of costs, and now after the election they've decided to incorporate a Secretariat, which is to go around and find out what the costs were. Well, either you knew the costs before or you knew the costs after. My guess is they knew the costs before, but they didn't tell us, and now they're trying to, discredit the AG. So the KMPG folks have been hired to essentially discredit the Auditor General's report on full life cycle costs to the tune of $600,000, Mr. Speaker. Now, what's interesting in this entire exercise, and I asked this question today, Mr. Speaker, was why is it the Minister in charge of the status of women in public works is actually the acting Minister of Defence for the purposes of procurement? Apparently, the Minister of Defence and indeed his Associate Minister are not capable of actually asking the relevant questions that are necessary to be asked in order to be able to establish the cost. You would think, Mr. Speaker, at this stage, 6 years after the fact, we could have actually arrived at the cost. So, Mr. Speaker, this plane has a minimum payload and a maximum payroll. And the consequence is that, Mr. Speaker, is the taxpayers getting hosed.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On June 13, 2012, the government announced the establishment of the National Fighter Procurement Secretariat within Public Works as the lead to coordinate work going forward to replace Canada's CF-18 fleet. The Secretariat is responsible for the review, oversight, coordination, and implementation of the action plan. The government also released NFPS's terms of reference on June 13, 2012, which establishes improved governance and coordination structure, strengthens due diligence, and commits departments to transparency. As work progresses on implementing the action plan, the Secretariat will work to ensure that Canadians are provided with accurate and timely information throughout the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm rising to follow up on a question I asked back in May about the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to food. And it's a bit ironic that I'm doing this on October 1st because this is the date that the changes in the Nutrition North program food subsidy list take place. And as of today, a number of goods will be dropped from the subsidy list, including a number of canned goods, pasta, rice, coffee, tea, diapers, and so on. Now, why would we continue to raise this matter? Certainly the cost of some goods have gone down, some fresh and perishable goods, but I think the reality is that when you look at the issues facing many people who live in the North, they're facing poverty, unemployment, and in the Inuit Health Survey from 2007-2008, I wanted to read a couple of stats because it highlights the fact that poverty is a very real issue for people who are trying to buy nutritious food. 78% of homes in the North had children, and of those homes, 40% were crowded, whereas only 3% of non-Aboriginal peoples lived in crowded housing. They say food insecurity is a problem in homes in Nunavut communities. Fewer than one-third of households reported that they had enough food to eat, and 35% of households reported severe food insecurity. 71.4% of households with children were food insecure. Unemployment, low income, and high food costs were the main reasons for food insecurity. More than 75% of the households shared their country food with others in their community, and that's an important matter, Mr. Speaker, because we know the subsidies for country food are important, yet there's very little uptake on it. And they go on to say in the survey that Nunavut households spend more on food and shelter than any other Canadian household. The average household in Nunavut spent $1,875 per month on food. For households with children, the monthly food bill was $1,992. And this compares to the average Canadian household outside of the North, where they only spent $609 per month. And so you can see for some household, it's more than 3 times the cost in the North than it is for other Canadian households. And people in the North aren't sitting on their hands just waiting for the government to work with them to help make food affordable. There's a Facebook page called Feeding My Family Facebook page, and there's thousands of people who are on this. And Becky today said in a story that we need to encourage our local stores to develop policies for how they handle outdated, rotting, and expired food, and at the same time start educating ourselves on the purpose and limitations of best before dates. That's been a bit of an issue up there about what's a best before date. This would be a good opportunity for the GN, that's Government of Nunavut, to get involved through hosting informational sessions in cooperation with local stores. Community information sharing like this doesn't even have to cost anything. It just takes a group of people willing to get together to learn from each other. That's where it starts. And on our posting from September 18th, and again, it's an example of people taking charge of what's going on in the North, looking for volunteers, can you help? Feeding My Family is looking for volunteers to write down prices of 26 grocery items that are normally found in grocery stores in the North. Our goal is to monitor the prices of dry goods and non-perishables that will no longer be subsidized by Nutrition North after October 1st, 2012, to see how much the price will increase if our stores must fly these products into our communities. We'd like to get prices from as many northern communities as possible, specifically those participating in Nutrition North Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a number of issues. First of all, there's the fact that people simply don't have enough money to buy the food that they need, the nutritious food that they need. And then there's the fact that people are very concerned about what the changes in the system, the subsidies, will do as of October 1st. So I guess my question is how will the government work with Northerners to make sure that they do have access to affordable quality food?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis heureux.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to respond to the question put by the member for Nanaimo Cowichan. The government is resolved to help residents of the North by providing them to improved access to food. Mr. Speaker, our government manages a number of programs that contribute to improving accessibility and food safety for Aboriginals and residents of the North. Nutrition North is one of those programs. It's a contribution program for food that will improve access for healthy, non-perishable food in isolated communities in the North. That cannot be reached by land during certain periods of the year. Since it was launched on April 1st to 2011, Nutrition North Canada has provided retailers and processors contributions because they know that milk, fruits, meat, eggs, cheese, and for bread. There are also additional products that are processed for commercialization in the North, like Arctic char, and caribou, among others. Nutrition North Canada is made up of an advisory committee, including a president. States that the program is benefiting 103 isolated communities in northern Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, Newfoundland and Labrador, in the Yukon, in the Northwest Territories, and in Nunavut. Nutrition North Canada makes it possible to offer healthy products for Canadians in the North and to provide them with a healthy choice and selection. This program has a new approach focused on market prices. It's an economic plan, and it is a transparent way of helping northern residents in obtaining perishable nutritional food. After 1 year, we have observed a decrease in price of healthy products in the North. These excellent results were obtained with the same level of funding as under the previous program. Prices have dropped by 37% in certain cases, as in the case of 2 liters of milk, for example. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is taking concrete steps to improve the quality of life for Aboriginals and residents of the North, and is working to ensure that Aboriginals and residents in the North have access to healthy, high-quality food like other Canadians. There is no doubt that thanks to programs like Nutrition North Canada, the government is showing that it's already and remains resolved to help these people in northern parts of the country in a concrete way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Yeah, I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that response. However, it still doesn't deal with the fact that food prices for many people living in the North are more than 3 times what Canadians are paying in the South. One of the things that has come up is the fact that country food shipped from the stats as of March 31st, 2012. There was very limited amount. It was so small that it didn't even register as a percentage point. It was $559 in subsidy. And so I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could speak to the fact that there are many people who simply can't have the country food subsidized. They can't afford to pay for some of these goods. Many people don't have a credit card or don't have cash available, so they can't arrange for shipments outside of what they can buy at the retailers. So I would like to hear the Parliamentary Secretary address what the government plans on doing on the large gap that exists for people who simply can't afford to buy nutritious food, even at the subsidized rates.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur Président. Le gouvernement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government recognizes that it's important for Aboriginals and residents in the North have access to healthy perishable goods. Nutrition North Canada is one of the measures that we have taken with a view to achieving this objective. Thanks to targeted measures with the partners, the government is working to improve access to healthy options for residents in the North and Aboriginals. The Government of Canada has earmarked $53.9 million for contributions to Nutrition North Canada. And since it is aware of the advantages and benefits of partnerships, it has brought together northern groups to work with them to come up with viable long-term solutions to enhance access to healthy perishable goods in the north. Moreover, Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development is working with Health Canada to benefit from community programs on nutrition and health with a view to promoting healthy food choices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, the 2-week delay in issuing a recall on meat contaminated with E. coli clearly shows that Conservative cuts to food safety are putting Canadians at risk. Despite repeated questions last week asking the Minister of Agriculture who Canadians can rely on to be responsible for their food safety, the only clear answer we received was that Conservatives are not interested in providing the necessary resources to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency to prevent foodborne illnesses. This Conservative government has created a vacuum through budget and program cuts and changes that have left the industry to police themselves and Canadians responsible for their own food safety. They are endangering the health and safety of countless Canadians, threatening our ability to keep borders open to Canadian produce and trade, and imperiling vulnerable farmers who've just started to get back on their feet after the BSE crisis. On September 3rd, U.S. food inspectors at the border stopped a shipment of beef trimmings from XL Food Plants in Brooks, Alberta, and discovered E. coli 0157. American inspectors informed us of the contamination on September 4, 2 weeks before the government notified Canadians that contaminated meat was in the food supply, on store shelves across the country. In the meantime, on September 13, still 3 days before the CFIA issued its first recall on meat from XL Foods, U.S. food safety inspectors delisted the XL Food facility, preventing it from shipping food across the border. It took 13 days after becoming aware of contamination for the CFIA to finally issue a recall, which has since been expanded multiple times and now covers over 250 products. It doesn't take 2 weeks to do a confirming test for E. coli. It takes days. When I asked the minister about the delay last week, he trivialized the issue, a brave choice given his unfortunate reaction to the listeria contamination that claimed the lives of 7 Canadians in 2008 on his watch. The minister misled the public by stating that none of the meat had made it into the food supply. Clearly, he couldn't prove that. Food had been leaving that facility for weeks, and it was only when the Americans caught our food safety lapses that a hold was placed on the meat. Now there are at least 4 people who are sick in Alberta. The minister said that the recall took 2 weeks because of testing. That's preposterous. There's no way, as I said, that it should have taken 2 weeks to get a confirmation. Perhaps he should ask the 90 biologists who lost their jobs through these cuts whether we would be in a better position to protect Canada's food safety if Conservatives provided the necessary resources to our inspection officials. The minister refuses to explain when he became aware of the problem with XL. Why did it take a sudden crisis for the government to even realize how serious a problem there was at XL, which has led to one of the largest recalls in Canadian history? We cannot blame the inspectors. They're doing the best they can with limited resources. By removing resources and relaxing regulations, the Conservatives are creating a powder keg wherein we have a facility with inspectors who are not all trained on the compliance verification system, and those who don't know are not getting all the information. Clearly, workers were not sanitizing their stations or the meat properly. Inspectors lost the ability to keep an eye on this when this government started handing over more and more oversight to the industry itself. It was clear from the report issued by CFAA on September 24 that the plant was not in compliance with a substantial number of standards and requirements, prompting the agency to then shut the doors until it could come into compliance. This does not happen overnight. We are talking about considerable time where self-regulation allowed the plant to get sloppy, and when processors get sloppy, people get sick. Dr. Richard Arsenault, director of the CFIA Meat Inspection Program, said it himself when he said, "We need to do a better job of managing this data and finding these trends ahead of time, as opposed to having to respond to a crisis like this." Mr. Speaker, if the agency is already worried, how will they manage under further cuts?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Protecting health and the safety of Canadians is one of the great priorities of the government. First, I'd like to point out that the recent budget did not reduce the role of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency or investments in Canada's food system. Any food produced and sold in Canada must meet all rigorous food safety standards. I am pleased to have the opportunity to have, I had the opportunity to study the chain of events leading to the incidents of last week.
E. coli in products produced in an Alberta facility supplied by XL Foods. At the time, the CFIA determined that a recall was not necessary as none of the inspected product was in the marketplace. The CFIA immediately initiated an investigation to determine the source of the contamination. The agency then intensified its efforts when follow-up tests came back positive. As a result, evidence of a health risk was found and XL Foods voluntarily recalled affected products. As the CFIA continued investigating, more products were identified, recalled by the company, and consumers were notified. Mr. Speaker, the CFIA immediately began tracing new products to identify where they had been distributed. This extensive process is ongoing and may result in more product recalls. The CFIA will continue to alert consumers immediately when they determine there are affected products in the marketplace. During the investigation, the CFIA identified deficiencies in the plant's E. coli risk management measures. On September 26, 2012, the CFIA temporarily suspended the plant's license as the deficiencies had not been corrected. Mr. Speaker, the CFIA acted immediately and continues to investigate and respond accordingly. Thank you.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, talking points are cold comfort to a 4-year-old who has a kidney failure in Alberta. Cold comfort. And going through the chronology of what happened doesn't explain all the mistakes that were made. Since the member opposite is clearly unwilling to consider the safety of Canadians, let's try another tactic, the economy. This government is currently attempting to negotiate away the very program that caught meat contaminated with E. coli at the border. So ranchers and cattle farmers are concerned that we're going to ship meat across borders tainted through no fault of their own, and those open doors will slam shut again, just like after BSE. Farmers have every right to be concerned, and we owe it to them to protect their livelihoods. Walkerton, no one wants to see another Walkerton, and we know that regulation and budget cuts lead to people getting sick. Will they support us and all Canadians by reversing cuts to food inspection that are allowing incidents like what happened this month at XL Foods?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. It's very important to put facts on the table, and unfortunately, much of what the member has just said is inaccurate. In the last 4 federal budgets, this government has invested significantly in our food safety system. In Budget 2011, we committed $100 million over 5 years to build science capacity and implement inspection modernization, including enhanced training, as well as inspection tools for inspectors. In Budget 2012, we provided $51 million over 2 years to the CFIA, the Public Health Agency of Canada, and Health Canada for continuing key food safety activities. The recent budget is strengthening, not weakening, this government's commitment to the health and safety of Canadians. Like all federal departments and agencies, the CFIA is contributing to the government's Deficit Reduction Action Plan. By 2014-15, the CFIA will contribute $56 million. But, Mr. Speaker, the most important thing is that over the past 2 budgets, spending for the CFIA and for food safety has gone up by approximately $150 million. Since 2006, this government has hired more than 700 net new inspectors to help CFIA do its job. Unfortunately, this member and the parties in the opposition have voted against these positive initiatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.